Hey, welcome everybody. It is Rum and Coke night, except I don't have rum tonight. I bought this wonderful apple beer. I have never tried apple beer before. Oh my God, this shit is good. Um, yeah, this is a Red's Apple Ale. I guess yeah, so I guess it's a beer, but I wasn't sure what it tastes like, but I got to tell you, it's freaking good. Um, I also am not doing this by the OBS that I normally do to have my whole production from a Coke night. I'm having some audio problems that I'm trying to record anything, be it on my OBS or even Audacity. It's picking up internal noises from my computer, like the listens on. I don't hear it when I'm doing something like this. I don't hear it normally, but when I do a record, there's a fine hum sound, and any other, even the most minuscule noise, is picked up by the microphone and is being recorded. So I haven't figured out what's wrong with that yet, so I won't be able to do my production type things for OBS, even my Sunday show, until I get that resolved. So if somebody knows why I would be picking up these kind of noises, let me know. I've done all the ID10T stuff. I know about computers, so I've done all the usual. I just don't know what this could possibly be. The drivers are fine. Everything seems fine on it. Nothing's different than when it's ever been, except that I installed Counter-Strike Global Offense, and ever since then I noticed I had a problem. I don't know if there's a correlation there or not, but anyways, we're gonna have a rum and coke night, just talk shit. Everybody can drink in here except for one person.
Fuck you. No.
I know, Kaiser, that's not you. You can drink.
Hey, look, I gotta tell you, Steve, you look absolutely badass with that goatee going on. That is like some major badass shit.
You want to see some shit? You want to see some shit? You're gonna love this. You're gonna love this. Check it
out. That is awesome. That is awesome, dude. That is absolutely badass.
My hair is actually down to my shoulder.
Sweet. Sweet.
I'm getting how Einstein shit going on. But anyways, thank you. Yeah, I try to keep this pretty well trimmed, and I shaved all this because it was scratchy, but I wanted something different. So anyways, it is what it is. But we were just listening to our favorite Clown Car Posse member, the one, the only, Ronnie, in his little sad that he was having. And it was just pathetic. It was just so, I mean, the guy lives in his own little fantasy world where he actually thinks he knows something and everybody else is a fucking moron, right? And I predicted this, by the way. When Pew gets in here, he can validate this. So maybe Cal, maybe you can. Did I, or did I not? And there's only one acceptable answer. I did. Did I or did I not predict that because I have all these stock accounts for Rum and Coke night for flat earthers, because we get banned all the fucking time, and I made all these accounts every time I got banned over a period of several weeks actually. Ronnie was going to make that retroactive to say, hey, do you remember when Steve said he only had one or two stock accounts and he has all these stock accounts? Do you remember I said he was going to do that retroactively post hoc?
Yep.
And did he do that? Yeah, he sure the hell did. Big surprise. What are you watching?
I don't know. My girl's watching something. Sorry. It looks like what is this? I don't know. Bloodline.
I don't really care, Tony. I just didn't want it silenced.
Whatever. Already a rum and coke night, huh? Damn.
Yeah, well, I did go to the store today, and I said, screw it. I do only want rum because the rum's so sweet. I have a little bit left, but it is so sweet, and I had a hangover forever. So I'm going to try something a little bit different that doesn't have much sugar. Anyways, did anybody watch the little sad that he had? Because I was going in there, and see, let me explain something to Ronnie real quick. If you ever watched this stuff, because Ronnie doesn't understand simple things. Let me tell you what trolling is. Trolling is when you go to somebody's channel or feed or whatever to specifically to elicit a response. That's it. I don't troll. I have no reason to troll. I mean what I say. I believe what I say. I don't say anything that I do not believe in. I'm willing to back up anything that I say. I have a channel dedicated to that. But see, Ronnie and other flat earthers and young earthers and intelligent design advocates and these people that are just fucking woo-woo, they think that anybody who disagrees with them is trolling automatically, right? No, I admit I troll flat earthers because I am trying to listen to response from them. That is trolling. Rum and Coke night, we troll. Not gonna lie. But when I go to Ronnie's Hangout, I don't give a shit. I did troll. I actually mean what I say. When I asked him a question, something like, "Hey, Ronnie, explain how pi changes, the value of pi changes depending upon the value, which means the system of measurement you use," I really like an answer. Right? But he wants me to go in there. That's not going to happen, obviously. That's just fucking ridiculous.
About trolling, though, trolling is, and this does align with what you're saying, Steve. Trolling, at least from in my experience and point of view, has been a necessity when you really can't get a dialogue, when you know you can't get any kind of dialogue with somebody, and you have to literally poke at them in a certain way to get a dialogue, whether even though it's an illegitimate dialogue, it's something to spark something. I don't know if that makes any sense.
Maybe. I mean, I could see that. I don't use it that way, but I'm not against that. By the way, we do have a lot of people in the live chat. Oh my goodness. By the way, I don't ban people in live chat unless they are actual trolls. And what I mean by an actual troll is somebody who just comes over just to fuck with people. And that's very rare.
That's just being a dickhead. That's not a troll. That's just being.
Well, being a dick is a type of troll, I guess. But
no, that's an asshole. There's a difference between being an asshole and a dickhead.
So let's read some of the comments here, because again, I usually have my RUM and COKE night. I actually display the comments, but I can't. Let's see. Ronnie, pretty thick in his head region, just came from his channel. Yeah, Brian, you were listening in. Brian, were you quite surprised when we said it was myself, Hannah, and I believe Pure, but I could be wrong. We're saying that Ronnie actually believes that the value of pi changes depending upon what system of measurement you use.
I can't get over that.
It's the level of dumb fuckery is real, right? And when I was asking about this, he never once denied it. He never was. As a matter of fact, correct me if I'm wrong, Brian Stevens. I'm a little bit behind the chat, so I'm kind of like scrolling. But Brian, correct me if I'm wrong. Did he or did he not say that Antonio confirmed what Ronnie had said? So, and by the way, one of you can read on the live chat. Do you guys watching the live chat? Oh, come on, Calzer, can you watch the live chat?
No.
I
can't either. I'm on data on a cell. I can't.
Okay, well, I guess you're gonna have to take my word for it. Let's see here. Frozen C said that's an impressive level of dumb. We agree. Brian Stevens says, "Yep, yeah." I mean, he literally had said that Antonio confirmed what Ronnie was saying. That indeed the value of pi changes depending on what system of measurement you use to take the ratio. So if I measure the circumference to the diameter of pi, whatever the hell that means, that's Ronnie's way of figuring out pi, by the way. If I use like the metric system, I'll get one number, and if I use like the standard international, I'll get another. Is that? I mean, that's kind of how it works.
Now, see, look, I was actually thinking that same exact thing. I'm wondering if Ronnie got that idea from the fact that the measurement of the human arbitrary human measurement of meters have changed to like by extreme fractions to better identify. Like, take for instance, the speed of light was taken into account for the measurement of the meter. Was it in 1984? Was it? And
it's measured now. It's actually defined in meters now. Speed of light is actually going to be defined in meters. As a specific number, right? Right,
but the actual measurement of a meter was changed by an extremely small amount, so that the meters per second would be a whole number. In other words, the human arbitrary measurement of a meter was changed, not the actual speed of light itself.
Well, either way, it makes no difference, because no matter what measurements you use, the units cancel out. It's a ratio. Pi is
exactly right.
It's a dimensionless quantity.
Right. It's like similar triangles. There's no such thing as a similar circle, because all circles are similar. They're all similar. Like there's no such thing as a circle that's a different ratio than another circle.
SpaceX says, "Have you ever had a Scientologist on your channel?" No, which is kind of surprising. But I think the Scientologists have limited their internet access. I think they're actually cracked down. They used to be very prevalent in the internets and on ICR, but there were so many scandals and problems that I think they finally gave up on them. They told their members don't go on there any longer. So. Let's see here.
Didn't Scientologists and Nation of Islam Muslims sort of collaborate in terms of ideology? I remember the NOI Muslims were told by Farrakhan to try Dianetics.
Well, you know what? It would surprise me.
It's a weird survival tactic.
Well, see, Scientology has enough money to last several decades. I mean, probably a century. I mean, they are a very, very wealthy organization, so they still need donations, but they don't need that much to keep going. As long as people fall for that shit and buy their stuff, there's going to be a Scientology church because they are just so fucking rich. Let's see what else we're in here.
The Nation claims that it's trained like 1,500 and 1,055 auditors. Holy shit!
I can't believe that people were looking at those e-meter things. But Midnight Sparkle did a super chat, $2. They are too busy torturing people, Steve. I'm assuming you're referring to Scientology. I don't know if they torture physically per se. I know that they do work people to death. They do have very intensive labor systems. I do believe it's a full-on cult. But I also believe that Younger the Creationism is a cult. So,
is it that hard apple?
Yeah, this is it's called Red's Apple Ale, and it is really yum. It is like really good. I've never tried it before. It's something different. I've always got some wine here, if you know, whatever.
I've never had the red. They sell it over here like it's going to the style. I haven't had any yet, but hell, I might as well at some point.
I should note that Ronnie had about 17 people watching. I've already way surpassed how many people watching now. But we have room for 5 people here, and the link to get in is in the video description. I can't be sniped. They did fix that. So
really,
yeah. That you can. I guess you can remove other people from the hangout, but you can no longer remove the channel op, the person running the hangout.
What was that famous quote? Is it the ratio of the circumference of pi that Ronnie said, or was it?
Yeah, well, the circumference of the diameter of pi, the ratio of the circumference of diameter of pi. Yeah.
Wait. You share with the rest of the class. Fill me in.
That's how I guess he has to question what is the ratio of the circumference to the diameter of pi.
Well, it just, like I said, all circles are the same. No matter what size you make a circle, they're all going to get the
Guys,
same.
You're reading too much into it. It's a non sequitur question.
All right.
Sorry,
but the worst part was in his hangout. See, Ronnie has this weird understanding to think that he's corrected me on things. Now, I've been corrected numerous times by many different people, no question about it, multiple times. I honestly cannot think of a single time that Ronnie has ever corrected me on anything. And I mean that very, if anybody can tell me, I mean, this video, I don't delete my videos. So if anybody who watches this video at any time can go back in the last couple of years and find me a place where Ronnie has corrected me in anything scientific, I guess, I mean, or even anything minor, I guess, I would like to know about it because I do not recall any of it. He also had said, me and Rational Mind had actually once corrected him on his electron transport chain. He had said in complex 4 that oxygen is oxidized, that basically electrons are being taken away from the oxygen. And I kept explaining to him, no, oxygen is the receptor. Oxygen gains the electrons. It's reduced. And he said that Rational Mind and myself were completely wrong. Well, after several weeks, and I made a video about this, he said he misspoke. Okay, fair enough. Would have been a done deal if he just said that. Wouldn't have brought it up again, right? If you correct yourself, I have no reason to ever say anything about it again if somebody corrects himself. But no, he corrects himself, but he still says I and Rational Mind were wrong. Well, wait a minute. If you misspoke and you're now agreeing with us, how are we wrong? I don't know how that works. Calzer, can you explain to me how that works?
No.
Can anybody? Oh,
Sorry.
I'm sorry. I didn't see you sneak in here. Epistemology. Did it work? No, it didn't work. Show and broadcast. There you go.
What's up, guys? Can you hear me?
Hey, buddy. But yeah, link's open, man. Come on in, people. We got room for 4. I can't do the whole 25-man thing, obviously, but hey, come on, have a drink. This is this talking shit night because, like I said, I was listening to Ronnie's hangout. I'm like, this is pathetic. He says the same fucking things every hangout. I mean, there's just nothing different of what he's bitching about. And it's like, good God, tell us something fucking new, Ronnie. We want new LOL stuff.
Steve, look, it took me like 5 minutes to realize that your headphones are changing colors. You got to give me some stats on those headphones, man.
My mouse too.
Holy shit!
Oh, I love these headphones. This mouse was bought for me by Lamed student, and I liked it so much that I saw these on Amazon and I bought these for myself.
Damn. I see. The problem is I went through 3 SciTech LED keyboards. Really, I mean, I realized that, after spilling orange juice and vodka on 3 of them, I'm like, dude, I can't do it anymore. So I decided to spill orange juice and vodka on cheap keyboards.
Well, these are they're pretty inexpensive. The plastic's pretty flimsy. They already broke on one side, but yeah, I tell you what, the sound quality is really good. The mic's really good, and I like the color. So,
hell yeah.
So Brian Stevens says it actually gains electrons. We know the oxygen actually gains electrons and protons. It actually forms water. That's what happens at the end of the chain, the electron transport chain. The electron is being sent from one complex to another. It goes from 1 to 3 to 4, and then it goes to water. 2 doesn't add anything to the gradient. So complex 1, 3, and 4 will actually add to the proton gradient. Complex 2 does not. But anyways, the point being is that we had corrected him, and he admitted finally after several weeks that he had misspoke. And instead of just letting it go with that, going, okay, fine, he still thinks we're wrong. And it's like, come on, Ronnie, if anybody can show me where I'm wrong, I'm fine to admit that. And I have now 2,000 subscribers almost. I challenge any of them. Find somewhere that Ronnie has corrected me. I really would like to know. He's wrong about everything that I can think of. So anyways, hey, MP.
Yo, what's going on, brother? What's going on, guys?
Hey, are you going to tell people your little announcement, or is that like on the hush?
What, that I'm unemployed for the next month?
Well, no, the good news.
Oh, well, yeah. Oh, for everyone to know, I got a new job. I'm joining the faculty of a law school, so I'll be teaching brand new lawyers how to be lawyers. So that's good.
There you go, baby. Look at that. MP going to be training people.
That's right. That's right. I'm going to be poisoning the new young minds. So,
what do you know, man? You're an atheist.
That's true. That's true.
You know, the Flat Earth Hangouts, another aspect of the Flat Earth Hangouts is they have some pretty interesting interpretations of what they think that the law consists of, as well as, how the government controls its citizens, right? Like they have some strange anarchist positions that they would rather have the government basically not exist, or that they make these funny claims all the time that I love arguing with them because it's so easy to put them in a corner. But
have you been following the whole thing on the Great Debate Community, the sovereign citizen bullshit? I've watched all those videos before, so I've seen these clips before. But Hogtie had mentioned something about it, and so people have been posting videos on sovereign citizenship, and these people are they're just fucking retarded. MP has a lot to discuss about that. Matter of fact, he should do a presentation. I thought he was going to do a video or something on it, or at least have a hangout on that. You still want to one of these days?
Actually, yeah, because I'm freed up. Because my old job, I couldn't do stuff like that, but now I can. You know what? I am going to do something.
Oh, yeah,
I would love that, dude. I would love that because I understand the concepts, but I'd like to know more about how they feel the flag with the tassels and maritime law applies to them, how they are not driving, they're traveling.
Oh, I'll even go funnier. I was in a Flat Earth hangout where this guy was going in there and he was advertising his company, which was basically, he says it's not legal advice, it's legal opinion, and that he can get you out of any case by his, stupid sovereign citizen arguments.
And how many has he won?
He says he made the claim that he's never lost a case.
How long did you last in there before you got banned?
Well, that's the whole thing is he's not a lawyer, so he can't legally he can't legally file paperwork on your behalf. He can't show up in court with you. He can't, you know what I mean? He's walking a very fine line where he could be considered practicing law without a license in many states.
Yeah, actually,
look at it this way. At least he told the truth. At least he told the truth. He's never lost a case.
Yeah, but still, it is kind of walking a fine line.
But I mean, he was talking about how
who's fat, by the way, real quick. Fat, do I know you? Fat foot dog. Unmute or write something in the group chat before I show you.
I think I heard of him.
Who fat Fatog?
Yeah, I don't think it's anything malevolent about him.
All right.
This guy was really funny because I went through kind of a line of questioning with him, and he was making these claims that, oh, you don't need driver's license, you don't need registration, because you can quote some obscure law from the turn of the century where they didn't consider, they considered a vehicle to be something used for commercial transport, and a motor vehicle is different than a horseless carriage, and all you got to do is quote this obscure passage that was probably, went through the court system in the the turn of the century when, kind of laws were struggling to keep up with the changes in technology, where they think that as if in modern times, in modern law, that a motor vehicle is not clearly defined and that any car that you're driving would fall under the, the state's definition of a motor vehicle, right? It's not a freaking horseless carriage. You can say, well, I don't need registration because registration only applies to motor vehicles, and I'm driving a horseless carriage.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to fly. Matter of fact, MP, I mean, have you had people in your courtroom try this bullshit?
I've seen a couple of sovereign citizens before. I saw one try to get out of a misdemeanor charge claiming to be a sovereign citizen, but that's not. It didn't work.
Are we drinking, Fat? Is that a drink? Are you toasting? What is he doing? Fat. What is he doing?
That's one hell of a camera to put it on top of the camera.
Yeah, he's taking drinks and he's putting it on his camera. That's kind of odd. Fat. But anyways, Christopher's like, are we talking shit tonight? Yeah, we're talking shit. Probably mostly about Ronnie, but whatever comes up. It's rum and coke night. All we do is drink and talk shit.
Ronnie has been over there and hang out for like 3 hours just talking to
Dude, he's so having a sad. He's so the guy's so butthurt, and it's like Ronnie. He's like, I was muted. I'm not even lying. I swear to you, I had most of it muted. I can't listen to him. I was just keeping Pew company in the live chat, and somebody had something. Tyler said something that got him booted, and I said, "Is this worth unmuting for?" And I unmuted, and I guess he was like, "Well, hey Steve, why don't you come in here and defend yourself?" I'm like, "Are you fucking out of your mind?" I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me? You think I'm going to go into your room? No. If you want to address me, you come into here, motherfucker." That's just. I mean, my channel has grown leaps and bounds, while yours has gone to shit, Ronnie, because you took the path to block everybody. You took the path to silence people, and I take the path to openly invite people that want to argue against me. My distractors, I'm welcoming them. They can come in any time. And he even admitted that I go into his room, although MP, he said, and I quote, that, well, Steve's only been in my room like 2 or 3 times. Do you think I've been in his room more than 3 times?
Of course you have.
Of course I have.
I've been in there like at least 3 times with you myself.
Yeah, well, no, that's exactly what he said. People watching his feed, he said he's going to leave this video up, or his video up. He actually said, I've been in there, only about 2 or 3 times. And I said, that's fucking bullshit. I go, but he's never been into my room. And he said, yeah, I don't go into Steve's room, ever. Well,
matter of fact, I argued with you about him, and it was between you were talking to Antonio in his room, and that's when we first actually started conversating. It was in his room arguing about Antonio, and then you got upset at me because you were like, I was defending Antonio. I don't know if you remember that, but yeah,
I do vaguely.
Before.
Yeah, no, I do vaguely.
We thought Steve was playing White Knight.
No, MP was playing White Knight.
That's true. I was playing White Knight.
Yeah. Well, you know what's funny is
so
a lot
bad,
of people
you know.
actually have. Hannah used to White Knight too a little bit, and I had told her, you know, you're going to get to the point where you just realize these people are just not worth defending. They're undefendable.
You know when I got to the point, because they don't really want to know what's real. They really just don't want to know. They don't care.
They don't.
You know?
They don't want to know what's real.
Well, and
You're
that's kind of
absolutely right.
like that's what I noticed with G-Man. He doesn't want to know what's true or not. He just wants to confirm what he already believes in.
Exactly. Whatever that book says, that's what they're going to believe. If it says 2 + 2 = 6, that's the gospel.
They have said that. They will agree with that. They're like, well, I may not understand why 2 + 3 = 6, but I will find out. No, you won't.
Well, it was like that. It was like, was that yesterday that you did that the debate with Dr. Dino? Was that yesterday, that Steve?
Yeah, Hovind and Nolan. Nolan has, by the way, been unrelentingly sending me emails ever since then. I just told him I don't care anymore.
Well, I thought it was
has been sending you emails relentlessly.
Yeah, because he feels like people were coming down on him too hard, and then even in the live chat, because I was like explaining this wasn't my fault, and I'm like, look at Nolan, straight up, you are unprepared, you are unqualified. For those of you who don't know, he was not drunk. This is not a big secret. I'm not disclosing anything that I shouldn't be, but obviously there's some medical conditions there. He is a paraplegic, and he probably doesn't, travel around a lot, and he is on medication. And I was like, are you sure you're up for this? You don't sound like it. You don't sound like you're lucid, kind of thing. I don't think he was prepared in any way, shape, or form. I was hesitant from the get-go. I told Pew that. I told Rhonda, which is Kent's secretary. We had a little laugh about it. But I kept telling Nolan, look, this is constructive criticism for you to get better, right? Practice, right? We're inviting you in to help you. And he's just so thin-skinned. I'm like, you know what? I just rescinding that. If you're that thin-skinned, you're never going to make it in the great debate community.
Yeah,
never.
Debating takes a lot of skill, and I've seen many brilliant people, people with impressive credentials, and they get into a debate even on an opponent that they should easily be able to defeat because they have facts on their side, but they'll just get crushed because they just don't have any skills in debating.
Right, and and like I said, I have to say, if I had to give a win, I'd give the win to Hovind in that particular debate.
Oh yeah. But
so
debates about presentation. It's more about presentation,
right?
Than it is.
But
about
see, I can judge that, right? I can say, look, I disagree with Hovind 1,000%, but I recognize that I think did a better, more effective job in communication than Nolan did.
Well, I think this is kind of the reason why I don't exactly like verbal debates, or rather participating in them. Watching them is fine for me. I generally prefer the video format, though. I like to dabble in everything a little bit. I like the video text format because you can kind of respond to everything, and you have time to prepare and think about everything.
The problem with that, though, is people can just dodge questions easily that way. Whereas opposed to if you're going back and forth, they can't just dodge your question. Like if you when Steve, when you asked him how would you falsify your position, like how could you falsify this belief? And basically, Ken Hovind said that he wouldn't answer the question. He basically said that his belief is unfalsifiable, right? Because it's based on the Bible. He can't walk that line, right?
See, that's where citations are absolutely necessary. And when you have the verbal debate, like sorry if I said that wrong, that just goes out the window. Anase. I'm sorry. Actual literal. Okay, Anase.
Excuse me.
But yeah, when you don't have the ability to actually cite references, that just really just, the anecdotes just fly.
And by the way, we've just pretty much doubled the viewers that Ronnie had, and I haven't had to time out. I haven't had to block anybody in the live chat, and we have actually people in here. He was the only person in his hangout. Hannah had offered to join him. God bless her little heart, and he just ignored her.
He's literally just talking to the void for like 2 hours. This guy's just having.
Yeah, he's talking to the ether. He's not live now, right? He's not.
And I literally think
I'm gonna go look at it. Let me see.
Wait, is he still live?
See, Steve, now Flat Earther's going to watch this and like, oh, yeah, Steve confirmed the ether's real.
Yeah, exactly. He's talking to the ether. No, is he still live? I don't know. I literally stopped watching quite a bit ago.
This guy is still live.
He's still live right now.
Live.
He
What
is
the
still,
fuck is he even talking about?
He is still very, very sad.
Oh my fucking god! Are you kidding me?
Pew is like the champion of the live chat because he was just like typing away in there.
Oh, I gotta check this out. CRISPR asked me, Steve, have you banned Johnny Lee 2K93? Oh yeah, I banned him 3 years ago. Johnny Lee has never been in a hangout. He won't use his own voice for a video, and I'm beginning to think that's actually an atheist that is just fucking with people, like Walt Williamson was. So I mean, yeah, Johnny Lee does nothing, seriously nothing but just troll. He doesn't even engage in a conversation. So I mean, he's been around for several years, but I'm thinking. I thought for a while it was Thick Shades, but I don't think so anymore. Because I think he came in the other day and we actually got along just fine.
This might like borderline, or maybe I don't want anybody to get me the wrong way, but like Johnny Lee, that like sounds like something like some Asian guy would name themselves. Is he Asian or what?
I have no idea.
I'm pretty sure that's a take on Robert E. Lee. Because he used to have a Confederate. He used to have a Confederate battle flag in his avatar. So
holy shit, I was way off.
But he's made videos before. Like he made one against me, but he didn't use his real voice. Could be a girl.
Well, I was way off. Holy shit, I was way off.
So Ronnie has 46 dislikes, 8 likes right now, 22 people watching. I've got 41 people watching, 15 likes, no dislikes. And he thinks his channel is growing, and he's the only one in there.
And like the 10 of the 22 people are like in this hangout right now.
Yeah, there's Jade. Okay, there's Jade. There's Pew. There's Rational Mind on an alternate account because he's blocked on his main account.
I'm gonna get in a moment.
There's Tyler Turton on a sock account. That's 5 right there.
You realize you did say 10 to the 22, right? Somebody said 10 to the 22.
I don't know.
I don't know what you're talking about.
All right.
So Johnny says Steve does ban. Yeah, of course I do. I ban pure trolls. Johnny Lee is a pure troll. Ask anybody. Ask my live feed. Ask him any here that's ever dealt with him. He's just pure troll. You know. So yes, I have banned Johnny.
Do you have the link to the stream, or was it just? Is it stream?
I got you, fam.
Yeah,
I got you, fam. Look at the side chat on the hangout.
Instead of doing RUM and COKE night with Flat Earthers, we're gonna do RUM and COKE night with Ronnie. Unfortunately, again, I cannot record our chat like I normally do. You guys just have to trust me that there's a lot of people watching and chatting right now. Oh, I got a dislike. Oh God, who eat meal? Yeah, he gave me a dislike. Oh,
I better counteract that with a like.
There you go. Thank you.
I'll remember to get all my other sock accounts to like the video.
Yeah. All right. So let's see what Ronnie's talking about over there. Pew Review says, but Ronnie doesn't care about views. Remember that, folks. Well, I think he does. I think all of us worry about views, but
I mean that's kind of the nature of this.
Yeah, it's YouTube. But he's the one that has said that he's going to take his channel in a different direction and be a lot harsher and a little more aggressive and a little more moderating and just ban people left and right. Well, I said that's a great way to get your channel, basically go to shit. So I took the different approach, right? I was like, I really don't want to have to ban anybody. And, my channel has grown tremendously and his has stagnated. I mean, he's sitting there by himself in there, for God's sake.
Steve, speaking of YouTube views, you guys, does anybody here know who Steven Crowder is?
Yeah,
I'm somewhat familiar with him. Not really, though.
Well, he's basically a political / comedian, but he did a really funny parody with the Dark Knight Rises Bane thing. He did some kind of parody with Bane. it's pretty funny. It was basically talking about YouTube views and demonetization and all that crap. But he did a really good parody on that with Bane with Dark Knight Rises. If just for shits and giggles, I recommend you guys just watch it. It is funny.
One thing I can't understand about Ronnie is that why the hell does he keep talking about views, but he won't put his view count up? It's like he keeps saying views, but with that, and he hides his view count.
It's sub count. Yeah, the view count you can actually see. Yeah, I've asked the same question, MP. I've asked him the same motherfucking question because I'm pushing 2,000 subs now, and he used to give me shit when I had like 500, right? And then he gave me shit when I had 1,000, and then he gave me shit when I had 1,500. Now I have 2,000. I have an increase. I don't know what his numbers have been. I have no idea, but I do know that his viewership has gone down tremendously. Now, of course, he has less videos. I take that into account. But if you actually look at the watch time, you look at the days he has videos, no, he doesn't have many people watching it.
Well, I still think he's living off the strength of that one video he got 40,000 views. The one with what is it? Who was it with? He did that the take on what's the philosopher, what's his name?
William Lane Craig.
William Lane Craig.
But that isn't a unique video. He just basically edited something.
But that's the video he always like when he went on Atheist Experience. He was like, I got a video with 40,000 views with William Lane Craig, and they were like, yeah. Boom.
He's never had a hangout that had 40,000 views. I had a hangout which is well over 10,000 views now. He's never touched that in a hangout. Not once. Not even close.
Somebody want to link Ronnie's hangout? I can't find it for some reason.
Well, it would probably be easier for him to get more views if he, didn't immediately delete everything.
Well, that would make more sense, CRISPR, but you're talking about Ronnie here. Ronnie is the king of doing the opposite what you would normally expect a rational human being to do. He really is. I mean, I'm telling you, if you're in a business situation or if you're in a job and you have a decision to make and you're like, damn, what should I do? Think to yourself, what would Ronnie do in this situation? And then do the opposite.
Ronnie is sort of like, okay, anyone remember that episode of South Park where they had Kanye West? This was the first time they did the episode of Kanye West and the fish stick joke.
It was too fucked up. I couldn't watch that episode. It was too fucked up.
I've seen every episode of South Park multiple times.
That's one of the few I have not seen. I need to watch that episode though.
That episode was too fucked up. Oh, okay, but that aside,
that was definitely.
What does that have to do with what we were talking about?
Hold on a second. Ronnie is sort of like Cartman. Cartman in that episode, who even though he didn't come up with the fish stick joke, after Jimmy made it up, he completely tried to take credit for it. That he would never accept anything contrary to that. He is the guy that rather than accepting like the correct answer to something, he will, instead of accepting a correction to something, he'll completely concoct an entire different story that's completely contrary to what is actually going on in reality, rather than just learn something and just move on.
Oh, he has a whole narrative. Oh, absolutely.
So wait, anytime you try to correct him, he basically rewrites the entire exchange so that he's not wrong?
Exactly.
Oh, absolutely.
I'll
give you an example. Like, for example, with the stock accounts I have, I said that he would say, look, Steve has all these stock accounts. By the way, and you even put in there, well, Steve has stock accounts now because flat earthers block him. And yes, almost all of them have flat earth and title or something to that effect. And Ronnie was like, oh, no, he's had those forever. And yet I've shown my things on screen that I only had one stock account for the longest time. So.
But I don't think I'd be able to deal with someone who does that because I don't have the best memory of the order of things said in conversations. Maybe not sometimes, more like pretty often sort of forget kind of what was just said, or rather I'll forget what was said 5 minutes ago when having a normal like conversation, like with words.
It's just revisionism, that's all. It's just revisionism.
That's one of the special aspects about Ronnie, though. Kind of like when he said that the phosphodiester bond in DNA is the one that breaks. He kept on that for about 3 years until he finally just dropped dead and say, yeah, I was wrong.
Sorry.
3 years?
I have to wait. I've got to step in. 3 years? I've got to issue a correction. He said phosphor-diester.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say the same thing. He said phosphor diester bonds. And he also had said, he kept calling it ribonucleic. No, ribo. Right, what did he? I get it right. He said
it's ribose.
Yeah, deoxyribose nucleic acid.
Oh my god!
And I'm sure that to CRISPR that must
And
go.
this is for 3 years.
Yeah, yeah, I'm not 9. He is the DNA expert, and he kept calling it deoxyribose nucleic acid. We're like, no, Ronnie.
It's kind of like whenever you hear him say Kent Hovind.
Oh, that drives me nuts too.
Oh, that's so funny that when he does that.
Wait,
You know what? And I hear he's a telemarketer too. That must be one hell of a phone call. I could just
They have to read that shit on a teleprompter thing on the monitor, right?
Hey, you
I
guys
can't
want to
believe
buy
Ronnie
some
knows how to read.
Oxide
If
Clan?
you ever get a call from Ronnie, you got to record it while he's telemarketing. That must be like the most hilarious shit on the planet.
Well, it's
So the only people he has over there besides Pew that are like agreeing with him, he's got Teal Summers, a flat earther. Yay, go Ronnie. He's got Johnny Lee 2K93, one of the biggest trolls around, because that's all he does. He's never stepped foot in any hangout. And One Way Apologetics, who actually is not too bad of a person. But that's the only people in the live chat. Like, literally, right now.
Wow.
Q, One Way, Johnny
I'm
Lee
in it-
Teal,
I'm in it
and this guy
well.
named Matthew McKinnon.
I'm in it because I'm
Tyler-
just in it. I'm not really doing anything.
In the live chat, Tyler Durden said deoxyribose nuclear acid. I don't know if he's I don't know if
Deoxyribose nuclear acid.
Nuclear acid.
nuclear or
Well, that's
nuclear.
first.
What did he say? How did he react to that? What did he say about it? Did he like?
He still doesn't know. I don't think he's ever corrected himself. I have no idea.
Nuclear acid is the most deadly type of acid.
50. He's got 50 fucking dislikes already. Holy shit. Is he talking? I heard something in the background.
Is it wrong for me to be morally compelled to like give him a like just to, you know?
I don't care. But dude, let me play the video. I hear background noise. Is somebody playing his video?
Let me.
Who's got the
let me
video
know.
playing in
I'm
the
gonna mute
background?
my mic. Let me know if it goes away.
Nope, it's still there. Try Calzer. It's Calzer.
I didn't hear
Nope,
anything.
it's not.
What?
Do I have it? Maybe it's mine. Oh, I have it in my background. I'm sorry.
Calzer's muted.
By the way, Steve,
Yeah, I don't remember unmuting.
I tested it. I can get audio to play through my my computer audio to play through my microphone. So next time you need me, give me a call. I'll probably be available to help. Though I'll have to refresh my damn page in order to switch between using one mic over the other. For whatever reason,
I
it
haven't
doesn't let me
figured
do
out
it
what's
live.
causing this issue yet. I have no idea why when I'm recording, I get all my computer internal noises and picks up the mic like it's like super sensitive. I have no idea.
So like your computer fan and everything is in your microphone too, even though your
it's got
computer's like
a
three
constant hum.
light years away.
It's got a regular hum. If you look at the sinusoidal wave, it's a hum. It's like a hum of a fan or something.
It's sinusoidal. What the hell is
Sometimes your air
sinusoidal.
conditioner can do that.
Sinusoidal.
It's a sine wave. No, it's not. It makes no difference. I have the air.
Do you know what my problem is with that, Steve? I had a fucking Indian for a Calc 1 teacher in college, like the dot, not the feather, but yeah. And he got the whole class saying infinite by the end of the the semester. So yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah, it was that bad.
Hyperbole instead of hyperbole.
But yeah, see, Teal's a cheerleader now for Ronnie. Do you guys know that? Teal Summers? She's like, oh, you just troll over here, Steve. You troll flat earthers. And I'm like, well, yeah, I troll flat earthers, but I'm not trolling over here, Teal. I actually want Ronnie to answer these questions. I really do. But I'm not going to go in his room to get answers. That's just stupid. He's proven beyond any doubt that he's never going to give anybody a actual conversation in his room. It's just not going to happen. He'll mod you out of the room before he ever looks stupid. Right? Well, okay, he does look stupid. I mean, before he has to recognize that his back against the wall and admit that he's wrong, he will mute you out of the room. And he's done it to me every time. I'm like ready to go for that kill shot. Yeah, forget it.
But I think Ronnie has memorized like scripts because he says the same exact, literally word for word in the same order. He does not change a word of it. Like when he starts his whole deep breath. All right, this is how it goes.
The G couple proteins of the sugar phosphate backbone of the
Hogtie's got the best explanation for this. It's like he found page 268 of a textbook at a bus stop somewhere, and he memorized it.
Truth, Joe. That's not
right.
That's not even a hyperbole.
Goldcoin says Ronnie just went live.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know what's on the previous page or the next page.
Right,
he just knows 268, and that's it.
Right. And he speaks it so fast too. He's like, he just runs through. I'm like, what?
If you stop
Hey,
him,
testing
he's
one,
got to
two.
start from the
You have to
beginning.
start over again.
You got to start from scratch. Yeah.
Rapid fire technique.
Can I be heard?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Ronnie, he was in the running for Dumb Fuck of the Year award, right?
No, he won Dumb Fuck of the Year.
He won.
Oh.
That's
Yeah,
he was so bad. He was like, yeah, you know what? I'm glad he won.
The Russians rigged that election for real.
The Russian sock accounts. Hannah hacked it and made him win.
I'm not going to.
Do you guys have any examples
politics?
of-
But that was like so stupid that the email chain. Oh my god.
Do you guys have
yeah,
any examples
I don't want to go down the round. I don't want to go to the road of politics, but I will say that Donald Trump's Jr. just wasn't thinking. He just wasn't thinking.
Dude, he really dumbassed that one bad. He really did.
He did a Ronnie. He really did do a Ronnie.
Quick pull.
Yeah. And look, you know how I am, Steve, bro. I gotta admit, yeah, he fucked up pretty bad.
Just a quick poll though. No legal advice, bad legal advice, or good legal advice that he completely went against.
I think he had no legal advice. I don't think he bothered to get legal counsel. I think he just did it arbitrarily. On his own
You're talking
accord.
about to dump it, to dump his emails?
Yeah.
No. This New York Times is going to dump him at 11 o'clock.
We're going to publish
Yeah,
it.
that's what I said. The New York Times was going to
before.
Right, the New York Times was going to expose, show them. I think he just preempted them without asking a lawyer ahead of time.
The thing is, apparently,
I could be wrong. I have no idea. But
Apparently, he dumped a lot more than what the New York Times had.
Well, I don't know. I think that was good that he did. I mean, it showed the transparency. I mean, well, yeah, it showed he was an absolute idiot for what he did. But hey, I mean, you can't take the good with the bad.
So because he was going to get busted, and I don't know if there's any legal ramifications, but there certainly is a PR nightmare. So he preempted them by dumping everything that he had. But by the way, did he talk to a lawyer?
Oh, I doubt.
I have no idea.
I would suppose when you're that high up, you have to have a lawyer on standby. Listen, they're about to document dump. He's probably got on the phone. They're about to document dump my email. What should I do? And they probably said, listen, put it all out, because if you get in front of it, then you kill the New York Times article and everybody be talking about it, and then you can use transparency as your issue. I would be.
It sounds like somebody from Scandal gave him some advice. By the way, I love that show. Great show.
But if it
I
was,
think the advice then would be to find.
That's just the saving grace. There's nothing illegal about what he did.
No. And I'm not saying that it was, but it is a PR nightmare.
Yeah, and well, unfortunately, though, for Trump, it doesn't matter if it was illegal, right? Because
how Zucker wants those ratings.
Well, no, it's just that an impeachable offense is whatever the majority of Congress considers to be an impeachable.
Oh, that's
offense.
not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen.
But let's say even if his son got in trouble legally, Trump can always pardon him too. He can just give him a
that crossed my mind.
That doesn't reek of nepotism at all. And I know nepotism is hiring of people. I'm using it very broadly in that case.
Ford pardoned Nixon after Watergate. That's how that's
And if I remember serves correct, Ford said that was the most regrettable decision he ever made too.
But he did it.
He did it.
The thing is, you've got to remember that most of the Republicans in Congress would probably prefer President Pence to President Trump, right? Which
just look at Pence.
Which does not bode well for Trump.
I'm going to back away from this politics talk.
Yeah, no worries. I don't want to go down the rabbit
Everything
hole
that
with
we
politics.
say is going to go badly for Trump winds up going into Trump's favor in some weird fucking way. The guy's like Teflon for whatever reason. I don't get it.
He's the magic man.
A bunch of spineless incompetence.
Fuck Teflon, dragon skin, military.
So the bigger question is who here besides me is drinking tonight?
Oh shit! Hold my beer. I gotta go get a beer.
We will wait for you.
I'm at an AA meeting right now.
You're at an AA meeting?
I got a variety. I got rolling.
Let me wrap my head around this. You're at an AA meeting?
No, I was just joking. I said I was.
It's rum and coke night, motherfucker. You're not going to be at an AA
I'm
meeting.
underage, so
He's underage. You can't drink.
There was something.
He said it.
If people don't know, sorry, you go.
No, you know what, Cal? You wait, Cal. You always let people go because you're just a whiny little twerp. But I'm gonna let you go next.
All right,
Cal.
So I decided to do the equivalent of masturbating with a cheese grater. I decided to challenge myself with making a working flat Earth model. People from Talking Shit Tuesday probably saw my attempt at my first step, which was in making a working flat Earth model for the flat Earthers. Even though I'm not a flat Earther myself, I decided I wanted to try.
Wait, Counselor, this has already been done very well, actually. By I have to send you the link. This is already done very well.
Really?
Well, give him the link, and that way he can kind of glean off of it.
I'd have to wait till after. Look, Counselor, I'll send it to you.
Okay then.
Hey, Ocean, why'd you kick him, man? I'm just kidding. He just randomly dropped. He'll be back. Apology is drinking rum and coke 0.
Dude, I didn't kick nobody. I wasn't even here.
Les Nagy is bourbon.
Vodka. I'm sitting here with my crystal head now. Mm-hmm.
Pew is back from the grave right now.
Oh, is Kaiser back? Did he get back?
No, but yeah, Counselor, that
Pew kicked you out.
My fucking cam's on. I'm doxing myself.
I'm gonna start sniping people.
Pew, what happened? I saw you over there fighting a good fight in the chat section, man. What's going on?
Yeah, Pew. Pew, by the way, I give you props. You had to listen to that. I muted. I'm not even lying. When I say I'm muting him. You actually had to listen to that fucking diatribe, that monologue of self-pity, and it's just getting to the point. I'm almost to the point I don't even want to mention him anymore. I feel bad.
Was
I
that
really
a
do.
3-hour villain monologue? That was like a 3-hour villain monologue.
Let me get the time code on exactly how fucking long it was. Hold up.
Pew, you still have that fucking shotgun?
Because of
after that hangout, he probably needs it.
Because of Pew's profile photo, I thought
every hangout ends about 2 hours off your life. Okay, life expectancy, like a cigarette. So everyone
I put it up in my times of greatest sorrow.
Steve, yes.
Steve,
every 3-hour hangout is about 3 hours off your life. That's true.
Every what's that, CRISPR?
Every 3-hour hangout is about 3 hours off your life. That's true.
Yeah, but with Ronnie's, though, there's like a time factor. There's like an anti-time dilation. So every 3 hours is actually equivalent to like, like 3 years off your life.
Well, what's that torture machine from The Princess Bride? I've just taken 1 year of your life. I think it will win as high as 5.
So Pew, what did you learn from that? How many hour it was ordeal from Ronnie?
A little bit more about how much I hate myself.
Do you feel self-loathing? Do you feel like you have no worth?
You know what?
Do you want to cry on my shoulder? I mean, I'll comfort you.
Should I give you 2 minutes?
No, it's not gay. He's having. You got a shotgun. Skyrider has a fucking shotgun now too.
There's like a huge age difference, gay. Like 20-year difference.
I tweeted out this image to Microblog because I caught the stream after it had ended. I tweeted it out to him. He thought it was funny.
It's hilarious.
That is good. I love that.
So Hana wants to know what happened in Ronnie's hangout. All I know is that Hana had, like I said, graciously offered to go in and give Ronnie some kind of consolation by having a conversation with another human being, that other than him just diatribing him and stuff. But he ignored her. He actually ignored her. He didn't even acknowledge her offer.
Yep.
Just imagine if you had like a camera on him while he was talking into the void, like he's sitting there in front of the computer, probably in the dark.
And the it'd be like this. It'd be like, and the ATP synthase that Steve is a lying.
You're not moving your eyes enough. You're not moving your eyes enough. You need to be reading from the screen.
You know, the reason
and the G couple protein that is the
there it is. Yeah,
complex of the BC subunits.
The reason
It's not about moving your eyes. It's not about moving your eyes. It's about making sure you're looking at something into the void itself. Then you did that perfectly.
Yeah, he's looked at that void way too long. Let me tell you.
Also,
I'll
remember
tell you.
that grammar is pretty much non-existent, so it's going to be hard to figure out what the hell he's talking about.
I gotta say, the real reason I wish that he had the camera on is so that we might have a chance to figure out what the hell is going on in the background. Was somebody sawing back there? Or
I had most of the conversation muted. The only time I first got there, the first thing I heard was him saying something to the effect that Steve messed up on the the ATP synthase. And I'm like, okay, Ronnie, what did I mess up on? Matter of fact, when I had that debate with Ronnie, I was brushing up on this stuff, and I believe I went to you, CRISPR, did I not? It was a rational mind. I get you guys confused. No offense sometimes. But that I had asked you about this kind of stuff, and I actually got information from either you or Rational about ATP synthase. I wanted to understand it. I wanted to really, know how it worked.
Steve, I don't want to cut you off, but Ronnie was tuning a guitar during that debate. That's why he didn't do so well. Just want to make sure.
I know, and I don't. You know what? If he had to get that G just right. By the way, the argument now is should it be A4 equals 440 or A equals 432? If it's a Mandela effect. So if you guys haven't seen that yet, go look it up.
It took him that long to tune a guitar.
Berenstein Bears.
Yeah, no, though,
Berenstein
but the new one.
Bears.
A equals tuning for A is a 440 hertz or a 432 hertz. Is a new Mandela effect. How you remember? To me, it's 440, but in another quantum universe, it's 432, I guess.
People are going to be out there believing that you actually believe that.
Why not, man?
It's a rum and coke night. Fuck it.
It's a rum and coke night. I'll entertain anything.
After Ronnie's hangout, we should call it rum and cocaine night.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Steve, for that soundbite.
Give me the video now, you cuck.
I have corrupted Callister so fucking bad.
Yeah, I cringe when Callister starts talking that way. I'm like, dude, you just don't. Just don't.
What you do to the
It works when I do it. It doesn't work when Aussie ginger kids do it.
Shut the fuck up.
Underage
who have
Aussie
Minecraft
kids.
who have Minecraft channels. Right, Cal?
Yeah, he's still got a Minecraft channel.
Cal, a Minecraft mania, huh?
Oh, shut up! No, Pew. I told you.
You're not gonna
go punch some trees.
So what else did you learn over there, Pew? Because like I said, I had just heard again that I had messed up on the ATP synthase, although he didn't tell me what. He never does, and that oh yeah, I had brought up that whole 16 kDa proteolipid thing again that is found in V ATPases. He said it in the last hangout that he had, or one of the last ones he had, that was an F ATPases, which I always thought that he believed that. And I also believe that he thought that the C ring, and again, if they're the CRISPR or rational mind, I had asked, hey, does Ronnie think that the C ring has 10 to 14 different subunits in an FDPases that are in humans? And I found out, yeah, he does. So, CRISPR, would you say that's a fundamental misunderstanding, though? He basically reads Wikipedia and applies it ubiquitously.
This is his problem. Again, to go to Hogtie's analogy, the thing is that on the previous page, it said in E. coli, right? And then it went to the next page and it started describing these things. And that's why he's so confused.
And it's funny you mentioned that because I haven't said before. I'm like, and I had it prepared in my debate actually that I didn't get to in the Q&A. But I was like, I was going to say he's confusing E. coli with humans as far as the.
And I mean, I know he does that. I know he does that with the with all sorts of things in terms of DNA replication, right? But he's always going on about the how does he say it? He says the beta clamp, doesn't he?
Beta clamps and the helicase.
Right. Yeah.
It's just like that. By the way, correct me if I'm wrong, but humans don't have helicase. We have topoisomerase, which is, I guess, considered a type of helicase, but they don't call it a helicase, right?
But we do not. Man, and now he's going to make me say it. The beta clamp is not something in humans. There's a similar thing. There's a homologous protein, but not that one. So
right,
talks about
that's been pointed out to him again. That's been pointed out to him.
Yeah, I know, and he still does it because that is in his memorized speech, so he can't not say it.
He has to, and the sad part is that this is their science guy. This is their top-notch science guy. You know, when they want science information, Ronnie is the guy they go to.
See, I go to CRISPR, I go to Rational, I go to Fiona. I want to learn this stuff correctly, right? I don't want to be incorrect. I have a hard time pronouncing things. I admit that, especially I would have been drinking. But at CRISPR, I mean, and be honest. I mean, I swear to God, be honest. I'm not going to kick you unless you're really brutal, I'll be honest. But I mean, am I ever that fundamentally flawed and conceptually to the point you'd be like, holy shit, Steve, you are fucking on la la land right now, conceptually about the specific concept?
No, I would say that at worst, his pronunciation is sometimes better than yours.
And that's fine. Yeah. But I mean, have I ever been so in left field conceptually where you would ever say, Steve, you are just lost?
Yeah. I mean, but the thing is that I think that you, like most people, when you get into topics you're not terribly familiar with, you start to get hesitant and you start to say, yeah, I'm not terribly sure about this. It's not my area. I don't know. Let me go look it up. And then you look it up. And then for those things you've read about, you're more confident. Still not 100% because it's not like you spent 5 years studying it, right? But then again, once you start getting to the real far edges of it, you start getting more hesitant. And True doesn't do that because he thinks he already knows everything.
Yeah, but I think that's where you have to be. But again, you didn't answer though. Have I ever been so conceptual?
Not that I've seen.
Okay. And has Ronnie been conceptually confused?
Well, he thought that DNA fell apart like tissue paper in water. So
he lives in a state of perpetual confusion.
Yeah.
No, but
I think CRISPR.
He knows that he knows nothing. It's funny because if you ask him, he's not confused. We're all confused. Science is confused.
Well, I think CRISPR is hitting a good point as far as general misconception of armchair experts. When an honest person doesn't know about a field and needs to get verification from genuine peer-reviewed process, people that have been in the field, studied it, and have done actual test measurements and observations. And that's where normal people would generally go. But when you have somebody who has an agenda, who wants to have a personal bias in the situation, that in which the outcome needs to be what they want it to be, rather than letting the chips fall where they may, and accepting data as is, well, then you get people like Ronnie, and I think flat earthers fall under the same category. It's just general dishonesty because of the need. It's bias. It all goes down to bias.
Well, when I'm in Ronnie's room, one thing he constantly says is that he debates PhDs, he debates these people, and shows these people where they're wrong. And I think that emboldens him to say, look at me. I don't, I've never even looked at a book of this stuff, but yet I can debate a PhD and show them where they're wrong in these topics. So, it's not as complicated as people think it is. And
it is so
really, he knows nothing.
Well, this coming from
yes, but I think
a master's degree. Remember that.
But he lived. I think you're spot on. He uses that. Oh, look at I discuss things with PhDs all the time and point out they're wrong and stuff. Which, by the way, he doesn't do. But he's not at that level. He's not even. I wouldn't even put him in a high school. I would put him at grade school level on most topics. But he literally thinks that he is qualified to engage on a PhD level. To me, that's mind-bogglingly absurd. That's like our King Logos trying to pretend he's an engineer. It's just not reality.
It's like
on top of that, though, I mean,
it's like Arcane trying to pretend he isn't stoned.
Oh, that's true. I don't think he can. I don't think he can pretend that.
Did anything the members of the CCP say? Does anything that they say really comport with reality ever?
No,
I haven't had any.
I mean, but you know what, Cal?
Not
I
with
tell
their
you what.
science claims, really.
We'll ask that question to the audience. Again, I don't. Hang on. I don't block many people. So I mean, I have a pretty good selection to draw upon. I mean, live chat. And by the way, again, we have 2 to 3 times as many people watching than Ronnie did. Ask the question to the live chat and see how they respond, and get how many people you can find that actually agree and disagree.
Devil's avocado. This is an echo chamber.
You know, I can see how that could be perceived from an outside point of view, but you know what? I have one response to that. Citations, citations, citations.
Well, he just thinks everybody's citation.
I'm kind of tired of looking at YouTube live chats for a while. I think I'm good for the night, so I'm gonna leave that for other people to do. But before I head out of here, I really just wanted to come in and say hi. Pretty much. Before I head out, there was one thing that I did learn from Ronnie's hangout, and that's that his grandmother makes some really good tamales.
I thought you were going to say you're going to pull the trigger.
You know what? I got to say something in response to the previous question. I'm guessing that is probably something that does actually correspond to reality. I bet his grandmother does make really good tamales.
Steve,
so there's that.
Steve, can I get the honor of ejecting Pew?
Oh, please do.
Sure.
All right. Pew.
Callum Minecraft Mania, go subscribe.
Shut the fuck up. Hang on. Wait. There we go.
Now I can be the only one with the shotgun.
Bye, Pew. True lone sidewinder.
Apology has asked the question because I guess Kaiser didn't want to ask it again. So, live chat. Does the CCP ever say anything that comports with reality besides the example just given about tamales? Sure, I believe that comports with reality. But how about this? When it comes to science, has the Concord Posse ever said anything that comports with reality? And just give me a straight yes or no. And then anybody who's looking at the live chat can actually read it off.
I don't mind reading off the live chat.
Well, that way they don't think that I'm reading it, right? We get a separate validation.
Van the Man says yes.
Okay, that usually follows up with a when it happened and some details.
Tyler Durden says maybe on accident. Yeah, there might be some accidental stuff. I mean, a broken clock is right twice a day if it's an analog. Yeah,
it's an analog.
Yeah, it doesn't apply to digital so much, right?
Paul Logia says ever yes. Dogs don't give birth to non-dogs.
No, G-Man swears dogs give birth to non-dogs.
Yeah, but somehow, man, amazingly, when a dog and a wolf mate, they give birth to a duck wolf.
Not according to evolution. It'll be a chicken.
Doesn't G-Man say here? Is he still with that?
G-Man's version of evolution.
Van the Man asked the question I was thinking, which is, Steve, what is different about digital?
Because if it's broken, it's not going to read anything.
Oh, that's true.
Fuck, I'm the one drinking. if it's digital, then it's going to be either no power to it or the LEDs aren't working.
If you look really close, it'll say 8888.
Years ago, back when I was in high school, I used to actually like electronics, and as you guys know, I was a Radio Shack store manager for like 6 years before I went in the Navy, and then after I got in the Navy. And I used to get little chips that would drive LEDs, and those were the timing devices were the coolest thing. Now I realize if I were to make those things nowadays, probably looking like this, they would probably think I'm making a bomb, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah,
I was about to make a phone call right now.
Speaking of electronic watches, I got a watch.
Delete video.
On it. It's got a compass and shit and everything.
Next day, I'm waiting for you to say Allah Akbar.
Allah Akbar.
Be careful.
There was this guy, and I read the news every day. There was a guy who was a Muslim that had a little sign with had these two women next to him, and the sign said, don't judge me because I'm Muslim. Don't be afraid of me or something. Come give me a hug. He just got arrested for terrorist threats.
Damn.
All because of a shit, something that he got out of the gas Crisis episode of Always Sunny?
I don't know what the reasoning was. Oh, they like my fire. Do you guys want my fire back? Do you like the fire, or you don't like the fire?
I like.
We always, dude. This is
I like the fire.
This is the
Yeah,
internet.
it's
Hell yeah, hell you motherfucking yeah. Fire, fire.
Gives me like a omnipresent something.
Fire.
You will burn if you don't worship me. No.
I can tell.
Om Nam Shivaya.
I'm so going to hell.
Practicing for your place to hell. Yeah.
Om Nam Shivaya.
Well, I mean, it's like I was joking about the fire. Too late, bitch. You get fired. Yeah.
Oh, you
The
use
only thing
Hangout
now is, like,
Toolbox. That's how you do it.
Dude, is Wolf King still here? Where the fuck is Wolf King? Oh, this would be so fucking funny. Is this like some kind of like Lucy, daughter of the devil? He could really get into this shit.
Well, oh, speaking of which, you know what? I will have to make a video, I guess, at some point about Lies of the Devil's video against me. And he probably would use something like this to go, oh, look, Steve is totally satanic. The guy said he saw the face of Satan in a fucking jet on a book cover.
Is this like a Cool Hard Logic episode 1 of World of Batshit supplemental?
This is a world of batshit. And it's like, Theo, okay, I believe that you believe that Hovind is a fraud because Hovind's a fraud.
It's World of Fuck Nuttery.
But you still accept young creationism, and now you're seeing demonic forms wherever you look. That is a sign to me of a problem. And maybe it is, maybe it's not. But I mean, it's clearly not a face of anything. It's pareidolia, and how would he know what the hell Satan looks like, anyways?
This chat got me like. You can see my.
They got some popcorn. I mean, think about it. I mean, why? I mean, if Satan wants to remain incognito, right? Isn't it supposed to be that Satan's greatest lie was to convince you that he doesn't exist? And now he's going to magically appear on a face on a combat jet in a Sam's Club?
We just did.
And honestly, just admit it. This chat, this hangout you will actually wake up refreshed in the morning after being in here.
Possibly, but I mean, what do you guys think? I mean, what do you think about somebody who actually goes around going, "Oh, look, here's the face of Satan in this fighter jet on this book cover in Sam's Club"?
I would let somebody that Obama Satan.
Well, the first question would be, what would they smoke before they walked into the store?
Yeah, second question is, man, you actually have to have a membership. You have to pay a membership to get in there. That's double fucked up.
So you're saying that he's contributing to Satan's funds because he's a Costco member or a Sam's Club member?
Yeah. Walmart is like that proves Walmart is Satan.
I don't even know where to go with it because I mean I think he's just so far gone. He's like Mario because he actually believes this. I don't think Mario from the Vigilant Christian. I don't know if he actually believes his own bullshit, but this guy actually does. Theo does. But I don't know how to do a video response to him. I actually want to make a video response that's cool, but I haven't decided how to go about it yet. So.
Look, let me give Steve. Look, the very fact that you brought up the fire light thing, that in itself is fucking cool. That's it. That's all I have to say.
Someone in the comments brought up the fire.
Yeah, and I just turned it on. But yeah, I'll think of something. But actually, what I wanted to do, I just don't have the patience to do it. I was going to go through each frame by frame and point out all the shit in his video, like on the screen and his face. I can make images out of, but that would take some time. But Apologia says Theo's destroying the good that he's done. I'm really sad for him. I agree with you. Theo did do some good. He actually did point out a lot of the problems with Hovind, and now his credibility is being shot to hell because he's seeing fucking the face of Satan everywhere. I mean, this is not fucking the Dark Ages. This is 2017. Okay, even your most fundamental evangelistic Christian doesn't go around saying, "Oh, look, Satan is in this picture." He thinks the Transformers promote Satanism.
No, that's just Shia LaBeouf and like his literally fucked upness. Shia LaBeouf fucked up Transformers alone, and Satan had nothing to do with it.
It wasn't Satan; it was Shiloh.
Yeah, Shia. Yeah, it was Shia alone.
The actual cannibal Shia LaBeouf.
Oh, I gotta get another drink. So, anyways, continue on without me. Rum and Coke night.
Did you guys see the latest arrest of Shia LaBeouf, like in the back of the cop car? Where he's literally like he's literally telling the cop like calling the cop constantly like a racist bitch. It's a black cop, and the cop is sighing like several times over, like, oh God, I couldn't be the one doing this shit. Oh God, I couldn't be the one to arrest this guy. Oh God, and then Shia's like, you fucking bitch! I pay my taxes. I pay your fucking salary, motherfucker, bitch. You're a part of the fucking system. And it's fucking hilarious.
I asked this question in the live chat, but you guys probably aren't reading it, so I'm going to go ahead and ask it here because I want you guys' opinions as well. Because I used to believe in all the woo shit that spirit science peddled, I want to make a series responding to spirit science. And
it's already been done to death by Mortimer and
I don't care. It's a personal pet project.
Sure.
Calzer, you're a good man. You are. Just by saying that, I already know. Dude, like, you are really cool in my book. I just have to say that.
Who are you talking to?
You.
Me?
Calzer?
Yeah.
What? Love the pronoun game.
Calzer.
Anyway,
It's cow stuff.
So the reason I brought it up is because I wanted to ask, what do you guys think about the name Are You Spirit Sciencing Me? It's like the only thing I've been able to come up with for the past like 3 years that I've been wanting to do a series.
Oh, never mind. Wait. Oh, sorry. Wait. That was Anase you were talking. I thought it was Calzer talking.
Fuck you, buddy.
I'm shutting up now.
Kaiser, you can't just go around insulting people like that.
Wait, I would never insult anybody. I was like, I thought that was cool when he's like at the wrong person. It's like I gave the wrong person the compliment. Like, oh, fuck you.
I'm still trying to figure out how meteor showers work in my flat Earth model.
Good luck with that.
Yeah. because they happen regularly every May and October as the Earth goes around the sun and passes through the coma tails. So I'm not sure how I'm going to get around that if the Earth is stationary.
You're working on that. I'm still trying to figure out how Australia works on a flat Earth model.
And by the way, you guys
No,
have you guys
because
have
we just don't exist. We just don't exist.
Yeah, because I mean, like, Australia should be like 5 times the size it actually is, right?
yeah. You talking about the Gleason model, right? Yeah. Australia is supposed to fit 2 Americas in there. Yeah, how's that going to happen?
You guys can show. You guys all have mods. You can show Ocean and anybody else who comes in.
Oh wait, I'm sorry.
Unless
Yes,
you don't
I
know that.
have mods.
Yeah, all you assholes.
By the way, you guys say that every 10 minutes. So everybody who says mods, you got to say that you have mods, and you got to say it every 10 minutes.
Or
I have mods.
There you go. You got to say it 3 times.
I have mods.
You
I have
could
mods.
just.
This is like a
You could
Beetlejuice
just-
type thing.
No, it's a Darwin's deity type thing.
Oh, okay.
Here's the thing, right? If you want to shrink Australia to its correct size, in proportion to America on the map, then you're only going to make the oceans around Australia even bigger.
By the way, did you guys? Oh, I thought you were done. Sorry.
You either have the oceans or the land. You can't have both.
Right.
They're gonna have both. They're gonna want to like use motherfucking magic.
To me,
wait, what can't be larger? What the fuck?
Okay, because if you have ever seen the flat Earth map,
the Gleason
Australia.
model.
Well, I just put it called the azimuthal equidistant projection map. It's the same thing, but
Yeah, it is.
Stop using big words to confuse people.
You need to tone it down for the audience so they can understand it.
The retarded map.
Ronnie can understand.
The
I think you're
retard map.
talking about the UN logo, right?
Yeah, that too. Yeah,
that's the one they love.
Yeah. So if you
This
look
is
at
the equatorial equidistant with the longitudes are like radiate from the
So like in the map, right? Australia is fucking huge compared to the United States when they're about the same width, but like it's twice the size when they're about the same in reality. So
yeah, I could drive across Alaska in like fucking 2 hours. Great.
Yeah, but driving across here would take like 2.41 times longer on the flat Earth.
Exactly.
That just fucks it up.
That reminds me.
Then there's the monstrosity that is the Pacific Ocean.
Wow. Yeah.
Somebody told me to go check out this channel. I know who Hyperion is. He's an idiot.
Honestly, it seems like that's just making things a little bit too difficult because most of these people live in the northern hemisphere and they're never going to go to Australia anyway.
Look at the fucking size of Cuba. Like, go down to Cuba again, Calcer.
Cuba.
Look at the fucking stretch of Cuba. What the fuck?
It gets wider as you go. Oh, by the way, there's already a woman that sailed around this much faster than any sailboat could, so it's impossible. It just doesn't work.
The sailboat has Futurama jet engines.
I was about to say, are you sure her sailboat wasn't a fighter jet?
Yeah.
Real quickly, we had talked about a reference to Darwin. Did you guys actually hear Brojo in the hearing out earlier today saying that he wanted to have a chat or debate or discussion with a genetically modified skeptic, and he wanted a fair moderator, and his first suggestion was Darwin's deity.
Wow.
Yeah, I can't make this shit up.
Wow. Hey,
I was there for that. I can confirm.
Do you guys?
I was like, holy shit! I thought he'd be like, okay, Steve, I don't want to have you. I get that, whatever. Let's get a fair moderator. Let's have like Christian Anarchist or General Han Solo, Hanazubi, something like that. I would be like, oh, okay, you know what? I'm okay with that. Totally fair. But he says Darwin's fucking deity, and I'm like, have you lost your fucking mind, Brojo? Seriously?
I barely even know these people because I only just recently started getting into all this great debate community flat earth bullshit like last year or two. But even I know enough about Darwin's deity to know that was fucking stupid.
Yeah, it was like what the fuck moment.
There was also something I did want to mention about.
No, go ahead,
first.
Oh yeah, there was something I did want to mention. If I can just quickly make some shitty little sun little things here. So if we look down here, this is the Tropic of Capricorn, right? Let's just put a sun here. This is the equator, and this is the Tropic of Cancer, right? Now, in order for the for this to work, right? Let's just imagine. So this is in that would be June to this would be June the 21st, right? This would be March the 21st and September the 21st, and this would be December the 21st. So they go around every day. The one at the bottom here would have to speed up, while this one would have to go slower. So over the course of a year, the sun would have to speed up and slow down depending on where it was. Closer in, slower, further out, speeding up. But the funny part is that wait. People directly on the Tropic of Capricorn say people hang on. I can't. Well, whatever. People like directly in Australia here, when they see the sun go directly overhead, they don't see it faster than the people here on the Tropic of Cancer when they see it go overhead. They don't see it faster when they're here. When it's their solstice.
So Calder, what you're trying to say is flat Earth is bullshit.
It doesn't work. Flat Earth is bullshit. Yeah.
Calder, that's a drop. That's a drop in the bucket of just the monumental fail that is flat Earth.
It just doesn't work.
Yeah,
it is a league of its own of stupidity. It is. I could, if somebody had said, Steve, can you think of something somebody believes that is more fucked up than flat Earth? I would be hard pressed to do so.
Nibiru would be the only thing I can think of that is probably more.
Even that, I don't think is bad.
Time cube.
No, well, hang on. They are finding out that stars probably are born in binary pairs, and the sun might have had a binary pair long since left, our solar system. But that's still more likely Nibiru or whatever than flat Earth. Now, time cube, yeah, okay, that's in a league of its own, but.
Steve, I'll give you I'll throw you an olive branch on that. as far as statistics, yeah, binary and trinary star systems are actually more common than single star systems, which like it's not.
Well, they think that all stars, almost all stars, are born in binary pairs, but they just lose their gravity. They actually, don't get gravitationally connected to each other. That was a study that came out last week or so.
I know it's a hypothesis that has really that has a long way to go, but it's I could see why that would be. It's a decent hypothesis. It's viable as far as you know what came into the context, but
another thing I want to ask you guys. Yeah, we're jumping
Is it
topics.
my turn yet?
You know what? Go ahead, because I'm gonna jump topics after you're done. So go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say, please do remember that when, or rather, if you get anything set up with Brojo and genetically modified skeptic, struggling to remember the first word. If you do get anything set up, let me know if you can get a 2v2 going on.
Yeah, I'll see what I can do.
Depends on what you're debating. I might side with Brojo.
I missed the last part after.
I said depends on what you're debating. I might side with Brojo.
Oh.
That'd be interesting. So
I don't think I want to be on his team.
So let me ask you.
That's why I want to be on his team, because it's a terrible idea. But
you like a challenge, though, right? You'll take the handicap and you'll be on that team. Yeah.
If you're debating something I agree with, then yeah.
Well, that'd be like, it's kind of like, me debating somebody and I have Neffy on my team, right? It would be considered a handicap, but I would have to make it work.
No, it's I guess. But what do you and Neff agree on? I guess like maybe
I don't even know how to fucking.
Well, he thinks the Earth is round. He does think the Earth is round.
Oh yeah. If you did like a round Earth debate with Neff on your side, that would be kind of a handicap, wouldn't it?
But he was a geocentrist. Well, yeah, he was a geocentrist for a while.
Yeah, the geocentrist is fine. I don't really have a problem with
that. So I got a question though, because this has been bugging me before we go on to other things. In Ronnie's Hangout, he had actually said something to the effect that that it's unfortunate that we have people like Steve in our community and blah blah blah. And I'm like, can anybody tell me what community he's talking about? Because I don't consider Ronnie part of the Great Debate community. He's not our bossy.
You talk about
we talk about it, but he's not in the Great Debate community. He's not in our community as a group of people. There's hundreds of people that listen and like the channels that are in the Great Debate Network. His channel's not one of them. So what community is he referring to, as I'm curious?
I guess that's true.
Steve, I think a pun would be better in order here. Like, you ruined my plans.
Well, can anybody? No, seriously. Can anybody? What group? What organization? What group? What community is he referring to that he's thinking that it's a shame that I'm a part of? Because I'm in no organization, group, or whatever that is connected to his.
Well, I mean, you're both non-dogs, so.
Fair enough. Okay, thank you. That's very true. Okay, so I don't think he was referring to the non-dog community though.
Is Ronnie streaming or something? Maybe we can ask him.
Oh no, he's a chicken shit. He doesn't answer these questions. Matter of fact, again, I'd answer some questions in the live feed. I got blocked on like 6 more accounts because he didn't want to answer them. And then he's like, "Well, you can come in here, Steve." I'm like, he won't even fucking answer my questions in the live chat. And if I go in there I've learned from experience, every time I ask him a question he won't answer, he just changes it to something else. So he's like, no, we're not going to talk about that. Fuck you, Ronnie.
Well,
yeah, he does it all the time.
I got a question I want to ask you, Steve. Just out of curiosity. I mean,
I'm not gay.
No, not that. It's the other one.
This week. Oh, okay.
Steve, why would you assume you would ask that?
How long have you been gay?
I get that a lot. I don't know.
How long?
Thank God this is RUM and COKE night, and I delete these videos when we're done. So, no, I don't.
You know what? No, never mind. I'll save that for a better time. Yeah, no, seriously. It might be a better question for me.
Ask.
Okay. I forgot.
all that warm up for nothing. All that extra. I mean, all that anticipation.
I know you're not gay.
I'm curious. What the hell are you going to ask me?
I have confirmed that you are not gay. That is excellent. That's cool. That's cool.
I think a lot of women have confirmed I'm not gay.
Dude, I don't question.
I've had women confirm that you're gay, Steve.
I've had confirmed that you're gay.
What?
Look, Steve. Look, haven't you guys realized yet? This is 2017. If you're not gay these days, you're a fucking homo.
Everybody's a little gay, unless you just like lesbian porn. Everybody's a little bit gay. GPH says, "Get over Ronnie." Plenty of highly educated Christians. Oh, yeah, there are, but see that they're not lulz cows.
You mean
Ronnie's a lulz cow?
Like Dr. Dino?
Yeah, like Dr. Dino. God.
What happened? What made Hovind win the debate last time? I heard you say that, but I haven't.
Well, I mean, he was just a little bit more articulate in his dialogue. He actually was able to refute most of Nolan's criticisms. No, I don't think Nolan shouldn't be debating.
Oh yeah. What's Nolan's background?
None.
Really?
Yeah.
That's not good.
Did Nolan fall for the rock in the water? Hey, no evolution thing that.
No, I mean he knows science a little bit. I mean I'd say he has a rudimentary understanding.
Like Armstrong.
But you didn't let me finish, Steve. Wait, you do realize that Kit Hovind stole that idea from Desert File with the can of pasta sauce, right?
Yeah, I remember something like that. Sure.
You ruined the joke.
But yeah, I just felt I felt like Nolan shouldn't be debating, but I decided to hold the debate anyways. Peer review talked me into it, and I mean, okay, I don't regret it. I think it was a learning experience that you need to go to these types of things prepared. PZ Myers even said, "Look, this is how to show you how not to go into debate."
I'm gonna have to watch this just because it seems interesting that Hovind won.
Yeah, you haven't seen it?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to be too impressed with Nolan's performance. Now, granted, Nolan is on medication. Again, he is a paraplegic and not a big. He has a FundMe page, and so I mean, it's not like it's a secret. But I think he takes a lot of medication for it. I know he does, and I think that it affected him in the morning because I was talking to him. I'm like, I don't think you're coherent enough to even do this kind of stuff right now.
No, that's not good.
Yeah, because people were asking, was he drunk? I'm like, no, he's not drunk. I mean, I said he seems like a very nice guy, but I take that back. His letters to me subsequently have been very hostile, very vitriolic, uncalled for, because I was trying to tell him, Nolan, we kid and we make constructive criticism. Yeah, sometimes we can be brutal, but this is the great debate community. You have to have a thick skin.
Room. If you don't have thick skin, dude, like
that's it.
Yeah.
I mean, if not, you end up with Ronnie in a room by yourself, just crying to your playing guitar for 3 hours.
Yeah, you really need to have thick skin to be in this community for even a little while because it gets pretty intense pretty quickly.
Well, and we all have emotional stuff. I mean, I'm no stranger to that. But like Ronnie will
invincible, right?
But Ronnie will lie about it. Like Ronnie lied in his hangout tonight. He's like, well, Steve had a video where he was crying about but not having a job. That was not why I was upset. It had nothing to do with me not having a job. Ronnie had no idea what the fuck was going on at the time. He made a video trying to be all Mr. a Bill Bridges shit, trying to get people to go to my channel for my Patreon and shit. I'm like, get that fucking shit off there. You don't have no idea what the fuck's going on in my life. I don't talk to you. You're not a friend. Don't get yourself involved with this. And he had no business doing it, and he doesn't understand that. So I asked him straight up, he said, well, if Steve wants me to take this video down, I'll take it down. I'm like, yeah, take it down. And he did to his, on my behest. But yeah, I was emotional. I was not in a good place. But he thinks that's a weapon, right? It's like, wait a minute. We all are fucking human beings in the Great Debate community. I mean, Fiona has her medical things that she's finally getting better with. Thank God. We share things because I think a lot of us consider each other to be online friends. And if we actually knew each other in real life, a lot of us would probably be really good friends. I would like say, hey, Ocean, let's go fucking have a beer in real life, right? It'd be awesome.
Sounds good to me.
But Ronnie doesn't have that.
I can drink lemonade.
You get a Shirley Temple.
I'll have a beer in real life with pretty much any atheist or Christian that's on these things.
And Steve, Steve knows Steve knows, like when with me, like I can't mix politics and science. I can't. It will confuse the fucking shit out of me to a point to where I'll just golf into some weird, stupid, retarded thing to where I mean I realize I don't even make any sense myself. Like, and I can't go that route. You know, I know my limitations. I can't. I just can't.
But there are. But like Ocean said, I would go have a beer with anybody. I would have a beer with Matt Slick. I would probably have a beer with G-Man had he not. I don't know. Just recently, him lying about me kind of bothered me. But
especially if they're paying,
I probably wouldn't have.
Oh, if G-Man's buying, I will go drink beer. Yeah, but G-Man, he's buying. But like Ronnie, I'm not kidding you. I would have no interest whatsoever to ever have a drink with Ronnie, ever. No, not even remotely so.
Dude, that is a catch-all rule, with at least with me, Steve. If somebody's buying me beer, I don't give a fuck if you are. I'm cool.
No, I couldn't drink a beer that Ronnie bought me. I wouldn't want to. I don't consider him to be a person I consider to be a friend or by any means, or that I could ever be friends with. His personality structure is so different than mine. And how he looks.
Wait. What does him buying me a beer have anything to do with me being friends with him? I'll walk off with that shit and he'll never see me again.
Yeah, well, yeah, but see, I have an ethical standard. I don't want somebody buying me a beer that I don't want to buy me a beer. That I don't want to have a conversation with it. I don't. Why do you think I've been so adamant about my Patreon? I've always said, only become a patron. If you like my stuff, if you like the channel, if you like the direction we're going in the Great Debate community, you want to help build the channel, and you want that kind of stuff. If you don't like the content, then why the fuck would I want you to donate to it? I would feel bad. I would feel wrong. It wouldn't work for me, right?
You know what? I gotta give you that because to be honest, I've never met anybody in real life as fucked up as Ronnie. I really haven't. I haven't actually had run-ins, and I really sometimes I wonder, like, where are these people from? How do they like survive in life? How do they make their living? Like, sometimes I just act like
I really don't know.
Huh? It's approximately like this. Would you like fries with that?
I don't think Ronnie. I don't think. I know that's a joke, but what's funny is I think the people work hard at McDonald's. I don't think he's competent even for that though. I don't think he's able to even do the fry station, or even the pickle station.
Pickle placer.
Yeah, I mean,
welcome to Costco. I love you.
But I people think that we're blowing this out of proportion. I'm not. Ronnie is inept, straight up, flat out inept across the board.
Whoever made the idiocracy joke, I appreciate it.
But he'll not try to say myopic, right? For example, recently he started talking about neurology a lot, right, with neurons and chemical signaling and stuff like that. And yeah, I'm the first one to admit I don't know shit about neurons and dendrites and axioms. I mean, what I learned in high school, right, basic biology, minuscule, and he'll pick some kind of really technical thing. But as CRISPR said, he only memorizes like a paragraph of a book that's this thick, not knowing any of the other shit, and he'll focus on that one little myopic thing. And that's how he operates.
Well, and he's in these videos with scrubs, and it reminds me of what's that guy that Trey? What's his name? First guy I ever was in a hangout with.
Jadlow.
Jadlow, yeah. Well, he's like, is this guy working as a dentist assistant? Or
yeah.
Wait.
Yeah. Where were you going with that?
No, I was just trying to figure out, what does he do for a living?
Yeah, no, I don't care what they do for a living. It's irrelevant to me. I mean, seriously. I mean, Ronnie could be a garbage collector and still be very, very intelligent. I mean, we know somebody that works at Walmart who's one of the smartest guys I have met when it comes to debunking flat Earth. Right? So that's kind of irrelevant. But the fact is, he comes across as saying he's an expert. He has videos out that I have in my collection that he says that, well, I really, I understand these topics, and I don't think that people like, Fiona and Sam and Rational Mind and CRISPR, I don't think they really understand these topics. I'm constantly correcting them. I'm like, you're so far removed from reality, dude. You are.
Well, the reason I'm asking this, Steve, is because I'm thinking about the engineering as a general. Are these people in engineering businesses where they're responsible for the lives of other people? Like, the stuff that they could do if they make a mistake, they could kill people. That's this.
Well, yeah, but Kaiser, we have two people in our community. Well, one's in the community, one's not actually in the community, but we have two people that we know claim to be engineers or have a background in engineering that have no education in any engineering courses, and that would be Mr. Intelligent Design and our King Logos, right?
That's scary as fuck, man. That's very fucking scary.
Arcane claims he's an engineer.
No, but he claimed he has a expertise in civil engineering.
God damn it, that is ridiculous.
Yeah,
I'm not exaggerating. That is his words. That he has an expertise in civil engineering.
He can't explain the fundamentals of Newtonian physics. He doesn't understand objects move until stopped.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
I think that what he means by that is that he once stacked up some boxes so that he could climb up to get something off a top shelf. Okay, that's what he means by civil engineering.
He's an object credit giver.
If anybody's actually hiring people like this to do major jobs, they could actually kill people, and that's what I'm talking about.
Vane Veen has a very good point in the live chat. And by the way, we now have triple the amount of people watching Ronnie's Hangout. So Vane Veen says Steve isn't an asshole to Ken Hovind. Well, to him, but I'm not. But is to Ronnie. That's telling. Ronnie has a gift, and you're right. Ken at least will be civil to me. Right? Ken knows how I feel. I mean, he does. He knows that I'm full on against him. But he will be very civil to me. And he actually has told me, he's like, Steve, I've been very happy the way you've been moderating because I want to make sure that he feels like he's getting his say. I want to be fair to both parties. But he knows that I have a full on, straight up evolution is a reality and the earth is billions of years old. Not going to change my mind unless you give me overwhelming evidence, which I don't think you're going to have. But Ronnie is just a dick. I mean, he's just a cock to me and everybody else. So I am an asshole to Ronnie in some regards back, but I didn't start off that way to him. I wanted to have dialogues with him. That's why I would go into his rooms, which, by the way, he says I've been in 2 or 3 times. Seth, so let me ask you. He quote unquote said today, well, yeah, Steve's been in my room, but only about 2 or 3 times.
Well, Steve, that's what I was trying to say before. There's a difference between being an asshole and a dickhead. I would much rather be an asshole than a dickhead.
Sure.
I know that,
but let me answer my question though. Seth or Ocean, would you agree that I've been in Ronnie's room more than 2 or 3 times?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not according to Ronnie. That's exactly what he said in his hangout tonight. He was telling his people that, oh well, Steve's been in my room, yeah, but only about 2 or 3 times. And yeah, I've never been in his room, but I'm like, well, that's the whole point. You've never been in my room. He listens to my channel, though. I did find out he does listen. He does actually listen. He's probably listening right now. But Alan J says, what's Ronnie's channel? It's called True Talk TV. Well, that's what he's using now until his other channel comes back.
So, like, holy crap, my voice. Hang on. Sorry, it's kind of tired. I'm trying to be quiet. Or it's kind of late. I'm tired and I'm trying to be quiet. I'm trying, like I said, I'm trying to do a series on spirit science, so I decided to look up the quote at the beginning of Jordan's first episode, the one from Albert Einstein. And as I'm looking this up, I'm just sitting here like, why does research have to cost money?
Well, because people need to
buying books and
people need to make a profit off this stuff, right? I mean, I understand that research is a money thing. I mean, there's no question about it. But I'd rather see money going to research than half the shit that we spend money on that's completely useless.
Yeah, I know. I'm just complaining as a jobless 18-year-old.
Who's got so much background?
I'm not saying. Antonio Subrates did the same thing, trying to. Oh, it's me. I think it's me. Antonio Subrates did the same thing with the eclipse in this next month. He made these false claims that there were websites out there that wanted to monetize eclipse data, which is completely false. It's untrue. There is no such thing as a website that has the eclipse data that wants to monetize for that data. They don't exist. And I made a video on this very specifically, and no flat earther made a single comment on that video I made, not one.
Yeah, I got to tell you, I am like weaning myself away from flat Earth. Yeah, I like the RUM and COKE nights. And I do like going over and fuck with them, but I got to tell you, I don't even have any interest in flat Earth anymore. It's such a ridiculous concept, and I think these people are too stupid to engage with. It would be one thing if there were flat earthers that were actually able to engage, and we could have some kind of dialogue exposing them why they're idiots, and they would recognize it. Or at least be able to discuss it on a level that's of interest. And who's got this noise? Oh my God!
See, I have to agree with you on the point that flat earthers have been exposed to the point to where they are literally boring. They're boring the shit out of me to the point. Yeah, and I consider them as just a troll opportunity now. I just go to them and just heckle.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
I think that's
over there. But I mean, Seth and I have gone over to this channel. What's that? Seth and I have gone over to those channels. There's nothing productive whatsoever. There's nothing there to even talk about anymore.
Right, and that's not at all what I expected. I expected some people to have interesting, if not good, arguments about it. But I've delved deep. I did a swan dive into the flat Earth pool, and it's every single time, without exception, these people don't understand basic physics and will not allow you to explain it to them.
Or the worst, even if they do understand it, they don't care. To them, it doesn't matter whether you can explain to them something that's true or not. It's the Earth is flat. That's all that matters to them. They don't give a shit about evidence. They don't give a shit about being honest. They don't give a shit about being truthful.
So I asked Pillbox about the moon and about how that relates to flat Earth. He said that didn't even matter. All that mattered was the Earth is flat. I'm like, dude, if the Earth was flat, we should be able to see different sides of it. That's definitely related.
That's my point. That's my point.
He's like, no, it's just a flat Earth. The moon doesn't matter.
Well, yeah, but you think you're a monkey, so what the fuck do you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, you just throw feces on people.
Talking about yourself there, Steve?
Hey, I did that once, okay, but I was like 2 or 1 or something. I don't know.
It was just once. That's true.
Was it? Yeah.
I was there.
Well, I thought you were talking about a female convinced you to try something new.
No, I'm not. I'm not into weird shit. I'm just not. Trust me, weird shit. Especially scatology or whatever the hell it's called. I think that's just disgusting. But
what? So you go.
No, GBH. We are actually a monkey and an ape. Believe it or not, we are apes, but we're also monkeys. And I know that kind of puts the cackles on people's necks up, right? But we are members of Catarrhini, and Catarrhini are monkeys. So ergo, we are monkeys as well. But monophyletically speaking, of course. They generally make it a polyphyletic clade, or excuse me, a paraphyletic clade. But
damn dirty apes.
I always thought it was weird that people, for the most part, don't have a problem with you saying that we're mammals. They're always fine with that, But for some reason, animal is not acceptable, and monkey is not.
Well, you know what's funny is
so there's one level of relation that's okay. It's okay to say mammal, but you can't say animal and you can't say monkey.
According to Andrew Rappaport and Dr. Antonio, what's his name, Snelling, or Antonio? What the guy that wrote On the Origin of Kinds? I can't remember his name.
That's a doctor?
He's a dentist.
Of course.
But yeah, according to them, now you brace yourself for this, CRISPR, because I don't think you've heard this before, but brace yourself for this. This is the truth. They say a bird is a mammal.
Oh God! So a bird feeds its young with milk. Has hair. What other?
You're
fully
missing.
warm blooded.
You're missing one of the most important
I'm
characteristics.
telling you right now, it's part of the mammal kind, according to Andrew Rappaport
I'm not-
and Silvestro, Dr. Antonio Silvestro. That is
yeah,
an
Dr. Antonio Silvestro.
One of the first characteristics.
Like seriously, it's fucking Andrew Rappaport.
One of the first
that is why we find
characteristics
it
to
humorous.
distinguish our ancestors from the mainline reptiles was actually the specialized teeth, right? Birds don't even have teeth.
Wow.
Well, they have the gene for it, though.
Right. Well, true, but I mean, only the one kind, and so it's just like.
Have we ever found modern birds with teeth as a result of activating the gene?
Yes.
They can have teeth for a short time in the young.
That
I think.
That goes back to dinosaur fossils, but yeah. Did anybody catch that? Am I?
Sorry, what?
Yeah, I heard you.
The teeth with birds that actually goes back to dinosaur fossils, but that's something.
Red Eye wants to know, can you?
I was asking about.
No,
modern
no,
birds.
I'm done. I'm done. No, I'm
Red Eye
done.
wants to know, can you milk a chicken?
If you believe.
No, Red Eye, you can't milk a chicken. So no, they're
Depends
not
on the milk.
mammals.
I just said depends on the milk.
I don't know where they get this shit from. Oh, it's a mammal kind now. Okay, so kind is now a mammalian. I get it. I understand.
I mean, say we will. That does reduce the number on the arc. If you just have mammal,
Steve.
the mammal kind.
For like a second there, it looked like you had a really menacing look through the fire, looking at the screen.
Yeah, I think that basically what happened was on the ark they had a little yeast, right, and that takes care of all of the eukaryote kinds, and that's it.
Yeah, but CRISPR, I kid you not. Again, I've had people tell me we're not even eukaryotes.
Oh God,
we're not eukaryotic. I'm not lying. But by the way, I just want you guys to know this is beer. I'm not pulling an MK. Nobody?
I missed that.
You had
Was
Red
drinking
Apple
apple juice and
earlier.
calling it beer or something?
I'm not pulling an MK.
I can see through the bottle.
Hold on. Did MK like drink apple juice and call it beer or something?
No, he pissed in a bottle.
Gatorade bottle, but what's it?
Oh, gross.
You don't remember that hangout? The hangout that was ever be living infamy called the "What the fuck" moment.
But to be fair, he didn't also drink from it, so
that I know of. Pissy Pete does.
He drinks from MK's bottles.
No, he drinks from his own bottles.
See, did you ever see a movie, that B movie, The Stoned Age, with the peppermint schnapps, and when they flicked it and had a ding with a little star thing, ding. Oh, never.
No.
Okay, but wah wah wah.
Wah wah wah.
If I had dual
where's your buddy
sounds loaded,
buddy
I would
Pip
play a
Monk and,
sad trombone.
Red Eye, go get Pip Monk and get Landon. Pip Monk's been so lonely in his hangouts. He has like 12 people watching. He's got a 15,000 sub channel, and he has like 12 people watching because he's using his alternate. Because he probably doesn't get that many on his main channel either, but. We're full, but we can kick somebody. Calzer can go. He doesn't add anything anyways.
Oh, come on now.
I'm kidding. I kid you. By the way, Calzer, do you have wait quick, do you have Counter-Strike?
No, I don't.
I do, but I don't play it.
Steve, you can kick me, man. I'm
not gonna kick you.
Actually, if necessary, I'll kick myself.
Wait, can I have the honors?
Of kicking me?
Yes.
eventually, but not yet.
Okay.
Yeah, Red Eye says Pimp channel, main channel was live again. Yeah, I know. See, but I heard Pimp was like, oh, well, $20 and you can go live with me on my channel. It's like, I got to tell you, Red, I like Pimp, but God, he is a fucking clock whore. It's all, I mean, to him, it's just like, pay the clock, donate. I mean, yeah, I'll bring my thing up every so often, but wow, I mean, that's all I see him do anymore. And it's like he's got 12 people watching. He's not even saying anything of interest to me. And I like Pimp Monk. I mean, I'm not. This is positive reinforcement. I like Pimp Monk a lot. But I'm like, well, who's going to pay the clock if you sit there and just have a weird like hangout at 2 o'clock in the morning with 12 people, right? Yeah, so I'm not dissing the guy. I love Pimp Monk. I don't want to make him mad, but it does seem odd to me because even I don't tell people, hey, donate. Hey, donate every 5 seconds. You know, I do it maybe once or twice a week at most. If somebody wants to like throw in super chat or something.
Well, you just not just donate. You know, be like, donate. If you don't donate now, you're a fucking fag. Yeah, donate now.
Well, it's worse than that. It's just like, look, I'm not going to say, oh, well, my main channel's coming back. $20 you want to be my hangout. I've never charged anybody to be my hangout. You could be a patron. You could be a non-patron. It doesn't matter. Anybody's welcome to come in my hangouts. Except for Ocean, but.
Yeah, I'm never welcome. I don't know what the fuck you're doing.
I do not know what to do. I honestly don't. I mean, you're literally Rational Theist Light.
You're bringing a theist in here whenever you.
Stuart is a skeptic clone TM because he has a suit in his profile photo.
Yeah, and Red says he's been out of sorts since he got shut down by YouTube by bullying JG. I know, and you know, like I said, I like Pimp Monk. I think Pimp Monk's an awesome dude. He would really be fun to go out and have a beer with. I would love to be able to go to South Carolina and chill with him. But yeah, it's a bullshit thing. I do agree with you, Red Eye. I don't think he bullied anybody at all. I don't know. I think YouTube has a really fucked up way of looking into these types of things.
Steve, speaking of bullying and stuff, dude, look, there's been a guy on the Great Debate Committee by the name of Our Secret Lord. This guy, all right. First off, I've his personal criminal record has been doxxed. I've got his doxxed criminal record. This guy has a history of death threats, like literally being brought into court and convicted for several misdemeanors and felonies. And this guy is going around the Great Debate Community, literally making death threats to anybody who opposes it. It's almost
not our Great Debate Community. I mean, but you mean like the extended?
It might be the extended, but he reminds me of the Lord Stephen Christ. He has a lot of similarities. He's not the same guy. I can tell you, he's not the same. But he does like have that Lord Stephen Christ type, like fucking like
I see, but Lord Stephen Christ is so delusional. I've actually said I can't talk to him. Right.
Lord
I mean, there's a point where
Christ,
I have to say that
the guy who thinks he's the reincarnation of Jesus and that Earth is a cell or something.
Yes. Yeah.
He believes that we live inside a concave sphere.
Yeah, he got arrested
He's
for
not
threatening the president. He's not right in the head.
Yeah, anybody seen the video of his arrest and whatever? Yeah, it's. I mean, it's pure entertainment to me. But
I have not heard anybody announce they have mods for the last 15 minutes.
What are you talking about?
I don't have mods.
Oh,
Mods?
you don't have mods, do you? Oh, what the fuck is wrong with me? Ocean.
Why you haven't been hearing
You do, yes. No bullshit. You have mods. I just looked, you motherfucker.
Oh, fine. I
You
have
liar.
mods.
You liar. You
All
liar.
right,
You
Steve,
liar.
I'm gonna kick you now.
This is what happens. This is what happens when you're pagan. You just lie through your teeth.
According to Darwin's deity, that's why I don't remember.
You're a pagan free
Busted. Busted, Ocean.
Fucking pagan.
Can't trust them motherfuckers, can you, man?
To do. Nothing, apparently.
Freemason.
I love rum and coke night. Somebody says if Steve has any more rum and coke night, he'll be an alcoholic. He might be right. But I enjoy my rum and coke nights. Mr. Wait, Mr. GPT, I didn't take away your mods, did I? When I take Mr. GPT's mod away?
Are you
remember.
referring to moderator privileges in the Hangout or in the live chat or both? Or...
In the live chat.
Let me
Yeah,
see.
Mr. GPT 2010. I don't remember taking away his mods. One day, just for I took every mods away, just for that one hangout, and then I give it back to him. Did I skip you? I didn't mean to. Yeah, you get mods back.
I done has mods, not in the live chat.
We're full now, but Landon has a link. We should have told me earlier, Mr. GPT. I didn't realize that. I'm sorry.
Actually, I'm about to drop, so if he wants to get ready on the to join,
If I don't know if he's even paying attention.
Oh, well.
GPH,
Then somebody else can take this.
Yeah, somebody else can. I only give GPH mods to post a link. I was asked by numerous people with good reason not to let GPH have a spanner. So be it. But I don't want GPH timed out. So I mean, unless there's obviously a very good reason. But Mr. GPH has been pretty decent lately, so I don't see why there'd ever be a reason to time him out.
Steve, I'm gonna drop, man. I'm like I said, I'm on data, and I've got good. I've got a 22 gigabit plan, but I really do need to watch it.
No worries. I can use the rest of a minute. And by the way, GPH, no, I don't think you're a troll. By the way, any means. I know other people have called not Mr. GPT, but GPH a troll. No, no, GPH, I do not consider you a troll by any stretch of the imagination. You actually engage. I may not disagree. I may not agree with you, and I do disagree with you on all things. But you're definitely not a troll. You do engage people, so I'm fine with that. But I will be right back.
Oh, I didn't get to send Kaiser off.
You say a 22 gigs? That's a lot of data, I guess, for a phone.
Fucking Google is a data suck, though.
Yeah.
Looking at the on YouTube, the Hangout on YouTube, I'm seeing some flickering for whoever's currently on screen, not for the profiles on the bottom, but I'm seeing flickering on the rest of the screen. Is it just me?
Yeah, I don't see any flickering.
That's weird. I'm gonna refresh the page. I don't know why the video is doing that. I don't see it anymore. That's weird.
Maybe
it wasn't doing it for the profiles on the bottom.
22 gigs of data.
Huh?
I was just saying, maybe if you had 22 gigs of data, you could do it.
Screw you, buddy. So what's up with you guys?
I just posted that meme in the thing. I wish I could do it in the chat because that's what I was talking about earlier about the sun going over quickly.
Put a space in it.
I got you, fam.
I have a question about this picture. Do you think that Magellan's crew noticed that they were listing slightly to the right the whole time?
Well, maybe I'm not sure about that one actually.
It's like, hey, Magellan, buddy, how come we're constantly slowly turning right? You got an answer for that? And Magellan's like, the Earth is flat. Don't tell anyone.
No, they didn't notice because they were assuming that the world was round when they were looking through the sextant.
But you see, if sextant proves that the Earth is round, it has sex in the word. It's mind control. You don't understand, sheeple.
There you go.
I have returned.
Where's the return
My cat is in
address?
the box. Another news. The universe is the
So,
same.
yeah, we actually got quite a few people up this late at night. I mean, it's 10 o'clock my time, which means it's like 2 a.m. Pacific.
It's 1 a.m. for me.
Central.
I live. Well, I don't live in Florida
Canadian.
anymore, but I'm in the same time zone as Florida. It's 1 a.m.
Well, like I said, this was a spur of the moment thing. I was going to actually go play Counter-Strike, but I was being so entertained by Ronnie's hangout. And of course, Ronnie's just throwing out left and right accusations. And I'm like, fuck this. So
I didn't even watch Ronnie's hangout. I have no idea.
Like I said, I had to mute most of it. I really do mute most of it. But the part that I listened to, yeah, I was just like, fuck this, man. He's just not worth it. Yes, Frozen Sea is 10%. 10 o'clock Pacific, yes. One Clown Shoe, Steve, why do you not talk to me anymore? I do. I'm just not always watching the live chat. I have other tabs open. There's Mr. Landon.
The math guy.
Yeah, he actually asked a math question earlier on Twitter, and I was like, I was going to send it to a friend of mine who's working on a PhD in mathematics, and I was like,
Landon.
Something about if you have a third-degree polynomial, something or other.
Oh, yeah.
He would be able to solve that because yeah.
What did you call me?
He gave the polynomial.
Nice to meet you, Mr. Landon. I'm Anase.
Hello, how you doing? Fine. I'm there. So I see there is an interesting diagram here.
Yes, that is that's my diagram debunking the flat Earth.
Calzer's a flat earther, and we're all showing him why he's wrong.
No, I'm not.
So I wonder where he thinks.
But a flat earther will say that.
You got a dishonest atheist
When I
there?
stand at the South Pole, I've done it a number of times. Where do you think where does he think I'm standing?
Landon, you didn't go anywhere, okay? You went to an alternate dimension. Oh you went to a sound stage in Area 51.
But it was the
No, Landon, no, you did not. No.
Yeah, Landon, the sun is only 3,000 miles away, and it's only 35 miles in diameter.
But I also directly measured the distance to the sun.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, but you get paid by the Illuminati, so we can't trust your findings.
You're trying to keep the truth suppressed there, man.
In your unrighteousness.
I mean, I was 149,576,756 kilometers, but then they were about 3,500 kilometers.
I once tried to measure the distance between the Earth and the Moon, but I kept getting the wrong results from my attempts, and I wasn't able to get a whole lot of help on the subject.
How were you? What was your baseline? Who else was looking at the same time, or were you doing it by a different measure?
I was doing it just, I guess, parallax. I was in Florida, and I had a friend. I think it was Arizona or California.
Yeah.
So it wasn't it wasn't parallel with the equator.
Yeah. Well, we used San Francisco and Sydney. That gave us a pretty good. And we also did it during a lunar eclipse, so that meant that we got a nice full moon, but we could both project it against the stars.
Man, we got a weird camera angle. We got this like really diabolic look at your eyes. That's all. Oh, there you go. That's better. That's better.
Sorry, I'm holding the iPad here, so yeah, so it's a Earth topology thing. So, but I must admit, until I was about 2 years old, I assumed the Earth was flat as well. That was my model.
I think we've all been there. But see, some people don't grow out of that, or they revert back to it. That's the worst part. They're like, "Oh, well, I've learned that the Earth is round in school because they're indoctrinating people." But after I learned the truth and I became awakened, oh, the Earth is actually flat. It's like, so you regress to where you're like 2. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know if I ever, even at like age 2, if I ever believed that the Earth was flat.
I don't think I did. I don't recall.
in all seriousness, no doubt, Landon, how do flat earthers respond to you when you talk about you going to the South Pole?
Well, some of them say that I'm lying.
Of course.
Some of them say that I was that what I thought was the South Pole was some other spot. So they deny it was at the South Pole. Some of them. One person said, "Well, there's a polar rotation which is different from the North and South Pole." It's kind of interesting.
What?
I thought that was pretty creative. Yeah, so I was when I learned at 2 of how far, or was told how far away the sun was, although I didn't verify it until I was until 2004. Between 2 and 9, I had this, how do they know the sun was that far away? And that's when I learned about transit Venus stuff, and waited 34 years and measured it. But
and
yeah,
your mind became open to how flat the world was, right?
Yeah, well,
hey Landon, Red Eye wants me to ask you. He says, ask Landon what his first words were, and I'm going to guess. I'm going to go on a limb here. I'm going to say your very first words were the Euler was it the Euler Mascheroni constant?
No, my first words were, how far is the sun? That's what it is. Because I was on a farm, on our farm in Hayward, California, and I was watching the sun set across the peninsula, the same peninsula that San Francisco's on, and watching it set. And if I figured that the sun was really close, then we could drive to the peninsula and watch, the sun. Because obviously, for my world, that was the edge of the world. I could see, from the ridge line across the bay to the other side of the peninsula, and that was the end of the earth. And so if I knew how far the sun was, we could go to that edge and watch the sunset. That would have been cool. But they told me it was 93 million miles. And then, of course, that was my second sentence I spoke, was why. Because I wanted to know why they knew it was that far. And that's
my first word. I remember my first words. My first words was, "Daddy, that doesn't feel right." But too dark. Is that?
Yeah, but
it's rum and coke night, people.
But yeah, it was so we did that major. No, I've done a number of programs from from South Pole, but the people that I guess don't think the South Pole exists, claim that I couldn't have gotten there because apparently there's this UN boat armada that keeps people from reaching the edge, and then I explained I flew over it.
No, what you experienced was actually some holodeck-like technology where they faked the sensation of flying over to the South Pole, but really you were just in a secret underground lab facility.
The whole thing now is the whole universe is a simulation. Remember?
Yeah,
we exist in a hard drive
of the sun. We also actually saw an image star Sirius as well. So they had to fake both the Sirius star and the sun, and then they had to fake the particles we were detecting and some other things like that. They had like plant meteorites in the ice, and they had to do a lot of work to fake.
What were you doing at the South Pole? I'm curious.
We were looking
freezing.
We were in the region looking for meteorites, rocks from outer space that embedded in the ice. So we would scan the ice for outer space visitors.
Somebody had asked, "Are we fucking with a flat earther?" No, not tonight. Usually at Rum and Coke night, that's what we do. We fuck with flat earthers, but this is an open night to fuck with anybody.
Is that why you invited me?
So, I've been pretty nice to you tonight, Ocean.
That's true.
Only I'm the one getting shit on. What kind of social circle am I in right now?
I gotta tell you, Landon has a little bit of a fuck with people streak. I mean, for one of the smartest guys on the planet, he gets down with the rest of us. He could be. I think he could probably do pretty well in a meme war if he wanted to.
Landon,
I'm very nice.
What
Nice
is the
guy. It's nice to
dankest
be nice.
meme you've ever made, Landon?
Say again?
What is the dankest meme you've ever made?
Jesus Christ.
The dankest. The absolute dankest meme.
That's gonna make the entire chat explode.
Mine was my daddy joke that I just
You
told.
gotta be
That was
careful
the
with
meme,
memes, dude. You gotta have special meme gloves in order to wear them.
Or else you will not contain the meme magic.
Handle memes with care.
Well, I used to write those e-cards. Those are pretty dank. You guys remember my e-cards that I wrote?
He thinks that e-cards are dank.
They could be dank.
Steve, you're too
Come on,
old.
those
You're
were-
too old to use the word dank.
Yeah.
You know, I'm never too old. And it's so funny. Ronnie loves that line. Like, Steve's pushing 50 and he still does this. So the fuck what?
I remember I was.
What does that got to do with shit?
I
You're not
remember
like,
when I
"Hey,
was.
shit,
I remember I was a sophomore in high school and I had a funeral to go to, and my mom asked me like, what do kids say for cool now? And I don't know what the hell's going for. I guess they say cool, or I guess my sister said pimp because pimp was popular at the time. And my mom said, "Oh, that's good. You look pimp." I was like, "Oh God."
That doesn't work.
It's like,
I can
Mom,
use
I'm
the
gonna
word
go
dank.
change now. Thank you.
You're never
Yeah,
too
I
old
have some
to be
dank
into
memes.
memes.
Trust me. Yeah. Don't go to my Pinterest if you want to see my dank shit.
Your Pinterest, huh?
That came out a lot more dirty than I expected it to sound.
Your Pinterest.
Yeah. No, my dank shit. But
Oh.
but anyways, Landon, what is your dankest stuff?
Well, let's see. A number of years ago, I used to participate in Deadpools. You know about Deadpools?
Sure.
And I managed to convince Rosa Parks to join a Deadpool, and she actually loved the whole thing and would always put herself on her Deadpool list, just in case. And you know, one of those years when she actually died, she got credit for putting herself on the list. People think
She put herself on the really?
Yeah, she really was quite a because she knew lots of celebrities and who was not so well and so forth, and she'd play the Deadpools pretty well.
Now was it? I mean, did she win in the year that she died, which was like what 12 years ago? Something.
Well, she got one extra point. I don't know if she won or not, but she would volunteer that hey, I'm feeling pretty good this year. Don't put me on your list.
Yeah, that's kind of dank, or at least morbid.
But but she and a lot of again, I know she's a revered icon for many people, but she also had she was a human too, and she had a.
Well, you know what? Maybe we should do that in the Great Debate community. Statistically speaking, I hate to say it, but we have 800 members right now in the GDC. One of you is going to die statistically every year between now and in perpetuity. So
that's
letting you guys
better start growing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the way statistics work. And if it's me, I just got to tell you right now, if it's me, I do need to bequeath my mini empire to somebody. I just haven't decided who.
Dibs.
Dibs.
Damn it, fuck you.
I want the dibs.
I really, actually, you know what? I probably will give it to True.
You know what? No, screw you, buddy. I call dibs.
Well, I mean, dude, he can't fucking write a webpage of his life depending on it. We saw his webpage, and you guys see the one we're working on. I think there's a demonstrable amount of difference.
Steve, if you were wise, you'd give it to whoever wants it the least, and I don't want it.
That's what I'm saying. That would be Ronnie.
Yeah, Steve, on your new webpage, is there going to be just one section for all of your dank memes?
You know, here's the thing. If I have an editor that wants to upload
You have a
shit,
picture of Steve's junk.
I will. Well, yeah, no, it has to be PG-13, but I'm willing to give them some latitude, right? Because we need to upload content. I've already uploaded what I thought was applicable for my channel to start us off, and then I got to show editors how to upload from their channel. So the people that are in the Great Debate Network, especially people like Hannah, Skylar, the Greek Geek Room, Heretic Woman. I'm actually going to have hangouts with them, showing them how to do this, because we got to add content, because that content is going to draw visitors to the Great Debate community, because this is going to be a public page that actually is Google. You can actually find it. It'll be listed. And so we need content on it. So I need the editors to know how to do that. So if some editor wants to say, hey, I want to have a funny page,
Steve, I mean, what's going to attract visitors? Content, quote unquote content, or dank memes?
Well, clearly the dank memes.
Clearly, people
they're
come
original.
for the dank memes.
Yeah, but see, we have Sean Mitchell though.
Hey,
We have,
don't mock it. That's BuzzFeed's bread and butter, isn't it?
Yeah, no, we got a lot of people that write memes. Look at hashtag bitchmade. And if somebody wants to have a page just for the dank memes, I'm okay with that. Peer review would be awesome for that. What do you think? Why should put Landon in charge of it? Landon, have you seen the new webpage yet? Do you want to see it?
Sure. Show me the webpage.
All right. 1 sec. It is not for public consumption yet, but almost there. I do own the domain. And I am trademarking and registering everything.
Nice get, by the way. It's a simple, nice URL.
Community.com?
Yeah, it's a good one.
Yeah,
I thought
that is my domain, but we are setting it up on the greatdebatecommunity.org domain first.
Is the URL the Great Debate Community, or is it just Great Debate Community? That's going to be confusing. Gonna have to watch that.
What I'm trademarking is not the Great Debate Community. It's just Great Debate Community. Ooh, you know what? The page is down. He must be doing something with it. Damn it. Yeah, we are going live on Saturday, so he must have already changed the redirects. Coming up. Oh well, I can't show you. Sorry. But we are adding a form page. Oh no, there it goes. Now I found it. I must have typed in wrong. Okay,
what's the problem? Oh, okay. I found the web page.
So Landon, do you have the group chat, Landon?
Let's see. I don't see that. I'm not in the iPad doesn't have.
Oh, fucking iPadders.
Sorry, I mean,
you know what?
I'm using.
No, that's cool. I'll tweet it to you, or I'll DM it to you on Twitter.
I can switch over to the other spot.
Hey, Steve, I have a question about the website.
Yes, sir.
What kind of content is going to be posted on here? What is this going to be? Kind of like a resource for debunking, or like?
No, it's going to be a combination of things. One of the things it's going to be is all the channels that are in the Great Debate Network that I've asked the people to give me if they want to be in the network. Their channels, videos for that week will be uploaded. Like when TST Talk Shit Tuesday will be uploaded. Hana's, the Zoo, the Geek Room, everybody that has a channel that has a video thing they do weekly, all that gets uploaded. It'll be a repository for comments in the Great Debate community that are worthy to have their own separate.
Uploaded or just linked or like embedded?
No, it'll be separate. It won't be embedded.
Oh, really?
Well, as far as like the post will be copied over, right? It won't be embedded to the Great Debate community. It'll be a new post, public post. But like Rational Mind has some good stuff that he's written.
So you're actually going to be hosting the videos themselves on a server?
No. Those will be linked.
Okay.
Yeah, but the post won't be.
I'm switching.
The post will be copied over.
Switching over to the talk.
Macabre Malefica in the live chat asked you, Steve, how much gay porn will be featured on the GDC website?
See, I knew that was coming. I'm not tapped out, but I can tell by him. Yeah, far too much. Landon, I sent it to you.
Depending on your view.
Yeah, it's going to be Great Debate Community.
Well, far too little by Steve's standards.
Okay, we've already seen what happens if Ronnie went transgender. Do you really want to see more of that?
Yes.
I mean,
I don't know what you guys are talking about, but I think I don't want to.
It's very confusing. From like the neck down, you're like, and then actually you get to the above the neck, you're like, It plays this weird mind fuck with you, right? It's like looking at those pictures where you see like an older woman, and then if you look at it differently, it looks like a young, beautiful woman. It's kind of like that. It's like, what the hell am I supposed to do here? You guys don't agree?
I wasn't paying attention. I was trying to think of another question to ask regarding the website, or rather, how to word it.
We're also getting a forum. We're getting a forum. We're getting a wiki on there.
So I guess what
like
I want to know is, all of the article entries, are those just going to be posted by you?
No, that's why I want contributors. Okay, there's different levels to the access. And by the way, like I said, I've been engrossing myself in the WordPress way of doing things. There's different levels, and even the guy that hosted the site, he's like, I usually have to explain this to people like 5,000 times. He's like, you picked this up right away. Now, yes, full disclosure, I've tried WordPress before, but I didn't really play around with it too much. But he is impressed the fact that I've just picked it up. But you have different levels. You have contributor, which means you can write things, but you can't post them. There's author, which means you can upload things, but you can't change what somebody else posts. There's editor, which means you can change anybody's. And there's admin, which does all the the layout type stuff. There's only 2 admins.
I'd actually like to participate in this community.
Well, and I want people to. I want you to. The whole point of the Great Debate community is to bring people together where they do communicate with each other and do participate. It's the hub. I want, again, pie in the sky, reach far, accept what you get. But I mean, you can't get anywhere unless you actually do have a game plan, right? And I had a game plan from day one. I said for the first year I want 1,000 subs. The second year I want to double that. I'm actually more than our target for that. But now that we have a domain, I want that to be the place to go. Well, you know what? Hey, you know what? We have a great topic. Let's talk about this. Let's go to the Great Debate community and bring it up.
I'm
Whether
not
you're an
quite
atheist
sure.
or theist or whatever.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out kind of how you're going to organize this information, as well as who is going to get to post what. Because in the Great Debate community page, anyone can post any of their ideas. But when you have the website, do you just give access to everyone being able to post articles about whatever stuff they want to post? Or
No, they're
like,
actually
what
going to be
is-
editors. It's going to be actually up to them to what they think is going to be worthy enough to have its own separate post. I think Helen Handbasket as well has been an editor. Jade West, General Han Solo. So they're like theology. If General Han Solo sees a post in the Great Debate community that he thinks should have a separate post on the webpage, he'll just copy it right over and give attribution to the person who created it.
Oh.
That's all.
I want to contribute. I want to contribute, but the thing is, I don't think I'd have much original or useful to say, really.
Well, but there's other ways you can contribute, though.
Yeah, I just give money to my favorite people, and they can contribute well.
Yeah, Tony's a Patreon.
I Patreon too many people. I got in trouble.
Yeah, he gives me 10 cents a month, and I use that for a gumball.
Yeah, I don't have a job.
Blue flavored.
No, Tony has been a Patreon. Now I'm gonna get Landon because Landon makes the big bucks. If I can get him to do $1 a month, because he gives Pimp Monk $1 a month, and I find myself more interested.
You're the only person I give money to on Patreon, Steve.
I know. You know what? I am aware of that, actually, Ocean. That is true.
Yeah. Actually, I
actually a little bit humbled by that.
I have given money to you and erotic artists. So.
Yeah, but you gave me money for a blowjob, and that's different.
Well, it's money well spent, I'm sure.
So I see you've got a lot of interesting topics here on this stuff. For example, I had never heard about this Polonium Halo stuff.
Oh, now you're in my neck of the woods, homie.
I've heard. I had never. I mean, I'm not up on all the various younger.
That is my. Well, I had a 2-hour presentation on why Polonium halos are not indicative of a young Earth, which wasn't Gentry's argument to begin with. It was an instantaneously created Earth that he was arguing. But I go into detail why the halo itself from polonium and uranium is naturally why naturally we see these things rather than positing a supernatural explanation.
No one wants to debate you on that too, hardly ever.
The only 2 people that did was one was G Consciousness, and G Consciousness he read Answers in Genesis on Gentry's work, and he was just parroting it. But when I asked him any kind of real specific questions, didn't have a fucking clue.
The only thing I ever learned about the Polonium Halos argument was that it came up in one of Logic's videos once, and he had a link down to Wildwood Claire's video, and I tried to watch it.
I love
but
her.
That was a long time ago, and I don't remember
PhD
it.
in geology.
I found it hard. Yeah, I heard. I found it hard to follow the video. It was just I was completely bored out of my mind.
Well, the problem is if you go to Talk Origin, right, and you look what they have listed under polonium halos, it's a very difficult read. If you're not familiar with nuclear physics at all, you're not going to understand it. It's kind of like like biology. You just have to kind of be familiar with the terms, and it took a little bit of working it out what they're even trying to say. But after I got it, and I was like, oh yeah, I'll get this. I wanted to be able to explain it in a way where the average person would understand it based upon my training in the nuclear Navy. And so I try to explain to them using things like the mean free path, the average logarithmic energy decrement per collision coefficient, those kind of things, summations of macroscopic absorption.
It sounds
these
like
things
it's
all
not possible to understand it in a layman's sense. Like, holy shit.
It really is. I mean, I'm not trying to jargon bomb, although it kind of is. I mean, this is what Ronnie does. But the difference is Ronnie jargon bombs. Everything I just said, I can explain to you in detail what these things are. If you want to know what a mean free path is, I can explain. If you want to know what a cross section is, a macroscopic cross section, I can explain that, right?
Because I know what the word cross section is, but I get the feeling it means more in the application that you're using it in.
Yeah, it does. It doesn't mean like a cross section. Like, for example, if I have that halo and I have a 3-dimensional sphere, a cross section is a 2-dimensional slice, right? That's not what it means. What a macroscopic cross section is basically the target area of a nucleus compared to the neutron coming in, right? And because you're traveling at sometimes relativistic speeds, or because you're high energy, the target nucleus is going to appear to be a different size than it would normally, and so your probability attached to it. Yeah, sometimes, yeah, obviously, because it basically presents as a target size due to its thermal status, its temperature. So when you're dealing with macroscopic cross-section of absorption, all it means is what is the probability that the uranium atom will absorb a thermal neutron? That's all it really boils down to. So uranium likes a thermal neutron, a slow neutron. And so you want to thermalize the neutron such that to slow it down from a fast neutron, so it presents to the target nucleus a more opportunistic ability to engage with that nucleus, to hit it, and undergo fission. So basically, it's all probabilities. You have probabilities of the neutron leaking out of the core. You have probabilities of the neutron being absorbed by boron, which is a doping agent. You have probabilities of it missing, obviously, the target area. So all these things go into this formula called the 6-factor formula of your average life cycle. How many neutrons are created from one generation to the next? These are all just probabilities. Landon, I'm sure, has had somewhere in his line has had some experience with this, but
the neutron, basically, in neutron capture, and looking at, and it kind of depends upon the isotope and it'll vary by isotope.
Wait,
and vary by the
Landon,
number
can
of
I
protons.
just interrupt just briefly? I do have an answer myself. The answer would be perspective.
Perspective. But you're right. Different isotopes present differently, right? Again, the uranium-235 especially likes to absorb a thermal neutron. So you want the highest amount of probability that it's going to get absorbed.
Remind me, what is a thermal neutron?
Slow.
So just a neutron that's moving slowly? Okay.
Yeah, because when you have two types of real neutrons that are produced in a fission reaction. You have what's called prompt neutrons. These are your source neutrons. These are neutrons that are produced by the fission reaction itself. So an atom splits apart, fission fragments called decay products. Then it forms 2 to 3 neutrons. The average is actually 2.4. If you add everything together, you'd get about 2 to 4.4 neutrons per reaction. These prompt neutrons go on to strike other atoms, right? But there's also what's called delayed neutrons, and delayed neutrons are called delayed neutron precursors. These are ones that are produced after the initial event from the decay products.
Neutrons and delayed neutrons. I want to make sure I'm hearing the pronunciation right.
Delayed.
Oh.
Delayed.
Okay.
Prompt and delayed. They're called delayed neutron precursors.
Yeah, so when the like U-235, U-236 fissions, you'll get 2 to 3 neutrons coming out of that initial split, right. But you can also get neutrons that are delayed from one of the 2 fission products as well.
Absolutely correct. And see that, but that has to be taken into account Because when you're at criticality, right, that means your K effective is 1 from one generation to the next generation. If you're subcritical, you have less than 1. If you're supercritical, you have more than 1. But so you want your neutrons to be the same amount of neutrons from one generation to the next generation, from the next generation. That's when you're critical. You're at a state of stability. Now, if you have these neutrons being produced by these delayed neutron precursors that you're not taking into account and you're just going by prompt neutrons, it presents a problem. It's very hard to regulate a reactor that way. And when you're starting up, you literally are critical just off the prompt neutrons, because you're not creating a lot of byproducts, a lot of fission fragments. And the problem with that is if you have what's called a cold water reactor accident, where you introduce a lot of cold water at once, it's going to have a huge amount of effect at prompt criticality in the subcriticality multiplication range. And that's what happens. That's kind of what happened to 3 Mile Island, except they weren't in the subcriticality range, but they had a cold water accident. And what happens when you induce cold water to a reactor? Water is a moderator, right? Water slows down neutrons. So you have fast neutrons that now going through water and it slows them down. And what I tell you earlier, uranium-235 likes slow neutrons. So what do you think happens if I introduce all this cold water at once to a reactor? Gauser or a Skyrider, either one. If I think about it, if the water moderates moderates neutrons.
Just think about the energy of where the energy is going.
Yeah, the water's now colder. It's denser. So now when a particle like a neutron comes in, it has a path that it goes through, and it's hitting more atoms. It's slowing down quicker, right? It's becoming thermalized.
Okay.
So colder water will thermalize neutrons faster. So now I have this moderating situation where I have a lot of cold water in there. These neutrons get very, very thermalized. Uranium-235 likes thermalized neutrons. And so your reactor power spikes up, temperature spikes up. And it can do so quickly, it can superheat the water, flash over. It can basically cause what's called a steam explosion. And the reactor vessel,
wow,
for all practical purposes, explodes. Not a good thing to have.
I can imagine explosions are not good in a nuclear reactor.
Chernobyl was a reactor that actually had what's called positive reactivity addition rate. And a positive reactivity addition rate is such that you have to actually fight to keep the reactor from going out of control. A negative coefficient of reactivity addition rate will actually shut itself down if left alone. You have to fight to keep it going.
Kind of like nuclear fusion?
Sort of, yeah, because fusion, if you leave fusion alone, it's going to probably lower to the temperature to the point it's not going to be able to sustain itself, or you have a magnetic field that you need to contain, right? So you have to work at keeping the fusion reaction going itself. But fission, same thing. You have to work at it. But Chernobyl, if you didn't pay attention, it would run away. And the moderator they used, a sodium graphite co-moderator, was not a good design, but it was cheap. And Russia was cheap. They wanted cheap, effective power. So instead of having an inherently stable design, they had a less inherently stable design, but it was cheaper to make. So when you have a reactivity addition rate accident, instead of shutting the reactor down like it would in a pressurized water reactor, no, it basically, that steam got very superheated, flashed over, and exploded.
And in the case of Chernobyl, the carbon ignited. You basically dumped enough energy into the carbon that carbon at high temperatures will oxidize, and so it went boom.
It did, and it's still oxidizing today, from what I understand.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very, very awful accident. But my point just being is that the subcriticality range, it's worse to have that kind of accident.
Yeah.
But
now, if you're trying to make something hypercritical, because let's say you're doing some other thing other than generating power, then you can pack it with enough density, and you don't necessarily care that the neutrons are thermal. You just want to, jack it up exponentially for a long enough time.
Yeah, well, in a reactor, you will go supercritical when you're actually starting the reactor up. You're in supercriticality because your K effective is greater than 1. Now, what you're talking about is called an uninhibited chain reaction, an uninhibited fission chain reaction. At that point, you have a dampener, right? That goes around the fissional material. These are neutron reflectors.
Yeah.
And so when you have a compression, usually you have two main types of bomb structure. But if you use a compression one, when you compress it down to a small enough geometric situation where the leakage is small enough that every neutron being produced will go on to contribute to the reaction, you have an uninhibited chain reaction, and any one that neutron that does get released, it'll be tampered back by reflector back into the reaction. So
yeah, you just have to get enough. You have to sustain an exponential, exponential growth long enough, because it's the stages that it goes through are quite rapid. And so one of the reasons why reactors, it's difficult for a reactor to go boom is there's not that much critical material in that small thing, and you're not trying to your paths, right? The mean path distance is much bigger than your control rods, right? It's not, you don't have many kilograms that lumped in a small area with tampers around it. You have lots of rods spread all over, and so it's very difficult to get a sustain an exponential.
Yeah, there's two main limiting factors. One, you don't have enough fissionable material in the core itself, and two, you're right. You have what's called a neutron flux density that goes across the core, and you have the rods that come down. You're not ever going to be able to get past the point where the flux density has a decrease, a localized minimum, because this has been doped with boron. And so you're never going to achieve what's called geometric criticality. You can't get that shape that you need in order to maintain that self-sufficient, uninhibited chain reaction.
Listening to you guys nerd out is kind of funny.
Yeah. So anyway, that's why reactors don't go boom.
That's why reactors cannot explode like a nuclear bomb. But you know what? I only nerd out when I drink. You guys know that? I never talk about nuclear shit except when I'm drinking, ever. You guys never hear me talk about my nuke shit.
I've already mentioned this to you guys, but Landon wasn't here. As Landon, as you may or may not be able to tell, I have an interest in physics. I'm trying to go to college for something in physics. I don't have an exact idea down, but I'm having a good interest in space and in quantum mechanics. Just no education.
Yeah, well, as I say, certainly, certainly there's lots of different things you can do in physics.
Yes.
And some of those areas are, depending on what you want to do, some of those areas are easier to get into than others. But it also is important to consider things that surround physics. So, for example, a good friend of mine went into nuclear medicine, and he started as a physicist and then learned medicine and is doing lots of interesting stuff with radiation and biology. And that's an example of something where you can also take physics and cross-pollinate with something else.
By the way, somebody had mentioned, Thalo Blue had mentioned, yeah, I do realize C. Brown would be much more qualified to explain polonium halos and nuclear physics to people, because C. Brown is a genius. No. Let me tell you, Len, C. Brown actually believes this, and you tell me what you think, because I've asked a plasma physicist, a PhD in plasma physicist, who just basically laughed his ass off, as well as he should. So this guy actually believes and maintains uranium, thorium, plutonium have all been produced in the Earth history by lightning strikes.
Oh, I heard you mention that, I think, either in one of the previous Hangouts or in one of the ones I was in.
It's dumb fuckery to a whole new level.
Well, we don't see the type of gammas that would produce if it was actually transmuting. Assuming you're getting, ignore the energy, right? And you say, well, you don't know what if you say, well, you don't know what the energies are involved in lightning strikes, we certainly don't see the results of.
As far as I know, I don't remember what metric it was, but I don't know if it was Kelvin, Celsius, or Fahrenheit. But as far as I remember learning, lightning strikes only go up to like 10,000 to 30,000 something.
He doesn't get. There's something called Z pinch. Z pinch is a real thing.
Yeah.
Well, actually, no, they go higher than that. I mean, if that were the case, you wouldn't have the blue color. It has to go pretty high.
They can go very high temperatures, but you don't have a lot of density there. But the problem is you're never going to be able to create that kind of heavier elements.
You could generate. I mean, we've detected X-rays, particularly from the reverse lightning strikes on there, so you can get fairly energetic electrons there, but you don't see basically there's the decay, so you didn't see the gammas that you would if you were actually really transmitting elements.
Well, don't you still need like millions
agreed.
of degrees something? Again, I don't remember.
Yeah, but,
what
but
metric.
again, you're not going to transmute into the. There's something called the May West curve.
Well, yeah,
that's
you
what
would, but yeah, you would have to have millions of degrees to get into the X-ray bandwidth, and it would have to be like as you said before, Steve. There's a density involved as well.
Yeah, it's the same reason like the thermosphere, it can reach thousands of degrees temperature, but flat earthers go, well, why don't satellites burn up if it's thousands of degrees temperature? Because there's no temperature. The density there is very low. It's in a vacuum. An energetic particle has a very high temperature rate because temperature is directly related to kinetic energy. But you only have a few particles traveling so fast. There's not enough time for them to even interact.
We should show them. Show them the Veritasium has a video where he walks around with a book and like a sheet of steel or a hard drive or something, right? And he hands them to people, says which one's colder, right? And they always say the hard drive is colder. No, they're both the same temperature because one is more dense than the other, so it transmits heat. It's better transmitting heat.
And Seth, you know what? Earth just got Seth. I'm sorry. George from Earth Discussions actually made a very simple, down to earth representation of what's going on. Stick your hand in a 500-degree oven and see how long it takes for you to burn your hand versus sticking your hand in boiling water.
Right, water's going to be denser.
Or better yet, boiling oil.
Yeah, that's a good example.
It's the same point. You said,
yeah. So anyways, so the temperatures that we typically were seeing in lightning bolts, the maximum temperatures were something on the order of about 30,000 degrees Kelvin. Is typically, so that's around like 55,000 Fahrenheit for those that are on that scale. And yet you can generate X-rays from that as well. Particularly the ones that are the most energetics are the reverse lightning strikes, where you basically get overcharges the ground and you get a reverse. Like those can actually get.
I've never heard of that happening. People.
Well, look, Landon. Look. You might be able to get a very trace amount of X-rays. But let me give you a little insight on how difficult it is to make an actual X-rays. The sun itself actually has a very difficult time producing X-rays because of the extreme temperatures required to make them.
And on the solar flares, in fact, we just had an in-class event today where a sun kicked out a pretty good hefty amount of X-rays, but you're talking about the surface itself doesn't,
relative as a whole. I mean, the sun has a very when you say it kicked out a significant amount of X-rays, you're gonna have to give a proportion to what That's all I'm saying.
As a proportion to like the mass or the surface of the sun doesn't produce that much X-rays. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Gotcha. Yeah, lightning strikes fusing elements. That I have a very basic, probably still incorrect understanding of how lightning works, but even I'm like, that sounds bullshit.
But anyway, if you think about it in terms of let's talk about the X-class flares from the sun. They typically at Earth are only putting out about 10 to the minus fourth watts per square meter. And you compare that to the rest of the spectrum, which is in a kilowatt range. You're basically that the X-rays are, even the most powerful X-ray flares are about 5 orders of magnitude fainter than the rest of the spectrum. Even so, the sun is a producer of X-rays. And
I'm not denying that. That's true. It's just keep the.
Can I ask a really dumb quick math question?
Okay.
Yeah, but I just want to say real quick. George in the live feed. He is a trained physicist, and he says degree of heat depends on temperature and density, as Steve correctly stated. Thank you very much. Good to know I'm not as dumb as Ronnie.
So again, you can get a major event can an X-ray flare, an X-class flare can put out about 10 to the 25 joules, but in terms of heating yourself, it's not that much in terms of energy, and typically again it's like 5 at best, maybe 5 order of magnitude less than the rest of the spectrum. Nevertheless, if you look at some of the stuff, particularly with coronal mass ejections, they very often will blind the flash when you see examples of really bright.
What do you mean? What do you mean by they, and what do you mean by blind the flash?
We're creating a blinding flash. So, for example, when you look at something like Soho, when you look at something like the SDO.
Are you talking about the camera's sensor?
Yes.
With being blinded by because it's too much for the camera to take, because it's like the way you're describing it is giving insight, like an incentive, like it's being purposefully made that way. I think you might want to read.
I'm just describing what's observed. I don't claim that there's somebody doing this.
Okay.
And if I can show you some nice. There's some nice videos. Also, the Fermi had some really nice images of these things. So, nevertheless, while the sun does produce X-rays, it's a fairly small fraction of its total.
X-rays require an incredible amount of energy on the quanta scale to have packets of energy that high.
What do you think is happening when you've got the magnetic field lines are breaking around a sunspot? You get tremendous amounts of energy. Again, the typical energies you might see that'll produce a coronal mass ejection are something on the order of like 10 to the 25 joules. That's equivalent to about 1 billion megatons of TNT.
I don't think that can be measured with joules. Temperature is really the key here.
No, you're talking about
energy. You're talking about energy.
You're going to measure joules anyway.
He's talking about the energy level output, right?
Yes.
But the thing with the coronal mass ejection is that more than likely, if there's going to be a situation where we are in trouble with the CME, it's going to be due to the fact that it's going to induce an electromagnetic pulse in anything that has a wire or a coil, especially microcircuitry. It can literally knock out our electrical system. And even if it's strong enough, anything that's electronics, it could theoretically induce a current and fry it.
Yeah. So, for example, a proton pulse, if the polarity is in terms of which pole is heading towards, can induce significant currents in transcontinental power lines and cause problems. So again, the solar flares actually have they emit clouds of electrons and ions, and some of them actually are travel at quite high speeds.
Oh, I agree. What was the year, Steve? Was it 88? What was the New York blackout?
Oh, when they lost part of the grid on the Eastern Coast?
88,
it was in the
89.
80s. Yeah, I don't know the exact year, but I do know exactly what you're talking about. That was due to a solar flare.
It was attenuation on the lines, wasn't it? From the actual flare.
By the way, I asked my
attenuation line.
Maybe I'm using the wrong term. I don't know.
Yeah, attenuation means a dampening, right? Attenuation.
Oh, okay.
Would mean that you are dampening something. You have there are what's called attenuators, but I don't know if that's what you're referring to.
Yeah, I may be using the wrong terms.
A bit unrelated thing. Hey, Landon.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, nice to meet you.
Oh, thank you. And good to hear from you as well.
Oh yeah. By the way, everybody who doesn't know Landon, say hi to him now. Landon is a pretty prolific dude in the science, mathematics, astronomy, computer science blogosphere. Yeah, he's got a wiki page. So yeah.
Focusing on planetary astronomy. Although in order to do serious planetary astronomy, you need to also get involved in stars and so forth. So we pay a lot of attention to what the sun's doing.
Well, Lenny, you're cool in my book because you've taken enough of my bullshit. So hey, you're cool.
I mean, but Landon, do you still have people like? I mean, do they come to you and go, "Hey, let's ask Landon know about this particular thing"? When it comes to mathematics or astronomy or computer science?
Yeah, we have. I had it. In fact, we just had another problem that one of our there was a company that needed a particular solution, and so of a particular mathematical problem, and so we helped them out.
Now, I'm just curious. Why did you go for your PhD in a field? I'm just kind of curious. I never asked you.
We've been, in fact, I thought about it, but as I got too involved in industry.
But it's not like but you're one of those rare people that have the knowledge of a PhD equivalent. You just didn't finish. I mean, you didn't.
Yeah, I don't have my union card, but
as far as I'm concerned, you are at a PhD level.
I thought about it because I had an advisor who would say, "Hey, that could have been your thesis, but since you didn't do it under a PhD program, it doesn't count." So,
yeah, that's.
But I've had a couple people after me to encourage me to go say, "Why don't you go back and grab one?" So
yeah, no shit, right? Or two.
Or all of them.
I mean,
yeah, grab all the things.
A good friend of mine, he was a good friend of mine that he had a career in music and then just went back and got his degree. So he says, if I can do that, you can do it too. So, but as I say, I've been having too much fun and.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Damn it, Red Eye. Don't be fucking kicking out Landon, for God's sake. Red Eye?
No, he'll be back. He'll be back.
Illuminati, they asked me to do it. There was too much information being told. You had to go.
I know the Illuminati is your Lord and Master, and I know you have to shut these things down. But damn, dude.
We were skating pretty close to some pretty crucial information, then he had to go. Landon gets
Yay! Welcome back, Landon.
He had to be taken care of.
Yeah, we can't encourage Landon to go and get a PhD because then he'd be the god of science.
You know what's funny is besides the fact he can't figure out his day to hang out.
Landon will be back.
How many PhDs do I know? I mean, shit ton, dozens and dozens. But I got to tell you, I think Landon kind of outshines them all in some way. Because he's so talented in many different areas of science that he could probably get a PhD in 3 branches and
that mic is way too cool looking for him to not be.
I'm still there still is an opportunity there. So I was going to say, I assume everyone's going to see who is in North America or near North America is going to see the August 21st.
I'm going to do it vicariously through you. Yes. Since you said you said, and I quote, that while you're setting up, at some point we can call you up and you will live stream from there if you have the ability to. So I'm going to do this vicariously through you.
Actually,
I thought that was the South Pole.
I'm not sure, but I might be able to see the August 21st.
I wanted so bad to go to Colorado for it, but man, just shit happened. I've got a kick-ass. I've got a Meade LX70R8 telescope, which is a kick-ass 8-inch telescope. It's nice.
It's a nice scope.
But I don't have any cameras or anything else attached to it to observe.
Just use your eyeballs. They're better cameras, better imagers than any of the cameras you'll get.
Yeah, but they make piss poor anecdotal observations. I want people to see what I'm seeing.
No, it says seriously. It's something to see. I mean, my experiment will be running on its own while I just enjoy it.
I'm actually making the attempt to collaborate with anyone in my area that has any kind of DS. I have a Skywatcher focal barrel on my camera. On my telescope, and I'm trying to collaborate with anybody who has a DSLR so we can team up.
But seriously, if you've never seen total solar eclipse, take the first time and just watch it.
Here's the thing. I'm in Louisiana. Look, I'm in Louisiana. And my first solar eclipse I ever saw was 7 in 1984. There was an annular solar eclipse that came through here, and I saw the annular.
Annulars are nice.
They're nice, but they're not total. It's like God teasing you.
But you don't want to look at an annular eclipse directly, right?
Yeah, no.
Well, I ain't
if the
gonna lie.
photosphere is there, photosphere's there. You can cook your eyeballs.
Well, I mean, I got a little cooking going on, but I mean, I was 7, so.
What I don't know is why do people?
I just got to point this out though because it is rum and coke night. I got to point this out. Defucking Wayne has no rum and coke, so we have to take shots and drinks for him. So Defucking Wayne, this brother is for you.
And D,
I have my beer here, so
we
likewise. Yep.
We and to your health, sir.
Mr. D. Wayne recently beat the shit out of cancer, by the way. I just wanted to say that we're rather lucky to have him around still. So
yeah,
fuck yeah, D. We kicked.
You know, Red,
he got to have cool PET scans where essentially the xenon was decaying, kicking out positrons, which were combining electrons and generating pairs of 511 keV.
Isn't it positron emission? Wait, no, positron emission topography, right?
Yes, yeah.
PET scan.
Yeah.
So
for a brief period of time, there was antimatter being created inside D, and they said, "Hey, your Geralds are gone." So.
Yeah.
By the way, Red Eye, I'm telling you what. Now you need to do voiceovers. You have the most definitive Aussie accent of all time.
Oh, he can get.
You're wasting.
And he can lay it on thick.
And Landon, like, don't hesitate to go to like some anime voice type. Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, you know it.
Yeah. Well, anyway, but as I say, yes. No, Red Eye can do a pretty thick Aussie accent.
Lemise says it's truly. Wait, Lemise says it's truly to drink. Lemise says it's truly to drink for her, so we have to do it for her as well. Lemise, again for you.
Cheers.
I'll have to go get some more.
Although it's better. Unfortunately, we can't get her drunk because it's too early in the morning.
Oh, cool! Wait. He's got a border scale in the background. What's that thing with the darkness? Starts with B. A border scale thing in your background, like where it shows the darkness. Or the light pollution scale. It's called a border or bores. Oh God, I can't. Isn't that what you have in your background, Landon? And that little chart behind you?
Actually, this chart here.
Yeah.
That chart is basically a logarithmic chart from basically the inner core of the Earth out to the visual edge of the Earth.
Oh, it looks like a light pollution chart. This called a border scale, or
no, it looks like the cosmic. It looks like the CMB on top. Looks like.
Well, this is like Sloan's Sky Survey. This is the edge of the galaxy.
Oh wow!
Or, solar system planet stuff. So.
Oh God.
Hey, Landis, let me ask you.
Wait. Oh, sorry. Wait. Before you do, I can already tell that comet in the middle. That's Hale-Bopp in the because I saw that thing myself. Yeah. I actually saw Comet Hale-Bopp myself so much. I looked at it so much with a telescope when it came around. I could tell that comet literally from a mile away.
Yeah, and I saw Hale-Bopp when it came around too.
So it depends on what's cosmic scale thing. So
let me ask you, Landon. I read something pretty interesting just recently. As a matter of fact, a day or two ago that let me ask you about. Have you heard something to the effect that there's a model out there they're positing that dark matter is basically the gravitational force that is being carried over from a multiverse universes into ours?
I mean, there's various models people are trying to
put forward as alternatives for dark matter is some sort of particle or whatever. And given that we don't know what dark matter is, we know its properties and effects. These models being forward are reasonable. The big thing you want to do is to say and make a prediction and then test the model and see whether you survive or not.
But if that was the case, though, if that is the case, would that not mean that dark matter would not be a form of baryonic or non-baryonic matter, but it would actually be some kind of force, because gravity is a force, with a force carrier particle of some kind?
Because again, if you're trying to explain the phenomenon of the gravitational fields produced by what we think is produced by dark matter, one of the things that we'll say is, well, you have some sort of modified gravitational field that on a large scale the gravity is different than on a small scale.
Um,
And again,
hang on.
those kind of models have not
Sorry, making a
stood
lot of
up
noise, guys.
to experimental test, but credible people are trying to say, well, what about this? What about that? Until we know what dark matter actually is and detect it, because the big thing is if you say it's some particles, then like where are they and how do you detect them, right?
Right, and that was my point. I think that they may not be particles, right? They may be some type of a field of a force carrier between multiverses that it manifests itself by this gravitational force, which we attribute to mass. Because obviously with mass we have a gravitational force, but if they have an interaction between two different multiverses that's causing this gravitational force, I do understand obviously with the Einstein equation equals mc squared, there's a mass energy equivalency, but at that time would it still be considered to be dark matter if there's not matter really being invoked? It's not baryonic, it's non-baryonic, it's basically a type of force that's it's being somehow induced into our universe from a separate universe.
Hey,
would that take away from it being a matter?
Steve, can I introduce something that this is something I've contemplated for a very long time, and this might be absolute bullshit. It might not. I would really, I wouldn't mind some scrutiny at all on it. But when I see the way galaxies are moving in space, when I look through the data, how galaxies are moving through space, and there is this, they all have this spin. All right, and space-time has a drag. It has a drag. And I always thought of the possibility of this drag having this repulsive force that would simulate what is perceived to be dark matter. When you have things that are when you have galaxies spinning around, there's this drag that exists that wants to repel galaxies from other galaxies, and
not really repelling.
It's not repelling, but it does. Wait, let me finish. This does not explain the accelerating force of dark energy. That's for sure. It does not explain that.
Two different things.
Two different things.
Yeah,
but it does give it an insight to dark matter.
But there is frame dragging, right? We do agree there is frame dragging, but my question to DeLandon was a specific question that I would actually like him to actually answer is, if you have a dark matter situation where you have this gravitational force being exerted in a galaxy like Kaiser's talking about, but it's not actually due to a mass dark matter, it's actually due to a force being induced by a multiverse or by an additional universe somewhere else, would it still be considered to be a dark matter? And obviously it wouldn't be the same as dark energy that's causing acceleration. But what would we call it at that point if it's not really matter, it's a force?
The problem with inducing other universi into the whole thing is that dark matter is associated with halos around galaxies. And why would the universe, that other universe, other dimensions, poke in around galaxies and not in between galaxies?
Well, it's inside the galaxy as well, though. It's not just in the outside of the galaxy. Dark matter exists in the interior of the galaxy with a lot of density, right? That we can actually map. We can actually map the density of the dark matter.
But wait, Steve. When you're talking about a field of any kind, you can't separate a field from a particle that it's associated to the field. That's what's really confusing me.
Well, yeah. I'm not talking about the vector. I'm not talking about the particle vector. Gravitational field, you have a particle vector with the graviton, but I'm not talking about that. What I'm saying is that even if you have the dark matter in the galaxy itself, around the perimeter or whatever, if the multiverse is inducing itself into our universe dimensionally, right? Dimensionally would be somewhere. It doesn't matter where it's at, right? Because if you think about this multiverse in somewhere in a higher Hilbert space, why wouldn't it be able to manifest itself as a manifestation in our universe in a space direction that we can't go to?
But as I say, the dark matter shows up as a halo around galaxies, right? and it's related to the formation of galaxies, related to mass, but it's not. It's not. For example, you don't see dark matter showing up in large galaxies between galaxy clusters. You see it associated with halos around galaxies.
No, that's true. Not in between.
That's why it would be much less. It does not bode well for saying it's coming in from some other dimension.
And this is why,
there are things that people talk about MOND, which is I put a link in the chat below, and there's a fairly good thing on Wikipedia if you look, called modified Newtonian dynamics. Now, experimental evidence doesn't support modified Newtonian mechanics, but this is one of the. You were talking about forces. It's one of the things that people have explored, that gravity may have some extra components on a galactic to universal scale that's different than
sort of like how kind of like exponential growth as it gets bigger.
Look, before we get off this subject, Landon, that's why I wanted to point out, when you have these galaxies, they're all spinning. If there is a large scale space-time drag going on, it would account for the dark matter in the term of.
But the space-time drag is more a matter of the propagation of the gravitational field. You still have to have the mass inside, and when we look at when the galaxy lenses stuff far in the background, we can see that there is a gravitational field beyond the normal halo of that is expected from the visible disk. It's not as if there is a rotating mass deep inside the galaxy and you're seeing the frame being dragged around.
Of course not. But there's a drop there. The drop-off point. I mean, where does this drop-off point occur? Where does the drag end? The drag is certainly not going to end inside of the galaxy. It's going to end outside of the galaxy.
Well, I will put another link here. In there, there's a nice diagram. It shows.
Unfortunately, that's not gonna. I can't link. I'm on a cell. I can't see any side check.
So what I could do is I could share a screen. Instead.
I was just going to do that. Screw you, Landon.
Okay. So if I go and do this here.
Damn it! I'm just a shit poster. I need to do something useful.
Oh, go ahead.
Kudos from one shit poster to the other.
All right, give me just a second.
Do something useful then.
Don't listen to them. Shit poster away.
Nah.
We are shit posters. We are the internet.
So if you look at this set here, so for example, this is example in M33, and it shows you the rotational velocity you'd expect from visible disk in terms of the material, the gas clouds.
I don't see anything just yet. I don't see anything. Are you presenting it now?
It's presented, yeah.
I'm not seeing it. No, okay. Okay, now I am. Oh yeah, this is old data from what's her name? That I was seeing it. Now I lost it. Now I'm just seeing Landon.
This is
Steve presented Landon and then went back to me. Probably to fix it.
Okay, if that doesn't work, you can do.
No. I have it. Okay. But no, this data only corroborates what I'm talking about, though. It's not really. Well, if you have an actual space-time drag, this literally corroborates that. It is ambiguous. It can be other things. There's nothing definitive saying, "Oh yeah, space-time drag." It could be other things. But it's not saying it's something else.
I don't know that you understand what space-time drag is.
Yeah, space-time drag is when you, for example, around a rotating black hole, you're going to have a frame drag near the event horizon.
Right.
Okay,
for example, the Earth is not a uniform mass. There's anomalies, dense material that's on one side, and as the Earth spins. The strong gravitational field is basically you've got this non-uniform mass that's spinning. Something that is farther away will see because the assumption is that that the gravitational effects propagate at the speed of light, there's going to be if you're farther away from the rotating object, you're going to experience a gravitational field that's been dragged or twisted.
So what's nobody has the capability of testing this kind of effect on large scale.
We can measure.
No. That was gravity probe B.
Frame dragging. Yeah,
gravity probe B did it to a very exceptional degree.
I know gravity probe. I promoted gravity probe. You did not listen to anything I just said. Nobody has tested this on, or has the ability to test this on large scales. You cut me off when I said that. On large scales.
Earth's a pretty large scale.
Oh God, I'm talking about intergalactic scales, large scales, man. Large, yeah, intergalactic large scales.
So if there was a non-uniform mass inside, first of all, you would see the effects of that on the nearby areas in terms of it rotating, and I guess it depends upon the speed of rotation.
Of course it depends on the speed of rotation. The thing is that's what I'm talking about. This kind of stuff is new grounds. It's not really.
We know the mass distribution inside there. We can see because we can see objects orbiting.
Of course we do. Yes.
And we know the mass distribution, so we know the gravitational field and the spin of this galaxy is measured. I mean, the spin of this galaxy is measured in hundreds of millions of years, and yet the distance there you're talking about is on the order of only tens of thousands of years. So you're not going to see even the spin of the galaxy is several orders of magnitude slower than the propagation of the speed of light coming out.
What is that? Okay. That doesn't
the frame
explain.
drag
That doesn't explain anything. What you're saying.
I wish I could actually understand this concept.
The frame drag that you're going to see, you're going to see if there was some non-uniform gravitational field inside there, is you've got a galactic. The galaxy is rotating at a much slower speed.
Oh, a much slower speed, really. A much slower speed.
Landon, give him a second.
He's gone.
Did you just say a much slower speed than what?
Did you just run off Landon?
I didn't mean to, man. I didn't mean to. Oh God.
Yeah,
Best
sorry,
doggo.
my Russian handlers told me to remove Landon from the hangout. Then he was getting a bit close to things again.
Yeah, whenever he gets close to divulging the truth, he gets kicked.
Yep.
It wasn't me, man. I don't do that shit. It was the one arm.
George, get in here. Lemise, get in here.
Oh, by the way, guys, because I have a life, I'm gonna go now.
No, you're a kid that has no school because you're on summer vacation.
You had
TF2.
Kelzer, you had better not let your kid be in school Monday, August 21st. Make sure he's out of school so he gets, unless it's raining, of course.
No, he's in high school, man. He doesn't have any kids.
No, wait.
And also, I'm not in America, so I can't do that either.
And why do you keep kicking out fucking Landon?
Yeah, Kelzer.
I'm not doing that.
Shit posters. Stop kicking out Landon. Jesus Christ.
Look, I was getting into convo with Landon. What the hell?
I was not doing anything, and that's Hilo.
I just wanted to get Landon's opinion. I just wanted to get Landon's opinion on something I read recently, and so I was curious. Oh, and by the way, Landon, hang on, Landon. By the way, we are having in the near future. He's been on the road right now, but I'm having Quester come in. Quester is a PhD in particle physics.
Oh, good.
And
hold on, wait.
I would definitely like to have a particle physicist weigh in on the standard model versus dark energy.
That's before Hillary interrupted. One of the things we wanted to talk about. I wanted to ask him about that exact same thing. some gauge theory stuff, some SU3 symmetry,
Yeah.
particle physics type stuff, and I thought that you would be a hangout you'd be interested in.
Yeah.
And I would love to have a hangout like that. It's one of my more interesting, I find to be interesting topics that I'm not well versed in by any means, but I like to be. And he's a particle physicist, has a PhD. He's willing to come in and explain to us what they mean by the gauge theory, right? What they mean by supersymmetry, what they mean by particles. I think that we love to have something like that.
And I follow that. I follow that stuff indirectly, but I would be very interested in seeing and hearing somebody who's deep into the thing about whether or not they think that supersymmetric particles are still likely to be detected at CERN or not, and what that might mean about their existence or not. And I'd like to also understand how the standard model is faring up against dark.
Well, I got to tell you, I think the standard. I think the standard model is going to show weaknesses. I mean, I think it's actually going to be, it's going to be replaced. It has to be replaced, what I understand. The problem that you run into is that at higher, what we think is higher energies, what we should expect, things have weird things with these CP violations, right? And CPT violations. We know that for some strange reason, the universe wants to have a propensity toward matter, vice antimatter. Now we just call those things arbitrarily, right? If antimatter was the norm, we would call that matter, and we call the antimatter matter, antimatter. But there is a discrepancy there that is hard to explain to me. Why do we have these CPT or CP
Can I add? Can I give some insight on that, Steve?
Sure.
Number one, the thing about supersymmetry and heavy elementary particles. How many of you guys know about or what the Planck mass is?
Yes.
You know what Planck? All right.
Please explain it for the layman in the audience.
The Planck mass is basically how much mass you can introduce to an elementary particle before it becomes a black hole.
And by the way, I like the fact that you call it a Planck because it is Planck, and it is exactly what you said. The Planck mass would be if it's something within its own Schwarzschild radius, right? An elementary particle that's within its own Schwarzschild radius.
Look, when it comes, let's take the Large Hadron Collider for the LHC. It has only scraped the surface of that mass. I mean, I would bank everything on just tons and tons of elementary particles that we have yet to discover. Well, up to scale on that.
Kaiser, there's already been. I mean, do you remember the book called The Particle Zoo?
Yeah, but the problem is that you would so if these massive particles are out there doing stuff, because let's say they're particles going at a relative speed or so forth, you should see their interactions. Interactions and decays going on.
Yeah, that's true. But the problem is, the more massive these elementary particles are, the more energy you have to imply to see them. In other words, the LHC, it's small, and as far as detecting these things, in order to have a collider that can detect these larger particles, you would literally have to make an accelerator that would
I'm talking
go
about
the circumference of the Earth. I mean,
I'm talking about these kind of particles being a proxy for what dark matter is. You would
you're veering off. You're veering off now. I don't know what you're talking about now.
Well, first of all, there are particle creators. They are planning to build one that's much bigger than CERN right now. I believe it's in China. To get up to those energy levels you need to start making these massive particles, but they're still nowhere near. They're still nowhere near where we need to be to get to the Planck scale. I mean, we're talking 10 million orders of magnitude.
It's like 15 orders of magnitude. So even China's not going to get to that scale. I mean, I don't
know. It's not 15. No, it's in the millions of order of magnitude for the Planck scale.
It is.
We're nowhere near it.
Yeah,
I know there's a new technique that LHC developed with using plasma acceleration. I honestly have not delved into the research on that
stuff. But again, that's also so if you assume that there are these massive particles out there that are responsible for, let's say, dark matter, then the big problem you have is, all right, let's detect these. Can we detect these particles out there in the universe? Can we detect them from cosmic rays coming into the Earth? And we have yet to do so.
Right.
So now, it doesn't say that it isn't possible. It's possible that you can build a extremely energetic accelerator to create new phenomenon, but it appears that the universe is not doing this on a grand scale as an explanation for what dark matter is.
Are you talking about a hypothetical idea where dark matter is composed of very large particles, very large atoms?
That's one.
I wasn't. I was really talking about supersymmetry. I kind of delved away from.
And where symmetry particles came up was that's one of the. That's one of the proposals for what dark matter is supersymmetric particles.
I can't rule that out. Yeah.
So Landon, have you read about the new particle they discovered just recently? That is a very supermassive particle using, I believe it's two charmed.
Oh Lord, no, I don't know anything about that one. What's up?
I don't know. I haven't heard it being pronounced, so I don't know how to pronounce it. It's like the it's something with a K, CC particle. Which is just recently discovered in CERN. It's one of the heaviest particles they've discovered, and it uses it's a strange particle. Well, no, it's not strange. It's a what do they call it? Not strange. It's got charmed particles, so it's not strange because I have a strange particle. What they call it? Exotic.
Yeah. It is an exotic particle. That's it.
Yeah, it's the XICC++
particle. Don't be surprised.
See, he knows this shit, people.
Look, don't be surprised over the next 10 to 20 years, a new wave, a new revolution of elementary particles and a new zoo being created with new categorizations. Think of it like how Pluto got decategorized and a new wave of category. The same thing's coming for the elementary particle world.
But that double charm particle is not the proposed supersymmetric particles. We haven't yet found that. Although one of the things that was as a candidate for dark matter, why supersymmetric particles was created, was they're saying, well, maybe the universe generated a bunch of these, shortly after the Big Bang, when you had really extreme temperatures, and these particles are weakly interacting with hadronic matter, but they still have rest mass, and so is the kind of is one of the things that has been proposed. And the standard model allows for supersymmetric particles to exist, or certain very forms of it. It's just that we haven't been able to create any yet.
I'm just sitting here as a
the standard model
have endless questions.
Yeah, hang on, Kaiser.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
By the way, I want to welcome George into the hangout, who is a physicist, one of the more educated physicists I know. Matter of fact, one who's able to explain things.
Hello, George.
In a level of detail that would actually rival your own there, Landon, to be honest with you. And also, I want to welcome Lemise, who's a food scientist. I want to also bring up real quick. It's funny. We're having RUM and COKE nights. We got to shit talk a little bit, so I want to just say real quick. Ronnie had a hangout tonight where he sat by himself and just pontificated on subjects he doesn't know anything about. And yet now we have a hangout. We have 3 times the amount of viewers he has. We have physicists in the room. We have one of the most prolific computer scientists, mathematicians, astronomers in the entire world in the room here. A food scientist, a physicist, and other people that are into science like Kaiser. We don't find this in his hangout and in their hangouts. And I want people to see the dichotomy there, because there is a huge dichotomy. So the next time they ever bring up shit like, oh, well, Steve has an echo chamber, or you don't learn anything from Steve's hangout, you tell them, go watch a fucking hangout like this. Even on a RUM and COKE night where we're drinking, we're still having the most awesomest dialogue that they'll never have in any of those hangouts, because nobody with an education like this will ever go into their hangout.
And for the record, I'm drinking Lagavulin. Single malt.
What is that?
Lagavulin.
Single. Oh, nice.
So
cheers,
sorry,
baby.
I'm not doing RUM and COKE on there. I realize I'm. See,
I've learned something. I'll tell you something. RUM and COKE. Goodnight is great, but I've learned that it's only going to be a name in spirit because rum and coke is too sweet for me. I don't like sugar that much. It's just not my thing.
So
it's just alcohol in general.
So you say you're a physicist, a particular type of physics that you specialize in, or
George?
Steve did not quite get that right. I am really not a physicist by training. I have a degree in electrical engineering and mathematics.
Okay.
He is a physicist. I don't care. I know what his degree is in. He is physics. He knows his physics.
Electromagnetics and electronic design related to precision instrumentation.
Lyndon, don't listen to George. He really does know his shit, man. Watch the videos in his channel. He really made some really good videos. Informative.
Well, I admire people who really do great work in instrumentation. That's a very important thing in observational astronomy. It's the difference between this century and last century is the quality of your instruments, and people who do the really fine instrumentation have really opened up the cosmos.
Well, my area of specialty is in low distortion, low noise amplifiers.
Which, for example, like for a radio telescope, where you've got massive dB gains, right? That are just
low temperature.
Yeah.
So how do you filter that stuff out? I mean, I know a little about dB gains, dB amplifiers, and low and high bandpass filters and stuff like that. So if you did have a signal that was so noisy, right, but you still wanted to get information out of it, right? Based on Shannon information, so you have a noisy channel, but you wanted to get the most amount of information out of that system. How would you go about doing that to say this is the signal we're getting from somewhere and go, hey, you know what? This might be an extraterrestrial signal.
We look for correlations.
Absolutely.
But how would you filter out from the noise?
Well, one of the things that, for example, something like a large telescope array can do is have a very, very directional, very, very directional beam. So the other thing is you put the radio telescopes in an area that's very low noise, right? So you put things in radio quiet zones. So, for example, in Australia, they've set aside about 1/3 of Western Australia, which is about as close to nothing as you can find on this planet. And place very, very sensitive radio telescopes there, so you're not getting terrestrial, very much terrestrial interference. You can't eliminate it, but then the other thing is that you can also have a very high directional phase array beam, so you can ignore stuff that's off axis.
Okay, I will agree with you on the directionality, right? You want a very narrow beam. Yeah. Oh, I get that. But the noise I'm talking about is not terrestrial noise.
Yeah, signal processing.
Yes,
noise.
Exactly.
Signal processing, Steve. You'll run it through an FFT, fast Fourier transform, and take it out.
For Fourier you do a Fourier transformation to try to eliminate that. Yes. Okay.
Right. You take it out of what's called the time domain and put it into the frequency domain.
A lot of times. So what the telescope is producing is very accurate timed grid. So a telescope is giving you for a given frequency range the intensity and polarization angle for a given point that's time stamped, and the time stamp is to an extraordinary so they time stamp these data blocks coming from the telescopes to a very, very high precision. Some of the most accurate clock arrays are being used.
Funny you mentioned that. I just read something the other day using that same type of principle in quantum entanglement, where you had a equidistant location going to two different locations, a particle being sent from a centralized location to two other ones. They measure each other's particle, and obviously the other one's going to be opposite, but they do so quickly that in a matter of nanoseconds to determine that the instantaneous communication between one particle to another is at least at a lower bound 10,000 times greater than the speed of light. Wow. Amazing. Because I do think it's instantaneous, but
I mean, there's really no information being transmitted, though.
Well, we're going to assume
that's the thing that's kind of in question, is whether or not we'll be able to really make use of that for transmitting useful.
Right. I don't mean to be information as far as communication of information, but it's something between one particle and the other that is communicating between each other, just to note the particle one has been observed to the other. Now, I don't believe that we ever can use that to utilize a communication in which way we can get any kind of information to someone, because one, you don't know the particle's state ahead of time, right? If we did, that'd be great, but we don't.
Exactly, right? That's the problem. There's randomness there that we're never ever going to be able to eliminate.
But the fact is that within, I think it's 50 nanoseconds, we've determined that if you measure one particle, the other particle does instantaneously have the opposite.
That seems to be the thing. Yeah, that seems to be the characteristic in what Einstein called spooky action at a distance.
Spooky, right? So do you subscribe to a local realism? Do you think do you think there's stays in a local?
Steve, after the Bell experiments in the '60s, I think that pretty much ruled all that out.
Well, no, it didn't. The Bell inequality ruled out hidden variable models for the most part, except for pilot wave. Okay, the Bell inequality says that there is no hidden variable model that can account for all possible quantized states. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. By the way, we have another physicist in the room, General Han Solo. So. Believe me, correct me if I'm wrong, but the way I understand the Bell equality is that there is no hidden variable model possible that can account for all quantized states. If there is a local realism such that you only have a particle that can exist locality-wise, but not go superluminal, to go from one to the other, some kind of communication in the space-time itself, I don't think that exists. I think that the instant communication between two particles is such that there is literally no information in the system. There's no hidden variable, but there's something that communicates the spin of one to the spin of the other in the entanglement. But how that does that, who the fuck knows? I mean, it's weird beyond belief.
Look, I'm gonna say something that
didn't make any kind of sense. I know I've been drinking, but
I agree with
you. There is probably, whether you want to call it an extra dimension or even an unknown field, Steve. You could call it I'm pretty confident that there are fields in which we have yet to discover.
But the problem is, I don't know if I would call it a field. The problem is you're having some type of particle or carrier that transmits information from one particle to the other about the collapsing of the wave function to give it a quantum state that we know to the other one, that somehow is actually in space-time itself. It's in a dimension, or it's part of space-time. So I think that is an instantaneous communication. I don't subscribe to the pilot wave theory, because you do lose local locality with it. But I don't believe that as of right now, there's no hidden variable model that says, hey, there's information in the system prior to the event, prior to the collapsing of the wave function. There's just nothing. It's basically completely unknown until it's observed.
See, I gotta hit
Kaiser has a point there, though, too. Is our reality could very well be the projection from a higher dimension, just
absolutely. Sure.
Yeah. And who knows yet? We're not even scratching the surface.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, Kaiser's spot on with that. That could be the case. I do ascribe to the holographic principle.
Well, don't get me wrong. I'm just simply stating that when Einstein was saying, "Look, there's something missing. There's missing information." I really do buy into that. There is missing.
Well,
there are missing parts here.
But Einstein liked the hidden variable model, right? Einstein didn't like the fact that everything kind of was going to the direction that the hidden variable models were wrong. He was dead set that no, God does not play dice with the universe. There is no.
Einstein didn't like the probabilistic nature.
He didn't like it at all. He's the EPR paper, the Einstein-Pulaski-Rosen, was basically they were actually promoting a hidden variable model. Were they not?
EP equals EPR, huh?
Now, yeah, EPR equals
enough.
Oh, no, wait, EPR equals.
Go ahead.
ER?
Something like that.
Yeah.
Well,
I say
you're
not.
making me go back years here. I mean, I don't like the shenages, but.
Yeah, I was just
every. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Jess. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, ironically enough, though, as much as quantum mechanics made Einstein uncomfortable on the randomness, it was quantum mechanics and his explanation of the photoelectric effect that got him the Nobel Prize, not his theories of relativity.
Ironic, isn't it? He got the Nobel Prize for the photoelectric effect. Yeah.
Well, I mean, look, there's nothing that in nature that, like, when you discover something new, there's nothing that says, okay, when you discover something new, you discover the whole thing. You know, obviously there were things missing, okay, which is great because it's a discovery in itself. But hey, that's the whole fun of it. That's the whole fun of the exploration.
Yeah, no, and I'm fine with multi-dimensions. I just don't think that I can't see why the hidden variable models would work, right? I'm comfortable saying, look, until you observe something, until you have a collapsing of that wave function, until a spontaneous fission or weak nuclear decay occurs, there literally is no information in that system to be known or unknown. There's just nothing in there. And again, I know Einstein hated that idea. But I think he was wrong on that. I think that the Bell inequality kind of has shown that unless you have something like the what is it, the Broglie, what the hell? Come on, Jen, help me out here.
I can't remember myself.
It's the pilot wave theory. De Broglie. Yeah, but it's a matter wave theory, but I can't remember what it was called. De Broglie something or other. It's a type of pilot wave theory that actually does satisfy the Bell inequality, but at the loss of local realism or locality.
I mean, there's nothing, there's no experiment that has dismissed, as far as I know of. I could be wrong about this, but there's no experiment that I know of that has dismissed the pilot wave theory.
No, and there hasn't been. No, and pilot wave theory is possible. It is, but again, with pilot wave theory, you lose locality, which means that if you have two particles separated by a distance greater than the speed of light, that there's no particle that can go from one to the other because you have to be traveling superluminal. So how do you still have one particle to the other? You have to be contained within your sphere of influence of one particle. That's called the locality.
And you know, I'm not thinking about that, but you're right. That does. It's like it doesn't get rid of the uncertainty principle, where you could have a quantum system jump from one place to another, literally like a quantum jump, and it's not going to dismiss that. Usually, when people think of a quantum jump, they're thinking about electrons and their energy states. But
because when I hear quantum jump, I literally think of that.
It's important to understand that Bell's theorem, rules out local hidden variables. It does not rule out non-local hidden variables.
Right. Yeah, and that's a good point, actually. It does seem to rule out local hidden variables, but on the macro hidden variables, it is still theoretically possible. However, General and myself and somebody else, we were actually going to hang on this very topic about the possibility of a macro hidden variable model, because the Bell inequality doesn't rule that out, does it?
No. I'd have to. I don't know. I'd have to check on that.
I'm actually landed. It doesn't rule out a non-local macro.
That's true. It leaves the door open for non-local hidden variables.
But it doesn't show it's possible. I mean, probable, whatever. But it doesn't shut the door on it. But anyways, I'm gonna be right back. But General, are you there?
But such a theory would not be Lorentz.
Fuck Lorentz.
Oh God. It all becomes bad. He'll be back.
Well, first, like I said, I mean,
you did.
I mean, look at what did Lorenz do? I mean, he fucked us up with Lorenz Aether theory, right? So, man, then we have this neo-Lorentzian bullshit. I'm not a neo-Lorentzian. I subscribe to
what the fuck is that?
Minkowski space.
Hey,
A
neo-Lorentzian.
Yeah, what the fuck is that?
Neo-Lorentzian is more of a model such that you have three spatial dimensions and one temporal dimension, right? 3D plus 1T. I don't think of it that way. I think of it the Minkowski type space where space-time is an integral part of each other, and you don't break it down by 3 dimensions in a temporal. You don't break it down by I'm going to meet you at latitude, longitude, and altitude at this time, right? I break it down to this is your time. This is your position in space-time. In reference to like a Minkowski diagram.
Can I be heard?
Well, now you can, Mr. Physicist, that I've been asking to kind of like chime in and ignoring me. Yeah, can you hear us?
Hello?
You can't hear us.
Oh my goodness, what's going on here?
Can you
give him a second. Give him a second.
Someone that has a camera, wave to him. General, reset. F5. Let's see. A, B, C, D, E, F. Wait, no, wait. A, B, C, D, E, F. So F. Wait. F5.
Seriously, Steve.
What the fuck? I haven't done sign language since in grade school. But A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, or W, X, Y, Z.
Okay.
Wait, I know this language.
Landon's used the modern
Yeah. And if you want it in stereo,
oh god,
it's called binaural.
Hey, Steve.
Lemise is, by the way, Lemise is never going to talk to any of us again. She's like, you all fuckers are just
drunk.
Drunk talking about quantum mechanics. Yeah. We're all
just quantum mechanics doesn't interest me.
Really?
Can I be heard first?
Yes, you can be heard, but you said quantum mechanics doesn't
Can I be
interest you?
heard? Can someone? Yeah, it doesn't interest me.
Really? Oh God!
No, it doesn't interest me at all. I dislike it really. Quantum mechanics and physics. Ooh, I hate it so much. But seriously, I have a question about.
She's breaking.
Is anyone having a hard time?
I lost her. Yeah, I lost her.
Because there is low air temperature, which can make the water boil.
Can you repeat that, please?
I think
Can you
it's
repeat that?
to have a life in the space, but recently.
Oh Lord.
I think she said because you have low pressure and low temperatures, water will boil at obviously.
No voice?
Lemise, can you repeat?
Maybe if LeMay's got closer to her microphone, it wouldn't cut all. It seems like it's some sort of
about there is impossible for water to exist
in a vacuum.
There is impossible for life.
Why is that?
Possible for water to exist.
Okay, how is it now? Still the same?
Better.
Much better.
So repeat yourself. Repeat your question.
Yeah, but it's the problem. Just let me try.
Is what you're trying to say, LeMays, is the fact that in a low pressure environment, water's boiling and it will boil itself off and disappear?
Oh, okay. How is my voice? I'm using mic.
Very better.
Oh, no, that's right. Better, way better.
Okay, so please repeat your question.
Okay, good. Okay, I will repeat it from the beginning. For example, as we know that there is impossible for water to exist in the space in the liquid phase, okay? Because it requires certain range of pressure and certain range of the temperature. So the water will boil immediately.
Okay. When you're saying it's impossible for the water to exist in a liquidous phase in space, are you talking about? Is that a general rule, or is there because water can exist in a vacuum in a liquidous phase, but just not for very long. So you have to specify that.
And you obviously have molecular water in space.
Yes.
You have molecular water on the sun.
So as we know that recently NASA scientists, they said that they found a fossil of bacteria in Mars.
Okay. We don't know.
How did she get?
Are you talking about the Mars meteorites?
See, this is where citations are important.
There's been no bacteria that's been detected on Mars,
right?
That's published to date, and there's been no credible Mars meteorite on Earth that's been shown to have have fossilized bacteria. There were some possibilities, but those have been unfortunately ruled out. It doesn't mean to say that they're not looking, and they still may find it. But
now the ones that were ruled out, Landon, were they due to either Earth contamination or the tubules were naturally formed rather than
those were two. There's been multiple samples, and those are the two.
Right. And so some samples were contamination, and some samples were just natural formations.
Yes,
correct?
Yes. Now on Mars itself, the rovers, we've not found direct evidence. There is methane that is being produced on Mars, but we haven't ruled out a non-organic production of methane.
Well, that's because the type of rover we set up there doesn't have the experiment to do that.
And also understand on Mars, there's plenty of water that's in ices or silica stuff, deep under the surface. There's just not on the surface because that stuff is evaporated. And again, water in liquid form can exist in a vacuum, just not for long. And there are plenty of water molecules that are flying around in space. Comets have a great deal of water in them. And in fact, one of the models for how Earth got its water was being bombarded by comets. Comets transported in ice form to the surface. And again, in Mars, there certainly are lots of water that's locked below the surface. And I will also just point out that the properties of water in its phase are deeply rooted in quantum mechanics.
And by the way, Louise had mentioned, is there life? There's water on Mars in the form of ice. Yeah, quite a bit of. And actually, just recently they've detected a lava formation.
Yeah, and one of the things that if you get a large impactor on Mars, you can melt the impact and transmit energy and melt water, and it will run for a short period before it either goes back down on the ground or freezes out or evaporates.
See, Landon, I wonder this: if there's been impactors with the Earth in the primordial type environment, let's say 3 billion years ago or so, such that it did take microbial life of some sort, pre-microbial or whatever, to Mars. The only way we'd actually determine if that life was indigenous to Mars rather than transplanted from Earth would be some kind of commonality between the genes, right, and DNA.
Yeah, I mean, assuming that the life you find is DNA structured, you then do a sequencing and try to do a commonality.
Right.
Back to her question about water. We've detected a great deal of water out in space, and there are large molecular clouds. So water is a fairly common a compound that's formed out there. And there is, but most of the phase you'd see in a place would be in solid form.
The moons of Jupiter and Saturn are just literally saturating. Saturn's rings are reflective as they are because of the fact that they are predominantly ice water.
And for example, the moon Europa has I believe have a liquid water content that's about 7 times the volume of Earth's oceans.
Yeah.
So there are some very large liquid water bodies
Is that
out there.
because it had ice and because it's Io is very volcanic, obviously. Is that so? Is because the ice there is melted because of the volcanic activity?
Most of Europa's energy assumed is coming from tidal forces.
I was going to say that.
But the tidal force is creating the volcanic activity on Io, right? Is that what's causing? No, Io.
Yes.
There's volcanic activity on Io.
Oh, you're talking about something else.
If that is due to tidal forces, but if that's causing any kind of ice structures there to liquidate.
Well,
right?
The temperatures on Io are too high for water to
on the surface
to exist in other than steam, and it's boiled. It's long since boiled off. We
Steve,
measure
the unknowns, Steve. You're talking about unknowns, Steve.
We measure the thermal output of Io in Europa because we can look at it through telescopes. We can calculate their the amount of tidal power energy, and you find that the thermal output matches with an experimental error the tidal forces. So in other words, the thermal output of both Io and Europa match with an experimental error the tidal forces. There's very little latent heat due to radioactive decay or heat or formation.
Let me answer. I think Steve's probably confused a little about Io and Europa. Steve, Io is not a watery moon by any means.
That wasn't my question. No, I know the difference between Io and Europa. Io is a very volcanic moon, and it's due because the strong strong interaction with Jupiter. This causes it to be very, very hot. So I'm saying if there was any ice on that moon to begin with, the heat from the volcanic activity was there a possibility it could have a liquid form somewhere? Now I understand Europa has completely liquid oceans, but the downfall with Europa is that it's isolated from any kind of sunlight to have any kind of
photosynthesis.
Photosynthesis. Thank you. Sorry. So I don't know what life could actually begin there.
Marine. I'm assuming. I mean, like what are those tube worms?
But there's plenty of. I mean, you don't have to have. You have to have energy source, not necessarily sunlight.
It can be a chemical. That's why I brought up the tube worms.
I don't know how much life could take a foothold there, right? And by the way, if you don't believe there's aliens existing,
volcanic vents underneath the ocean.
Exactly. As Red Eye said.
If you don't.
Hydrothermal. Yeah, okay. Hydrothermal. Well, Steve, I'm trying to agree with you. I don't know if you're getting. I'm trying to get the possibility. Yeah. It could if water and the chemical reactions are correct. Yeah, could there be life underneath Europa's ice cap? Yeah, of course. I would love to have to fund. I would have no problem, like paying taxes to fund NASA to have an ice fishing expedition on Europa. I would have no problem with that.
That's what the Europa missions are about.
Yeah, that's the Stirling engine, isn't it, Landon? That's what they're designing the Stirling engine for?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering how exactly you would.
So there is a program
that sort of
to send probes to Europa and eventually to dig underneath the ice. That's one of the things that we do in Antarctica. Is we're doing some prototypes of that.
I would so pay a tax for that. I would.
Yeah.
But when you dig under, I'm unsure what exactly you'd be looking for to search for any kind of life.
Okay, I put in the group chat there. If you guys don't think aliens exist, these motherfuckers are aliens.
Well,
you think I'm kidding? Have you seen this?
Well, Steve, Steve, look, the definite, what I want to see is even if it's intersolar system, I want to see some kind of replication apparatus that does not conform to DNA. That's what you're looking for. You're looking for something else that will replicate. That's not in DNA fashion. Am I wrong
I don't
about
care
that?
if it's like DNA, RNA, or fucking built by fucking whatever. These things are aliens. Look at this motherfucking worm. It is 10 fucking feet long.
I can't see what you're talking about. God damn.
Well, you're on a phone, but everybody else can. Look at this worm. These worms right here. These are fucking aliens from another planet. Okay, ragworms. What the fuck is this shit?
You did see the thing where you posted where we had an ant head and a fucking centipede body, like look at
Yeah,
but porcupine.
Those are all those are all standard cellular Earth.
I don't care.
That's standard. That's standard.
Can you guys see what I'm presenting?
Yes.
Oh,
alien. This is a goddamn fucking alien worm. Okay, these worms should never be on our planet. They were brought here by some alien race that want to fuck
Steve,
with us.
damn it, present shit. Damn it, present.
I am presenting.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
Oh, you don't.
You're not. You're not presenting.
Hey, Steve, check out.
I was.
You want to freak
Share-
the fuck out on something? Check out.
Share with the rest of the class.
Can you see it now? Wait, can you see it now?
Yeah.
Let's see you
Now they
thumbing
can
through
see.
some.
All right, hey, hang on. This motherfucking thing exists. It is 10 foot long. It's called a bobbit worm. It is so deadly that the venom, if you touch it, will cause permanent nerve damage. And it
So
sucks
much
you
of
into
the-
the sand.
So much for the black mamba.
Okay, and the next one, this is called the ragworm.
What the fuck
Okay.
is that?
These are types of worms. The worst one I found is this one right here. It's called Eleugacecia gigantica or something. Look at this motherfucker, man. Oh, I found a better picture.
It looks retarded. That top picture, it's got retarded teeth.
This
What
is
the fuck?
fucking alien. This is aliens, dude.
Where
They
are you
exist.
from?
This one lives off the coast of Antarctica.
What?
Yeah, matter of fact, I'll show you a really good picture.
Where's the one that's got an ant head and porcupine body with gold?
Are you trying to freak
Check
Landon
this shit
out,
out.
Steve?
You got no. Check this out. This is.
Oh, there it is. There it is. There it is.
Shit.
There it is. Wait, go to the top. There it is. There it is. Go to the top. Go to the top. Second one to the left. There it is. Right there. Second one to the left. Yeah.
Yeah. This is a.
That's the one I'm fucking talking about.
Gigantica, but there's another good picture of it. Somebody's holding it. I'll show you a very good picture of that particular Gigantica.
Oh, God. Fuck that
God
shit. The fucking ant fucking porcupine that ate gold nuggets.
Where is this picture?
I saw Pepe right there. Pepe.
There was a goblin
Trump,
shark there.
Trump, gold head
here,
Trump.
check this out.
Oh, God. This is so fucked up. This is so fucked up.
This is what you're talking about. This
Fuck that.
This is Eleugacecia gigantica. Look at this motherfucking thing and tell me this is not of alien origin, motherfuckers.
Well, I mean, does a DNA, like, does it conform to DNA on Earth?
I don't give a shit. I'm going full Arcane Logos for this bullshit.
God
This
damn, dude.
motherfucking thing should not exist.
Damn,
It is
dude.
either alien or I'm gonna call up Liza the Devil. I'm gonna call up Theo and tell him, you know what, you're right all along. This motherfucking
Steve.
thing is the spawn of Satan.
So this is what happens when you get drunk.
You tell me, is this not demonic? Come on.
Oh, dude.
Steve, check out.
I would hang it up.
I want you to check out what a bulldog ant is because I've got them in my front yard. They are the nastiest fucking things you've ever seen. A bulldog ant.
Oh, you're talking about oh no, I have those here. We call them something else. Give me a second. They call them
Nah,
hold on.
you sure that the thing I'm talking about is only in Australia, mate? It's called a bulldog ant.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
These are,
They're only in Australia. They're not in America. If they were in America, you'd all move to another continent. I promise you.
Ground
You've
puppy.
got fire ants and shit. You have not got bulldog ants.
No, they're
Just
similar
go
to
and have a
another
look
type of ant that lives in Africa.
Oh, are you talking about are you talking about ground puppies?
No.
These things are about. Think of a small wasp that ripped off its own wings, said, fuck this because I can kill more shit when I walk between the point A and point B. They've got night vision, for lack of a better term, and they jump from blade a couple of inches at a time, and they swarm you like
bitch, they can't fly. Bitch, they can't fly or they're fucked. I've got them.
Man, someone
Yeah,
I haven't nuked Australia.
I will tell you
yet.
right now, I don't know how any of you motherfuckers survive in Australia. I don't believe you guys exist because there's so many goddamn things that will kill you down there. You all motherfuckers.
You had me at box fucking jellyfish.
Box jellyfish.
I've been stung by a stingray. It's the most painful thing I've ever. Now, Steve Irwin died in fucking agony. Like you might want to take.
Dude,
that guy died. I've been stung by a stingray in my foot. It felt like my foot was crushed in a vice, and I started to drown in knee-deep water. My friends had to throw me in a boat, and I didn't stop screaming until they stuck my foot in about 60-degree water. It's a weird thing that if you get hit by a stingray, you put your foot in really hot water, and it'll stop the pain. Screaming again. It's agony.
Red, is there anything in Australia that doesn't kill you?
Actually, the bigger thing.
Even your women will do that.
The bigger it is, the less likely it is to kill you. That's the golden rule in Australia.
Wait, you can fit a box jellyfish inside your pinky fingernail.
No, that's an irukandji. That's not a box jellyfish. That's an irukandji. They are fucking.
So you know what I'm talking about.
As big as seriously, it's about as big as your thumbnail, and it will fuck you up and put you in hospital. A tiny fucking baby one, but the box jellyfish will kill you.
Yeah, they are a species of the box. They are genus of the box jellyfish, but yeah.
Yeah, they're in the same family.
Red-eye,
but they're
let me ask you something.
Yes, sir.
Red-eye, do you ever leave your house? Do you ever leave your house?
Not often.
Okay, smart man. What do you do about defending yourself inside the house? Because you got a lot of deadly shit that exists. I mean, it's even your fucking red butt spider
nature.
shit.
I learned something from the indigenous folks is if you leave nature alone and seriously, geckos, barking geckos are my friends. Without barking geckos, my house would be overrun with bulldog ants, huntsmans, cockroaches, and ants of all
I have to hand it to you. Yeah, I have to agree with you on that. Dude, we have geckos at the wazoo here, and we respect them here because, same reason.
Barking geckos,
I feel like for the betterment of humanity, we should just nuke Australia.
I agree. You know what? Sorry, we've got to eliminate the threat.
See, look, in Louisiana,
the United Kingdom did a lot of nuking of Australia.
They've already done that. We're still here.
Hey, Steve, look.
You know what? They really
look. Hey, look.
Hang on. No, wait. They really wouldn't be missed because all the hot chicks are in New Zealand anyways.
So shade down under.
Hey, that's nothing 9 coronas can't fix.
True.
No, I will agree with Steve that the ladies from New Zealand are lovely.
Oh God.
Look,
damn,
it's the sheep that are nervous.
Well.
Yes, that's right.
God damn it.
Now be careful. There is a lady present, and I'm not talking about Kaiser Cube. There's actually a
you fucking cunt.
It's RUM and COKE guy. Hey, you know what? We got a big Kaiser, and you know what? A few beers and.
I'll give you a quick list of what I've been stung by whilst sitting on my couch watching TV. I've been stung by a bulldog ant.
Fuck that noise. Fuck it.
This is what's bitten me in my lounge room. Bulldog ant, green ant, millipede.
Fuck that.
That scared the shit out of me. Right? I'm like sitting here watching TV and it's like this thing skittles up my leg and like I'm going, and I've swatted at it and it stung me once and it's crawled back down my leg and stung me again as it was climbing up.
Not as bad as a centipede, but still pretty bad.
Well, actually, the millipedes are worse. Here.
Yeah,
they're the ones that are
question. If that's how much shit has stung you when you're watching TV, I want to know how much shit stung you when you were asleep.
I don't give a shit how much deadlier it is. A centipede, first of all, is very venomous. But a centipede is about 15 to 20 times the size of a millipede at least.
I would have seen the centipede coming.
So you just always have to wear a hazmat suit.
All right, I've also been bitten.
I don't want to see it. I'd rather get a deadly tick that gives me bubonic plague.
Wait, Steve, I want to hear this guy's list. What the fuck? What?
All right, here's a list of spiders. I've been bitten by a huntsman, but they just sort of go and run away. So it was more of a love bite because it was scared. St. Andrew's cross spider, Slightly
Fuck
venomous,
that.
not too bad. Have been bitten by a redback, but wasn't a
Fuck
real
that.
bad one. And a couple of grass spiders of unknown. Actually, we'll throw about 3 or 4 of unknown species.
You got bit by grass spiders? Even I think they're kind of harmless.
Wait. Is a do you guys even have recluses in Australia?
I think we've probably got something similar.
No, that's I'm smelling some bullshit right there. No, you don't have
do. They do. The red black is the equivalent of the black widow spider that we have.
No. The black widow and the recluse are different. Black widow is like party game.
I understand that.
Okay, I'm looking at an
Recluse
image
will
of a
eat
recluse
a
spider.
hole in your egg, in your leg, the size of a fucking softball.
All right,
let's
see where they're from.
They don't have the brown. Okay, the brown recluse is an aquatic species. The brown recluse is not indigenous to Australia. There have been similar type species, but they've been introduced via shipping, right? Same with California. California does not have a brown recluse indigenous, but they do come in through shipping things.
Yeah, I'm gonna like literally and like invade Australia like biologically. I'm gonna like just ship them some fucking fire ants.
I feel like you have to bring a
We've already got them.
flamethrower
We've
wherever
just
you
had
go.
a fucking outbreak of fire ants in Brisbane again. You bastards from America keep fucking sending them trying to invest. Like, we've got bulldog ants. Come on, fellas.
Fire ants will they're like the ones in South America. These things will just swarm you to death, and then you go into anaphylactic shock.
Nah, they've actually, every time that there's a new nest discovered, they basically go into the entire suburb and fucking nuke it. It's like, we don't want them. They've eradicated them in Sydney. We haven't eradicated them from the Moreton Bay area, which is where I basically live, and it's because they come off the ship, someone gets something, or they actually think some people bring them over on purpose and throw them on the ground and go, bye-bye. It's like, wow, thanks for the cane toes.
It's revenge for giving us Rupert Murdoch.
Wait, my question is, have you been bitten by a kangaroo?
No, I haven't. I wouldn't want to fuck with one.
Have you been bitten by a very hot? Have you been bitten by a very hot blonde in a cheerleader outfit?
Not while wearing the cheerleader outfit. She was wearing a French maid outfit.
Then you have not lived.
Have you ever hit one with your vehicle?
Oh, we've come close to hitting Roof. Fuck, they're dumb as fuck when you're driving out west.
All I gotta tell you,
it's just
Reds move.
They jump in front of the car like deer do, I suppose. It's like deer run in front of cars. And go, yes, sir.
Red, move from Australia. Go to a safe space. Find your safe space. Get the fuck out of there, dude.
Decent healthcare, I'd come to America.
Yeah, see.
Well, you kind of fucked them.
Hey, Red, don't listen to Steve. He's just being a friend. He's all right.
Yeah, I worry about you, man. Red, I don't want you. The fact that you have like redbacks back there, that's just wrong on some levels.
They're not the scary ones. It's the funnel webs that scare the shit out of me. They're the ones that bite through your toenail.
Oh God, Jesus Christ! Funnel web spiders, and they go into your swimming pool and shit.
Oh,
wait, I don't know. I've never heard of. Wait, what are they? Funnel web spiders. What the fuck's up with that?
Get a Google image and look for funnel web spiders, Sydney, Australia. Now, my nan used to live in DY, Sydney, Australia. They fucking live in the garden, right?
Yeah, they'll be like, oh, we love your house. Let's come in and come fuck with you.
Yeah, well, no, this is the best bit. You dig in your garden, right? You plant your roses for spring, and fucking you'll start digging up funnel webs in their nest for the winter, and they come out really fucking angry, and they will just come up, rear up on their hind legs, run at you, and just start trying to latch onto you with their fangs, and they will fucking ruin your day.
If I ever go to Australia, I'm bringing a hazmat suit and a flamethrower.
Tank,
no
bring
shit,
a tank,
man. I'm going.
Fuck the hazmat suit. I'll just take the flamethrower.
Nuke the shit. Nuke it now.
Oh, you guys would shit
Don't let him breed.
You saw some of the snakes. Let's talk snakes now. Oh, goody.
I like snakes.
Hey, you know what? How I do is, you know what I do with snakes? White rain hairspray and a candle lighter.
I will take 10 most venomous snakes in the world against one goddamn fucking spider.
No way. All right.
No. Hey, dude, Steve, have you ever gone against an asp before? A fucking asp?
but snakes I can handle. I like certain types of snakes, but I'm telling you, I'd much rather get bit by a snake than a fucking deadly spider.
Nah.
Fuck that bullshit.
Fuck that. Yeah, agreed.
Let
Fuck
me
that.
tell you about a taipan, Steve. A taipan is a snake.
I know what a
that lives-
taipan is. I know.
You know them?
I know what they are. Yes, I like snakes.
Angry fucking asshole snakes, right? If you come across one, it'll go, oh, look, there's something just to bite. Can't eat it. I'm just going to bite it. Fucking ruin its day, and it will chase you. Just sort of goes.
I get that. Yeah,
They're
well,
frightening.
play with a black mamba and tell me how that works out for you.
Yeah, no, the spiders though, they're sort of they can't come at you from 10 feet away, whereas a snake, although we've got these wonderful ones called death adders, and they've got the exact opposite thing. They will just freeze in the middle of a bush path.
Yeah.
And they'll step on them, and then they go.
I tell you right now, I don't care. I would much rather get bit by a snake than a spider. I hate spiders. Spiders.
I wonder how many lives Quentin Tarantino saved from just making the Kill Bill movies.
I do believe that certain spiders are literally the son of Satan. I believe that they're demonic in origin. I will eat lies of the devil's videos to me and tell that Theo is probably right, that Satan has created these entities called spiders to come fuck with humans.
Steve, if I ever meet you in real life, I'm gonna be setting up some jackass shit like to do with Bam and the snakes.
I hate spiders.
Dude,
I'll tell you what. Come my fear. I have one little motherfucking spider that lives in the corner of my room, way the fuck over here, that eats ants. And I've left it the fuck alone. It's left me the fuck alone.
What's his name?
It's only
Give him
it's
a
only
name.
about a millimeter. Oh,
Yeah.
it's Pedro.
Pedro? That's great.
But I'm not lying. I'm not lying. I'll show you. But yeah, there's a spider that lives over there. He just lives in the corner. It's not a daddy long legs. It's a little it's not a wolf spider, but it's similar. But yeah, it's small. It's harmless. It eats little fucking bugs, and it's living in a way happy. I've left it alone. Hey, Gringo, you got me for some food today.
Oh God!
Hey, you forgot to turn on the AC, man.
Whoa, Steve, that is proof right there. You have thought this shit through, man.
It doesn't do the Cheech jokes on Born in East LA. I hope it does Born in East LA when you were born in East LA.
What's happening, man?
Hey, Gringo, turn on the AC.
Oh my God! This goes right back to
Pedro.
Toaster. Look.
Pedro. His name's Pedro. No, I'm not kidding. His name's Pedro. Yeah.
Toaster,
It's official now. The welfare, Pedro's welfare is now officially a thing. I'll be asking about him every day, Steve, on Twitter. How's Pedro going?
I don't know what the life expectancy of house spiders are. Probably not very long. He'd probably be dead in a few months.
Well,
no, oh my God! You guys, look. I shit you not. I swear to fucking God. Look, because you know I'm drunk enough to know I ain't lying. I saw something in my workplace bathroom last week that I'd never before seen in my entire fucking life.
A naked chick?
No, even fucking cool. No, that would be really cool. But dude, I saw a fly, just a regular fly, die of natural causes.
Really?
Yeah.
That's actually something I've never seen.
Yeah, I could not fucking believe it, bro. I was like, it took me a while to realize what the fuck I was looking at. I actually saw a fucking fly die of natural causes. It was just time to die.
Yeah, somebody had points out in the live chat. Daddy long legs aren't spiders. Yes, I'm aware technically that they're a type of they're not even they're a type of
they're arachnids because I plucked enough legs off of them to know they're arachnids.
But they're not considered to be a spider. They're a type of like a huntsman. But yeah, I do know that. But to me, a daddy long legs is still a spider. I mean, whether you want to categorize it or not is up to you. But this is not a daddy long legs. This is actually a type of little wolf spider or house spider that's over there. But I hate spiders. I really hate them. But since it's a little web and I see a little ants that's gotten and shit, I'm like, you know what? You're doing your thing. You're not going to fucking harvestman. Yeah, a harvestman. Thank you, Lucifer.
Wait.
Wait. Let me clarify. People that don't get the live chat, there's somebody named Lucifer in the live chat. I'm actually thinking. I'm not thinking the devil itself. So don't make this video going, hey, look at Steve. He's thinking Satan. That will happen, right?
No, that's not what I was worried about. I was like the harvestman part. I was like, that's what I was like. Is that a name or is that what you're talking about?
No, but well, it's a type of a harvestman. The harvestman is a dead longlegs. They're like that family rather than a true spider. But somebody's gonna clip that out, going, look at this. Steve is thinking Lucifer. Clearly, he's part of the Illuminati. Clearly, he is in ties and league with Satan himself. Look at the fire. Oh, I get that a lot. You'd be surprised.
Well, on that
Is
note,
it the beer?
On that note, I'm gotta leave. But one thing, Landon,
I didn't know you're still here, Hiller. So, no, okay.
Love you too, Steve. Anyway, it was it was nice to meet you, Landon. And actually, in the coming weeks, I'd love to talk to you a bit about the eclipse. So, I'll see you guys later.
Wait, you want to talk about the eclipse later and not now? What the hell?
I've gotta go. I
gotta get my last beer. So, hey, Landon, keep me preoccupied here for a second. Talk about something smart.
Later, Landon. Later, Landon. Leno, wait. Tell we're two different people.
Yep. Okay. Bye, Kaiser.
Bye.
Let's check out chat. Let's see. Someone says that I'm a traitor, and they have red belly black snakes and brown snakes in their yard. This is the best time of the year to get them in your yard. They're very sleepy and slow moving in winter. Much rather get them in winter than summer.
Okay, I'm back. What? Did you run off Landon again? Landon, stop dropping. Red Eye keeps kicking you out of here, and I keep telling Red Eye, don't kick Landon.
I've got orders from the Illuminati and the Russians and now CNN telling me that they can't have Landon leaving this.
I have higher Illuminati clearance than they got, okay? I am the archdiocese of Illuminati, okay?
Oh, wait, I thought it was archdiocese.
I'm drunk.
Oh, yeah.
I'm on my last beer, by the way, so we gotta end it soon.
Oh man, that's alcohol abuse.
I got wine, but I'll save for another night. But Lemise, are you there, Lemise?
Oh, we're gonna get you to open that cork. You gotta uncork that wine.
Kaiser, hot chick. She wins. So hang on.
Okay.
Lemise, are you there?
Can I be heard?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes. Please speak for us. Say something. Say something for us.
I was thinking about the toxins of snakes. It can be more poisonous than Clostridium bacillum, which is
the more
bacteria
venomous,
that kill
more venomous.
can kill in one day, while the snake can kill in 1 hour.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously, okay. First of all, the venom of a snake is usually a neurotoxin of some type. While most spiders, generally, if they're going to be harmful to you, are going to be some kind of necrotic.
Acidic, yeah.
Well, necrotic, right? And so I tell you right now, I'd rather have something affect me neurologically that I can't see, that can shut down my breathing and my heart, rather than watching my flesh fucking fall off my body.
I see.
Yeah, I'm a. As much as I like to say otherwise, I am a fucking pussy. Okay? I do not want to see my flesh being rotted away by some kind of either necrotitis fasciitis or a necrotic venom from a brown recluse. I've seen what it can do. I had a friend that got bit by a brown recluse. I've seen the scarring it leaves. It is not a pretty sight.
Steve, she totally called you a pussy under her voice.
I call myself a pussy, right? I am straight up genuine, right? I don't fuck around. I will admit when I'm pussy at. Spiders scare the fuck out of me. I don't like them. They all deserve to die a horrible, brutal death. Snakes I like.
While we're on this sort of subject, a quick side, because I've been hit by that stingray and it was the barb on its tail. Now, I'm not sure whether they have a venom or whether it was a bacterial, because apparently they're covered in slime and there's a lot of bacteria teeming on that slime. And I'm not sure whether the pain reaction I got was caused by a venom from said stingray or whether it was just a pretty instant reaction to the amount of bacteria that my foot got jammed with, because the wound was pretty deep. And I've never really thought about it, but now we're talking about it. Is venomous or just is it a bacterial thing with just a physical wound?
Well, the first question you have to ask yourself is, what the fuck are you thinking swimming off the coast of Australia?
I was pumping yabbies on a sandbank fishing.
Okay, never go in the water. Okay, but stingrays are venomous.
Lesson. They are.
Stingrays are venomous. Yeah, they're venomous. But when the envenomation, I guess, when they envenomate, I guess the word. I think the pain is probably due more to the puncture wound than the venom itself.
Oh no, like the amount of physical damage I sustained was not significant compared to the amount of pain. Like it felt someone was crushing my fucking foot in a vice, like had crushed it. Like I've never felt pain like it before, and it was fairly instant. So I'm starting to think it's the venom's doing something.
It could have been. I mean, yeah. Okay, you know what? It could have been. I mean, obviously, stingrays do have venom glands. So.
Okay. Thank you very much for clearing that up. Now I've sort of got a bit more of an understanding of what happened, because like I've been bitten by several different things and stung and jabbed, and that stingray was orders of magnitude above anything else that I've been hit by, like significant. So thank you very much for answering that, sir.
Well, I mean, I just figured, you're in Australia, so everything's deadly there, so everything's venomous.
Well, Toaster, I want Lamise to, further say some more things. I just wanted to give this little addition. I used to be a frame carpenter, and I actually stepped on a nail, like full force, stepped on a nail from a toe board that had been pulled out from a roof. The toe board was fresh. The nail was fresh. In other words, there was no rust. It was a fresh nail, and it was straight through my foot. And the entire time, when the foreman was trying to get me to take my off shoe, when I was bleeding profusely from it, the pain wasn't really as bad as the blood was telling. And all the way to the hospital, the pain wasn't that bad. It missed all the tendons. It just went straight through the flesh. It was just a straight, rusty nail that had no kind of, attributes about it that would cause inflammation or whatever. And when you're telling me that, hey, you're getting a straight puncture by something, and you're getting this instant pain, and the pain is like horrific. Yeah, I have to agree. I have to believe you when you're saying there's something else at play. When you're saying that there is something going on besides the puncture wound itself. Yeah, I would agree with you on that, because I've been stabbed through the foot by a clean object, and it's nowhere near as bad as what you're describing.
Now, Lamise had put in the group chat here about Clostridium botulinum. They pronounce it, Lamise? It's a form of botulism, right?
Yeah.
Clostridium.
Yeah.
Clostridium botulinum? Botulinum. Now you say that it takes several days to do it. Now that when you have a botulism bacteria toxin,
2 days actually. 2 days.
But that's a neurotoxin, isn't it? But doesn't it depress the respiratory system?
Toxin. It's the most dangerous bacteria.
Right, but what is it about
the nervous system, and it kind of like very dangerous that can't allow you to allow someone who was born to.
You know, let me tell you something. The first thing you need to do when you move to Canada, you get yourself a better internet connection.
Yeah, and Lemmies, are you
Okay.
Eastern? Are you Eastern European? Maybe Russian, Ukrainian?
No, she's Jordan.
Jordan. Okay. Oh, that's good.
Yeah. What is it about Jordan that has such shitty internet connections?
Okay.
I mean, are you like a McDonald's in Jordan? Why does Jordan have this bad internet connection, Lemise?
Oh, Lemise, it might work better for you, Lemise, if you turn the video off so that you don't
video is off.
bandwidth on your audio.
Yeah, it's.
Her video
I don't
is
know
off.
why is that, but other programs it works fine with me.
We're gonna have to figure out something. Maybe you can like join her Skype or something. Because I personally I like when she has her video on, but that's just me.
I don't know, but other programs works fine.
I can't.
Ouch! She's too botted. It's just too much bot.
Oh, she could turn her video on. We don't have to listen to her. We'll just watch her.
That's fine. Lemise, can you turn your camera on?
Yeah.
Lemise, can you turn your camera on? Lemise? Did she hear me? Lemise, are you there?
I think she's trying to change her settings. Just give her a second.
Or else the bandwidth is so bad that turning the camera on.
It really is
together.
Lemise, can you hear us? We killed her. Lemise.
Oh, she'll be back. She'll be back.
This is what happens when you only have 28 people watching. Lemise, are you there? Lemise, are you there?
No.
Lemise, can you hear me?
Lemise, do you have an animal? Do you have an animal by you that you're shooing away, like a dog or a cat? You have a pet, don't you?
Lemise,
can you hear me? Yeah.
we can barely hear you. Can you hear us, Lemise? I think she's on dial-up.
A real problem with that microphone or whatever.
She's on dial-up.
Do you have a built-in microphone on your computer that you can switch over to?
Yeah, I'm here. No voice.
Do you have a different microphone you're going to use?
Maybe she should try shutting the window down and bringing.
No, it doesn't matter. She's every time she's in a hangout, she has this problem.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if she's using Chrome. She should be.
Look, I just look.
I have kittens. Yeah.
Go ahead.
She has kittens.
I told you. I knew it. I told you.
Lemise, can you hear me, Lemise? Hello. Fuck. The good part is I can say anything dirty I want right now, and she would have no way of knowing. The bad part is I'm too much of a gentleman to do that.
What's that Wayne's World scene where they're doing the when they're in the DJ studio is like, hey, we could like talk like some shit to you, like the DJ, and you wouldn't notice a thing, would you? And yeah.
Lamise, can you hear any of us? I guess not. Well, anyways, moving on to bigger, brighter things. Landon had taken off, I guess. I guess he can't get back in. George, to catch up with you real quick. Well, I don't know. What's been going on with your world?
Oh, not much. Just keep beating on the flat earthers.
Yeah, have you got to the point where you're just done with that? I mean, seriously, you're just you got.
I mean, I don't go into their hangouts and try to.
No, but Earth 2 discussions. My God, I mean, I like Huertas and all those guys over there, but they just sit in their car and whatever for like 24 hours a day, nobody watching, and then what? I don't understand the point.
Oh, I don't pop in there a lot. I go in every now and then to see what's going on as far as some other subject material. I get kind of tired of the ragging on flat earthers. You know, it's the same old stuff over and over. They seem to like to talk about Riley and a few others, and I have no interest in that guy at all.
Yeah, Anthony Riley.
Yeah.
I guess it gets boring. I don't deal with the flat earthers anymore. Just no interest. I dropped my fire, by the way. So Lamise is MIA.
I think she'll be back.
Maybe she's trying to reboot or something. But where I find the action is I'll find certain videos and go off into the comment section, and every now and then I find someone interesting to talk to. Not that isn't a flat earther. The flat earthers, of course, just don't get it. They have a lot of difficulty understanding scale of a problem. Like, for example, the radius of the Earth, they just can't conceive of the Earth. And, you know, when they start talking about curvature, they have no idea about what it is they should expect to see when they look out at the horizon. I guess they sort of think that it should look like a basketball or something.
Well, they're indoctrinated to think, oh, well, you know, where's this 8-inch drop per mile kind of shit.
Right. They don't understand. Looking at that drop at a distance, and you know, at sea level or standing 6 feet above the sea, any drop off the tangent to the center of your field of view is basically right at the resolution of the eye. And so you can't really detect it without any real good references and instrumentation when you're only 6 feet above the water.
So that's eye level.
Yeah.
George, about flat Earth videos that as far as Zoom and stuff. This is something I've been wanting to talk about in a hangout for some time, and I wanted to do it with our discussions, but every time I had the opportunity to, the conversation veered off. But this is a good time to actually talk about it as far as all of these flat Earth videos involving zooming in and finding things resurfacing.
Well, they never look at things that have gone beyond the curve, so to speak.
Exactly. Exactly. I just want to let me finish for a moment. And this is you're hitting it right on point. Right on point. There is a huge misunderstanding, and this misunderstanding is brought about by the fraudulent the fraudulent claims of flat earthers. And when I say flat earthers, in this case, I'm talking about the charlatans, the Mr. The Land Survives, the douchebags, the ones that are actually provoking this, bringing these botched experiments and observations into the field. There's a huge problem with enmeshing or misunderstanding angular resolution with things actually going over the horizon. And that is the huge problem that I see with all these flat earther videos about, oh yeah, you can zoom in and see things coming back over the horizon. No, you don't. There are these flat earther videos, especially particularly like Thrive Survive and Dubay, they'll have these videos showing things that are out of angular resolution, just being zoomed in to angular resolution, and that is being portrayed as something coming over the horizon, when all the time what they're observing was already within the horizon and never went over the horizon to begin
That's
with.
exactly what. Yeah, that's exactly what it is, Kaiser. I mean, it's all they're just being disingenuous and dishonest.
Well, I don't think any of them care. I think hang on, Kaiser. I think 90% of flat earthers just don't give a shit. They're just in it full of lulz. They just want to fuck with people. There are 10% that are that stupid, maybe 20. But I don't think that all flat earthers really believe their own bullshit. I think they're just poing people and being trolls. But Lemise, are you back with us? You're killing me here, girl.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Is it better?
Yes, it's better. It's better. Yes.
Oh, come on.
But what I'm telling you, when you move to Canada, the first thing you need to do is get a better internet connection. Deal? Yay or nay?
Okay, deal. What you say is my. Your wish is your. Yeah.
Oh,
your wish is my command. Yeah. Okay.
Oh God, I love when she says that. What else do you want a woman to say other than your wish is my command? I mean, that's just fucking hot. No, do it because don't do it because we want you to. Do it because we can actually hear you if you get a better internet connection, because we want to actually talk to you and have a conversation with you. But this is what we hear. That's it. I mean, it's unintelligible.
Oh, that was so hardcore, dude, Steve.
You know what? Lemise likes me because I'm truthful.
What you need her to do, Steve, is after this hangout is done, is have her watch the uploaded video to see what she sounds
George,
like.
there's a lot of things I need her to do, but I guess I'll add that to the list. God
damn.
I can only get away with this on RUM and COKE.
I'm not going to touch that.
She's not going to touch it either. That's the problem. Like I said, I can only get away with this on RUM and COKE night. Any other night, nope, can't do it. What do you want? She's hot.
Debate physics and you always debate physics and really physics.
Well, no, we talk about biology.
There's nothing more attractive than
microbiology, even chemist.
Yeah, no, we can talk about chemistry and microbiology. It's fine. Fuck physics. Physics sucks. Sorry.
There's nothing more hot than a really hot chick that has some brains, that has some smarts.
Yeah,
Like,
fuck physics.
That is so hot.
Talk about microbiology or chemistry. You want to talk about functional groups? You want to talk about stoichiometric? You want to talk about Lewis structures? I don't care. Just say something. Just say something intelligent. I like that. I'm a sapiosexual. Just use polysyllabic words and I get turned on.
Okay.
Just curse at him in your native language. Just curse at him.
Yeah, but the problem, I think that you can't hear me very well.
I can't hear you very well. No, it comes and goes. I think if everybody else muted, I think if people muted, it would be better.
Really, Steve, you know that I'm no.
I know that you're what? Oh God, I want to hear the end of that. I know that you're what? Oh God, she's killing me here. All I hear is, "Oh God, you know," and I just.
No, I said, you know that I'm atheist now.
Yes, I do know that. Yes, Mazel tov. Look, I am.
Okay, let me try now. Well, you know that I'm atheist, so
yeah,
really,
I heard you.
Really, religion doesn't interest me.
We're not talking about religion. I just said
interest me at all.
Yeah, it doesn't interest me either. I said Mazel tov. That's all.
Okay.
Like I am. Can she hear me?
anything except physics, because really physics I know nothing about it. I
Guys,
don't know
I don't
anything
think she can
about
hear
it,
me.
nor quantum physics or quantum mechanics.
Can she not hear me?
But we debate physics every day.
Oh, can anybody hear me?
Yes, you're
George,
coming through fine.
She can't hear me though, can she?
Yes, you can. You're just not listening. You gotta listen to it. Listen to it.
you can hear me?
means for the life.
I said fuck physics. Yeah, we don't have to talk about physics.
Hey, listen to her, Steve. She's
But,
talking. Listen.
It's take too long time.
No, L'chaim just means to life.
I hear you.
Okay. L'chaim means to life. And Justin is in the live chat.
hear
Hey,
you,
Justin.
but it's
Oh, you're killing me.
She's
I hear you, but
talking.
it take a long time.
We would have the worst pillow talk in history, I'm telling you.
I think
Sorry.
there might be some serious latency coming in.
Too long time till you tell my
Can you turn your camera on for a second,
life.
Lamise?
Yeah.
Turn your camera on. Lamise? Lamise, can you turn your camera on, Lamise?
Steve, see, you gotta turn your camera off because there's no way I can deal with that duality. Like,
oh, you're gonna have to suffer through it, bitch.
So sorry, I was having to deal with something else.
Whatever. This turned into a shandam for the goyim, so it doesn't matter.
Hey, Steve, I'd quickly like to touch on.
People ask if I'm Jewish. Look at my hair. Look at this. I'm turning Orthodox Jew. Hang on. You don't think I'm turning Orthodox Jew?
Oi, Gavel.
I'm about. Wait, let me get the camera over here. Hang on. I'm about to start singing Fiddler on the Roof. You know?
Oh, jeez. I'm gonna get you a wizard's hat.
Yeah, you know. Fiddler on the Roof, baby.
I'll get him a staff and he can stand everywhere and go, "You shall not pass."
What's a good Jewish ditty or something, you know? Matchmaker, match me a match. I don't know.
Just go to the South Park Standard with dreidel.
Yes.
Dreidel, I made you out of clay. Dreidel, I'll play. Yeah. Quickie says, let's give Steve $1 for a new haircut. No, you can donate $1, but it's not going to my haircut. Yeah. Hey, Nolan, since you always pay the clock to fucking Pimp Monk, you're going to become a Patreon so I can add to my list on the webpage for $1 a month?
I thought I did.
Did you?
Did I not? Let's see. Let me check. Let me check my page.
I didn't see. I included all my Patreons, so maybe I missed you. Unless you're under a super secret pseudonym. I saw somebody named Bambi Big Tits, but I didn't know that would be.
I'm not. No, I'm not yet. Let's see.
Oh, so you're not Bambi Big Tits then?
No.
Okay, that had to be George. Prove that I'm Jewish. Really? Do you really want to? I could, but I'd be banned from YouTube. I know the dreidel song. What the hell fuck you want? Justin Franks asked, Steve, did you announce anything about the webpage and this hangout? Yeah, a little bit. I told him that we're going live on Saturday. I showed Landon the preliminary version. He liked it. Matter of fact, everybody that I've shown the what we have so far built, they think that the color scheme is good. They like it. We can make, again, the forms without having a link to it and add that on after we go live. I just think that after we go live, we can actually have people like Heretic Woman, General Han Solo, Geek Room. They can upload their own content because I need to show all these people how to upload, and I'm going to do it over a couple of days and off-air hangouts. I figured if I can learn it, fuck, anybody can. And by the way, Justin Franks is our webmaster. He has been nice enough to donate server resources to hosting the greatdebatecommunity.com. And by the way, Justin, you got to admit, though, again, Tony Manahorn, I have picked this up faster than you even thought that I would. Did you not? because Justin was like, oh yeah, Steve's gonna have a large learning curve. He's not gonna get this shit. But did I not pick it up pretty quick, Justin? Feel free to say yes.
Steve, can I ask you a question?
I'm not gay. Why do people
No,
ask me all
God
the
damn
time?
it, dude! It's
Hugh is not my boyfriend.
Wow. Okay. Anyway, what kind of format is the website using? Like as far as the hierarchy with the database, it's not using some WordPress shit, is it?
Yes, it is. Justin Frank said definitely.
God!
WordPress. It is using
Oh,
WordPress.
God.
And it's using Great Mag. I think it's worked out really well. Justin has done all the PHP. He's done the front end loader. He's done all the login stuff.
Look, the reason I'm asking is because, oh God, look, there's a major problem with WordPress that people don't realize in the initial. It happens later on when they realize they've been fucked. Okay. There's no way to modularize WordPress. You can't build on it. Once you have established a platform, you can't like stack on things to it.
Well, I got to tell you this: as Justin Franks, I put my trust in him. He's knowledgeable.
No, that's not what I'm. No, of course. I'm not saying that's why I'm really regretful. Like I was when you put out that oh God, forum, whatever, saying that if you can be for other people to help out. When I found out that you'd already finished the PSP, the first thought of mine was, oh God, they use WordPress.
Yeah, it's great. I like it. I have I've had no issues with the WordPress. It's easy to understand. It's intuitive. Well, for some people, Justin has told me that people actually had a hard time understanding like foot headers. I've worked with WordPress before years ago.
That's an oxymoron. Foot headers. That's an oxymoron.
Well, foot menus. Sorry. But footer. Yeah, this is a footer menu. Footers and headers. But yeah, I find no issue with it. I'm happy with it. I'm good to go. I know Justin knows what the fuck he's doing. His knowledge is again. I'm not an expert in this, but I've learned enough to know when somebody is actually well versed in their area, and he actually is.
Can I don't know. I don't have any direct access to Justin, but can you tell him something? Can you pass something along?
Who's listening right now?
From me. Wait, where's he at? Is he in the aside? Is he in the live?
Yeah, well, I'll read out what he's read. He said, "You are wrong. You can build onto it. I've written plugins." And then Frozen C says there are a ton of plugins for WordPress.
Okay. I have actually, I have a complete modular construct of the PHP BB3 forum. I have reverse engineered it to where I can actually use their session ID outside of the forum folder, and I've actually done it quite efficiently.
Honestly, I just want to know where Lamese went at this point. She just come back in. I don't really give a fuck about PHP.
Was his name Justin?
Justin Franks. He's our webmaster.
If Justin has any kind of knowledge of PHP, if he knows about that, what I just said, not very many people understand what I just said. But if he has any kind of knowledge of PHP, and if he hears what I just said, he will understand the impact of what I just said. It is a huge impact. It's very hard to come by. Very few people in the world have accomplished this successfully. And I'm just saying, I have done it. I actually have a PHP BB3 construct in which the session IDs are completely unlocked and secure at the same time. That is not something that comes by easily.
Holy crap! I just looked at my email. I got like 3,000 fucking instant messages. Holy shit!
I'll read out what Justin says. He's said, "I've written applications in COKE, PHP, and other frameworks as well, but for Steve's needs, WordPress was the correct choice." And he also says, "I've bridge PHP, BB, and WordPress before, and he says it's not that hard, really.
That's not really answering. That's not really a legitimate reply at all. That's not a legitimate reply. That's kind of a runaround.
Well, I can just tell you this, that I haven't known Justin for very long, but I can tell you right now, we have been so in sync from the get-go about what the direction of the page, how we want it done. He suggested the layout. I thought it was good. I suggested some other layouts. He presented the problems with it. We decided to go with the layout we have. I think it's turned out exceptional.
No. If it's successful, then yeah, that's great. But it's just that reply was I for lack of better terms, it was bullshit. That's pretty bullshit reply.
This is, like I said, this is what he does. He has a lot of servers, and like I said, I'm on the same page with him. I think we've Justin, correct me if I'm wrong, but you and I have pretty much agreed on everything as far as choices right down the line. I trust his expertise. I'm not an idiot. I know what I'm looking for, and his expertise was specifically molded to what I'm looking for as far as directionality with the Great Debate Community page.
Okay.
Would you agree? Justin, would you agree upon that? I mean, you deal with a lot of people dealing with your web, your servers, but
hey guys, I'm gonna ball out of here. I'm gonna get to bed. But before I go, hey Kaiser, regarding the total eclipse coming up, I think Landon and I are on the same page on this one. Just go and enjoy yourself. Don't even think about dragging a lot of equipment with you, and you're going to be spending all your time tinkering with your equipment, and you're going to miss the spectacular enjoyment that you're going to get just sitting there and viewing the thing and looking around. It's a wonderful experience. Just
right.
I agree too, George. In fact, before I even got involved with flat earthers, my telescopes, that's what I did. I did it for pure enjoyment because it was a personal thing for me that I enjoyed, and then all of a sudden I have to act as some kind of truth sayer and proof provider to these just fucking weasel kids of the world. And I'm like, you know what?
Yeah, but doing something with the total eclipse isn't going to prove anything about the heliocentric model or the curve of the Earth for them. Just go and enjoy it for yourself,
Exactly. I agree. And that's what I'm going to do. I agree.
By the way, Lamise had to go. Her camera's not working too well. She has disconnect every time she comes in to turn the camera on, but she gave us all a good night kiss. Enjoy it. You did, yeah. You did. Hey, McCrob. But yeah, she gave us a kiss good night.
So you didn't answer my question earlier in the chat. So how much gay
I don't-
porn is going to be on the Great Debate Community?
You know what? It's all going to be Lamise, actually. It's all going to be pictures of her.
But that's like totally ungay.
Well, yeah, it's totally ungay, and unfortunately, she lives in Jordan, so she can't actually do anything provocative because they have weird laws. But we might be able to get into a pencil skirt or something.
Okay, well, work your magic and see what we can do.
Yeah,
I just wanted to say more cool shit. She really I want to know her what she thinks about things.
Well, her connection is really poor, though. But I'm telling you right now. I mean, I know what she looks like. I've seen her on camera, but I mean, and we've talked off air for a long time. I think she looked fantastic in a pencil skirt. I'm just telling you right here now.
Well, I mean, you know, I am. Look, Steve. The bookworm look. I totally literally drool over that. I want to be totally dominated intellectually as well as physically.
I actually had the misfortune of dating a Muslim woman who had the ability to linguistically dance around me in any argument. Her linguistic intelligence was through the fucking roof. It's torture. It is torture.
That's not the real problem. I've already. Look, the real problem is just the family.
She's an atheist now. grew up. She was, she lived in the United Arab Emirates, and then she lives in Jordan now, which is a very, very Muslim area. I've been to Jordan. I know what it's like. It's you do not want to be a non-Muslim in Jordan and leave the city.
Okay, who's gonna marry her and get her over to the U.S. ASAP? That's the question.
She's moving to Canada, actually.
Kaiser, you just want a dominatrix in your life. You want someone that's going to beat the shit out of you and dressed in leather and just bat you around the room.
How the fuck do you go from an attraction to intelligence to that? That's a fucking non sequitur if I heard one. No, sorry. See,
well, George knows me enough to know how to fuck with me, so fuck you. Yeah.
I was just gonna say, I've been watching this hangout at work, sort of clandestinely, and now it's finally 5:30, and I managed to scull a quarter of a bottle of scotch to sort of.
It's still rum and no coke night. We're still drinking. I'm actually preoccupied with something right now, but that's okay.
Fair enough.
So it's been a pleasure, folks. Till next time.
Oh, by the way, Landon did become a Patreon, $1 a month. Yes. So thank you, Landon. He is officially on the Patreon thing. He gets his name on my Patreon page now, on the Great Debate community. So he's officially a supporter of the Great Debate community.
Thank you, and
Assalamu alaikum.
And it's been a pleasure. Thanks.
You're still one of my favorite guests. You know that, right, Landon?
All right, I appreciate that, and
you really are.
We'll have to do another show sometime.
Yeah, I will when Quester comes on, and like I said, you come in, we can have some particle physics talk.
Absolutely,
love it.
Yeah, so talk about fire. We basically you can talk about things from the the cosmos scale and from the micro scale
and boobs.
We'll meet in the middle. All right,
and boobs.
Boobs.
Ciao.
Oh, boobs are good.
No boobs. We'll talk about boobs too. Later, Landon.
Steve, that goes back to what I was talking about when Latimer Crowder did the mug club thing. You gotta do a mug club idea. Yeah.
The what?
Mug club.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. Anyways, I'm going to be ending this. We had a great rum and coke night. I love rum and coke night. What do you want?
I just finished work, dude.
Fine, I'll keep it open for a little while longer for you, even though you don't even donate $1 a month. Landon gave me $1 a month.
I fucking gave you $2 one hangout
on a super chat once, three months ago.
Shit, you remember it like that?
I pay attention.
Well,
no, you know what? And I appreciate. No, you know what's funny is I appreciate every dollar I get. I really, honestly do. People think, oh well, what's $1 here or there? But you know what? If everybody gave $1, it would be really, really awesome. We spend. I mean, Justin right here is my live chat webmaster. I mean, Justin knows in the last 5 days how much effort I put into making this webpage and uploading content to it. Justin knows I don't sit on my ass, sit on my laurels and not do anything for the Great Debate. I want to make the Great Debate something big. I want to make the tagline, the Great Debate itself. Justin he gave him the great logo for us that he's donated to the Great Debate community, a wonderful logo. And I want to make it something, and so it's hosted on his servers.
Fine,
and I appreciate
Steve. I'll
that.
become a Patreon. You've convinced me.
I didn't even have to give you a hand job either. That was easy.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Victorian era was a very different time.
Yeah. Justin says, we both know you were slacking off the whole time. Come on now. Well, I did play some Counter-Strike. But he's seen how many things I fucking uploaded because I want to learn the WordPress. I like to know things, right? And I like to feel like I understand how to utilize things. And obviously, I'm going to be.
What's up with this WordPress, dude? Look. If your PHP guy Justin really knew what he was talking about, he would not be using WordPress. That's so fucking retarded. I can't even.
He does understand what he's talking about. I can tell you right now. I know a bullshitter and I know a legit person. Justin.
No, I'm not saying he's bullshitting. He's just he doesn't know as much as he thinks he knows. He really doesn't. Okay, I would never use WordPress for a website because it's a construct. It's a pre-construct that has limitations. You can only go so far with it. Okay.
For our purposes, what we're doing with it right now,
I know
it's optimal.
exactly. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Look, there's going to come a time. It may take 1 year. It may take 5 years, but there's going to come a point in which you need a dynamic expansion.
Well,
and WordPress is going to fuck you in the ass. I've seen it happen so many times.
Hang on. I'm happy the way it is. I'm very happy the way Justin has done an amazing job for us.
Of course. Yeah, I'm not denying it. I'm not saying that it's not the case. I'm not saying that.
Hey, by the way, we got Goddess Cranium in the live chat. Goddess Cranium. I've been meaning to get a hold of you. I know you haven't really, you haven't been to my hangouts, and I'm glad you're in the live chat because there's been some videos on your channel that I found very interesting. Some people on your channel that I found interesting. I also had a genetically modified skeptic on Hangout today as an interview type thing, and it went really exceptionally well. And John came in, Goddess Engineer, and Holy Kool-Aid Thomas, Goddess Cranium. So I mean. Have you ever thought about like coming into the Great Debate community and giving us a little interview type thing? Because I know your channel, but a lot of people in the Great Debate community does not know your channel. Would you be willing to do that? Let's see. We got a little time delay. Yeah, so hey, I mean, here's a link to come in, Goddess. Come in and introduce yourself. Let me give you the link to come in here. Like I said, I know your channel. You've actually had some really interesting videos. You can come right now. The hangout's dying down, so like I said, I haven't had a chance to speak with you, but I know you know of the Great Debate community. But people have been dogging your channel and trying to I've noticed they've been kind of telling you what you think you should go in your direction. And it's kind of like, what the fuck? Because I know Truthmonger, and I've known Truthmonger for a very long time. I think he's a very militant atheist, but I do know him. I'm assuming, but I know he's giving you some shit the other day. Goddess Cranium. All right, he's coming in. Anyways, Justin says it's expandable to do what you want, as long as, of course, you know what you're doing. Yeah, no, I have, like I said, I have a little bit of experience with WordPress. For what I'm looking for right now, WordPress is optimal because I have to show people how to actually do these things. I have to add editors and contributors and authors, and I want something that has a very low learning curve, such that with people that I think are responsible enough to do these things can understand it, right? I don't want to do the whole PHP from scratch stuff. That's why Justin has been very graciously has offered to do this stuff for us. He did the whole back end for our website. So,
oh Lord. Well, you pretty much hit the nail on the head there, Steve. You have to create administration pages, like HTTP pages, for hierarchy, for tier levels. You have to create them. And when you rely on something like WordPress, it looks good from the get-go. But the moment you want to expand, the moment your horizons go dynamic in some adjacent level, also some adjacent way, you get fucked. I'm just saying. I'm not saying that Justin had, he's not, experienced. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that, I developed a construct that got rid of that problem.
Do you think that maybe it's a simplistic tool for simplistic users, like Steve just said?
Yeah.
And and like I said, for what I'm going for right now, I have got a game plan. I think Justin has kind of I didn't have to tell him my game plan. I think he kind of just inferred intuitively what direction I'm going with all this, and it is a long-term process. It has to start somewhere, and then as we grow, if it grows, then there's other opportunities we have, and we can change. So, I mean,
a little, Steve, a little advice. The database. Make sure the database gets regularly backed up. What I mean backed up, I'm talking about a backup. You make sure the construct of the database itself gets stored and backed up, so that when the time comes when you have to make that transfer, and it's not just that, the fields of the database, the tables, they have to be constructed in a way.
Kaiser, hang on, stop. I appreciate your advice, but I tell you right now, I've got it covered. I'm very confident in Justin's abilities. He is on the same wavelength with me. We are working together extremely well, and I think that's 90% of building a good database. And he's doing this pro bono. He's doing this out of the kindness of his heart. He's donating the server time and his own time to do this, and I can't ask for anything more than that.
Okay, I'm just saying this out of experience, and I'm trying to be helpful as I can.
I appreciate that, but I think at this point you're actually adding a negative thing to it, and I don't want to go down that route, because Justin has been very, 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 very giving with his experience, and I know he has decades worth of experience with this. Yeah, but anyways, Godless, are you there?
Yeah, I am.
Hey, so by the way, welcome, Godless Cranium, to the Great Debate community. I don't know how familiar you are with our community right now. It's late at night. We don't have many people watching. We usually get about 100, 150 people. It's only like 26 right now. But it's rum and coke night. We drink and just talk shit. but I have been watching your channel for actually a couple weeks now. Actually, I saw a video that you had about Toothmonger.
Yeah.
And I kind of had a feel for you a little bit. And if you want to talk about your channel and what was going on with that with you and Truth, be my guest. I would like to know more about it, because I do know Truth. I have some reservations about him, but he's generally a decent guy. But he is a militant atheist, and he's very, very myopic in his philosophy.
Yeah. So basically, KOism, another YouTuber, I'm not sure if you're familiar with him, sent me a link to Truthmonger's channel. I guess he made a video about me or whatever, and so I went and watched it, as I do any videos that I know of that criticize me, and I
pretty much all of them.
Yeah, which is pretty much all of them, and most of them I don't respond to. I just watch it, and so. I read through the comments too, and KOism was telling him that I'm going to send Godless Cranium the link, and he said thank you, and so I thought, okay, well then he wants a response, I'm going to give him a response. So I just I tried to make it kind of fun, because I don't think that he really meant harm. I think maybe he was trying to look for attention, or look for a little boost for his channel maybe, but I thought it was like a funny enough video that I could respond to it and kind of make it a light thing, and he ended up subscribing to me, and he actually comments in my videos now. So
good. I like Truthmonger. I've always gone along with him. I say he's a little bit funny for me as far as his militant atheism, but I like the way he does his web page, or his G+ community. He has some very provocative questions.
Yeah, he's now filming in vertical, which is good. So
rather than horizontal.
Yeah, sorry, horizontal. So that was good. Yeah, so that's good, and yeah, so it, all's well that ends well. I wasn't trying to make an enemy of him or anything.
That's good. And you had to actually talk to Drew in one of your videos.
Who's Drew?
Genetically modified skeptic.
Oh, I did. Yeah, I offered him a guest spot on my channel. So yeah, he seems like a great guy. So I've been trying to find the smaller channels, and kind of this week I'm away technically on holidays. So I took the week and kind of lent out my channel to smaller YouTubers to kind of promote them a little bit.
Yeah, you had one. You had one person who did a video that I did take issue with a little bit, and it wasn't like maliciously intended. I can't remember, it was chaosism.
Chaosism, yeah, on agnosticism.
Yeah, and I like chaosism. I've actually been talking to him for like a month now. And I think he's spot on a lot of things. I do think that his video on agnosticism, I wish he would have talked to me first. I think I could have like taken him in a different direction on agnosticism because I am a temporal agnostic. I don't think he got feedback from people that are actually are agnostic before he did that video.
Yeah. I don't always agree with the people that I put on. Like I've had his name's Matthew, and he did one. It was actually a religious video, and but he has some pretty thought-provoking stuff on his channel, and so I thought I would let him. He wasn't like coming at it as in like atheist or evil kind of thing, but he had a different point of view, and a lot of my subs kind of gave him a hard time, but I thought the conversation was worth it, and same with KOisms and every other guest video that I've had on my channel I've kind of liked. So not that I have to agree with them all, but
no, and that's true. You don't have to agree with the people you allow to be on your channel, like a guest video. And I asked you in a comment box who never got back to me if I made a video, would I be able to put it on your channel? I mean, your channel is a little bit bigger than mine, not a heck of a lot, but
yeah, I've been having a hard time. I have growing pains though, and I'm having a hard time. YouTube's not sending me the notifications, so I'm missing a lot of the comments, and so I'm trying to wrestle. It was only like 2 or 3 months ago that I only had like 100 subs, so it's been hard to kind of I've only been doing my channel since
you're like at 8K now or something.
Yeah, I've grown really quick. I've been putting a regular.
Sorry to interrupt. I'm actually getting on a train in 2 minutes to leave the Melbourne CBD. The reason I actually jumped into this hangout was to ask Steve, great debate community. I had a really awesome, rather angry exchange on the forum today in G+ with someone who was really, really offended by my joke about genocide. I'm thinking that one exercise you could start doing, and I'd love to do this because I've been constructing arguments about this for a while now, is trying to justify and argue for morally indefensible positions like genocide is good, racism is good. I'd love to actually do a debate against someone, just a faux debate where I take a position where I'm saying that Nazism is a good thing. Just as a mental exercise.
And you know what? I understand that. I do understand the idea behind mental exercises. I think we maybe do something like that.
Can you,
dude? The outrage was so real. It wasn't fabricated anger. It was literal, real, visceral anger, and I was so appreciative. It wasn't some dumb SJW calling me a, I don't know, whatever. But it was fantastic. I want more of that.
Look, YouTube, Bill Burr, boat population control. Just do it. Bill Burr, BILLBURR, boat.
Dude, I'm on a phone right now about to get on the train. What's the timestamp on the hangout right now? I'll remember that better.
Well, okay, we're 5 hours in. I the most I can tell you.
Oh, fucking hell.
He's a stand-up comedian that has actually contemplated population control over many different angles and events. And the one that really rings the bell the best from what you described, you really can really dig into this, is the boat population control scenario, and where he actually goes into thought processes to where he's like contemplating shit, and he uses this in stand-up comedian in stand-up.
Kaiser, let me get back to this real quick if I may, because I mean we are running out of time. Carlos, I put the group chat, the link to the Great Debate Community. Please join us. I mean, are you familiar with the Great Debate Community?
No, just you.
Okay. You're familiar with me? You're familiar with me, really? How are you familiar with me?
I've seen you in other chats and
okay.
stuff like that. So
you're saying I get around?
Yeah, I'm subscribed to your channel. So
I'm a whore.
Cool.
Okay,
Well,
great.
I'm sorry. Thank you very much, guys, for letting me in. Thank you, Steve. You
Look,
guys
everybody,
have a lovely day.
awesome. I will see. I'll see what we can do about your suggestion. Okay.
Thanks, Steve.
And,
You're
and
welcome,
Mac, I hope you can check it out. Oh god. Yeah. See, this is why I really advocate Bill Burr so much. He really digs into these really hard pressed problems that nobody really wants to talk about, but he just goes with it.
So, anyways, Gallus, join the Great Debate community. We're about 800 members strong right now, containing members like King Crocoduck, Holy Kool-Aid, extended weighted method. The extended would be like Aaron Raw and those guys, PZ Myers. But familiarize yourself, because like I said, I really like your channel. I've watched many of your videos, and I'd like to have a dialogue with some of the things that you think about. I don't like the fact that people were telling you how to run your channel. Did you? That kind of upset me, because I had the same problem when I first started my channel. I had some people on the Great Debate community other side, the Cloudcore Posse we call them, telling me how I should do my channel. Well, they went the direction that they suggested to me. Now they get about 12 people watching on a video.
Yeah.
You know,
I don't
guys, you
do
make a lot of noise.
I don't do I guess what I've told other people when they've tried to tell me what to do, I just say that I don't do YouTube because I care about the viewers as much. Like, not that I don't care about people viewing, but I mean, I do it because it's fun to me. And they're on subjects that I find interesting or funny or fun. So that to me is the most important part. And then after that is, building my channel and stuff like that. Like, I'm not going to say that I don't pay any attention to that, because I do. But overall, my main goal is for me to have fun, because I already have a full-time job and I do okay. I'm not looking to do this full-time, although if it ever did happen that way, that would be great. But
yes, this is my only source of income. YouTube is my entire income right now. It's YouTube and my channel. So this is a full-time job for me. This is why I am putting so much effort into building the Great Debate community, giving us a web page, giving us a Wikipedia. I mean, have you ever seen a wiki?
No, I haven't. No.
Oh my goodness, you're in for a treat. Let me show you our Wikipedia real quick. Take you 3 seconds here to get it. We're on Fandom. We are changing it to the to our web page, but this is what we have so far. We're just going to port the XML over, but here, like this is the Clowncore Posse, G-Man, Nephilim Free, True Empiricism, Brett King. These are all idiots that we have to deal with, because my channel has been attacked by all these motherfuckers and more. Daily. I mean, even tonight, True Empiricism was just like attacking my channel. Last week, Nephilim Free was attacking my channel.
Oh, really?
See, why didn't he join the hangout?
Because he's a coward.
Oh.
They're all Nephilim Free 2 years ago would come into my hangout and challenge us, and he would get utterly destroyed, and he would be running away with his tail between his legs. Then he was just like, "Well, you need to come into my room." Whatever. I came into his room once with Jade, and he actually yelled at her for being hard of hearing and kicked her out, and I literally lost my shit on him. So if you ever go to watch a video on Nephilim Free of me losing my shit on him, and I'm berating him verbally, it was because he had kicked Jade out simply for the fact she was hard of hearing, and I thought he was the biggest fucktard in the world for doing that.
See, that is. I'm sorry.
And he tried changing it around to saying, well, Steve lost his mind, aka shit, because he was asked for evidence on evolution and he couldn't give it to me. I'm like, you motherfucking lying cunt. Seriously.
No, see, that kind of dishonesty, that is what pisses me off more than anything in the world. And you know what? That's why I have just the utmost vitriol for Earth discussions right now, because there is a mod in Earth discussions that wanted me gone just because of my political point of view, and fuck all any kind of science that I want to bring to the discussion. Fuck all any kind of empirical evidence I want to bring to it, just because I have a different point of view politically. A mod, I don't want to say any names, but Earth discussions right now is basically being taken over politically, and fuck all any kind of science. They don't give a shit about science over there. All they give a shit about is, do your political point of views align with ours? And I'm not the first. Bash Prompt had the same problem before me. I'm the second, okay? There's at least one other incident with Bash. That's why you won't see Bash Prompt at Earth discussions anymore, for the same reason I'm talking about. And that I don't want to make a video on Earth discussions, but it's coming to a point where I have to. And I really do not want to do this, but I don't have a choice. I have to do it.
All right, well, you go ahead and do that. But anyways, for the rest of the hangout, I'm gonna have a conversation with Godless because I've been trying to get him in here. So hang tight, Kaiser. So Godless, did you see my interview or hangout with genetically modified skeptics today?
No, I have it marked in my to watch folder.
Okay. Watch it. It was really good. I mean, we had a great dialogue. I really respect the kid. I think that he's got a lot going on. He's very sharp, very articulate. I think that he is about 90% in agreement with everything that I stand for. There's certain things that I disagree with certain atheists about and agnostics. But like, for example, I'm not a Huxleyan agnostic. I'm a temporal agnostic, but they're minor issues, right? I think they're resolvable.
Mm-hmm.
I'm obviously a skeptic. I'm obviously somebody who can't stand young earth creationism. I can't stand flat earth. But I like to incorporate not only science, but a philosophy as well. And I don't want this like scientism label, pejoratively used, because I think it's an asinine term. And so when we talk about atheism, I want to come at atheism from a philosophical standpoint as well as science. And I have numerous videos on this, but I get a lot of shit for it from hard militant atheists, not the normal atheists. I mean, I would say that 90% of the atheists I know agree with me, but that other 10%, holy shit, dude, they are way the fuck out there militant.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't really comment on it because I haven't watched enough of your videos to know.
You will.
I'm sure I will at some point. I run, obviously, because of the channel that I run, I run into a lot of atheists or atheist channels when I'm looking for, stuff to watch. So I don't know I don't know what you mean by militant.
Okay. Well, a long time ago, back in the day, there was a thing that came about by the promotion of atheism as a lack of belief. It was the lacktheism type definition, which is a definition of atheism that Aaron Raw, who I respect greatly, I love Aaron, and Matt Dillon to promote. But in philosophical atheism and academics, atheism has always been considered to be a belief that God does not exist. Now, either one, anybody can choose. I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
But when somebody tells me, Steve, because you're agnostic, you are therefore an atheist, that's where I throw the red flag and say, no, you're full of shit. Because I am agnostic, but I am not atheist, nor am I theist. There's a false dichotomy there to say that you're either theist or atheist. It is not one or the other. You're a theist or a non-theist. That is a true dichotomy. And so when people try to tell me what my position is, it's no different than somebody telling you what you should do on your channel, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yes and no. I mean, I wouldn't say that if somebody labeled me a theist that they're telling me what to do. They'd be trying to place a label on me that I wouldn't want to accept, and I would try to tell them why I don't accept it. But when somebody's telling me what to do, that's a completely different thing. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, right. No, but I'm saying when they tell you what to do as this is as authoritative thing, and they tell me, hey, Steve, you're an atheist because you lack a belief in God, because I'm an agnostic. They're misrepresenting my actual position theologically, because I have a well-formed theological position among other things. I mean, I will tell you, I'm part empiricism, I'm part rationalism. I am a modal anti-realist. I am a moderate evidentialist, or even non-evidentialist. I am a foundationalist. I like to know my positions. I tend to be an agnostic, apatheistic, theological non-cognitivist, or at least a semi-theological non-cognitivist. So when somebody tells me, Steve, well, you fall into this category or under this definition, ergo you're an atheist. I'm like, instead of trying to put me in what you want me to be, why don't you just ask me what I believe and what my thoughts are?
Oh, Godless and Steve. First, Godless, I agree with you 100%. On your last comment. Also, to both of you, human beings, we are dynamic, complicated creatures, and anytime someone has the audacity to label me and put me into a category of such just you are this and nothing, I don't even understand how is that anything less than Marxism. I don't know. I can only identify that as Marxism, which is the most ridiculous, just moronic thing you could ever do to a human being, to even consider that as some rational thing. Um, we as human beings are very complicated and dynamic creatures. You can't box a person in a category like that. It's just retarded. It literally is, in the literal sense, a sense of retardation. And the term agnostic. If you're unsure about something, if you need more proof about something, if you need to, discover something, you can't be put in that category. That's just pure Marxism. I don't know how any other way to describe it. Does that make sense? I don't know if I'm out of line or what.
Well, I try not to get bogged down in because I find that a lot of conversations between theists and atheists, or even atheists and agnostics, whatever, get bogged down in the minutia of what the terms mean and all that kind of stuff. And I find that conversation unproductive. It's nobody's ever going to come away from that changing their mind about theism or atheism. And two, it's frustrating. And so I've voluntarily taken on I do not like taking on labels. Like, I don't like being called a liberal or a conservative, because I tend to choose things that I believe in, or positions based on a case-by-case basis.
Right.
Atheism is one of the few labels that I've taken on, and I just think it's important to do that in my case, because I don't want people to think that there's like a wiggle room, or that like, well, it's like a 50-50 thing, because it's not. It's like a 99.9%.
Yeah, and to certain gods,
sure.
I agree with you. I mean, obviously, when it comes to younger creations, then that God doesn't exist.
Mm-hmm.
That if you say that the age of the earth being 7,000 years is contingent upon God doing it that way, then that God doesn't exist, because it doesn't follow, right? It's one of those situations where if it's contingent and if it's necessary, not contingent, if it's necessary that the earth is 7,000 years old for your God to exist, ergo, it's not 7,000 years old, therefore your God doesn't exist. But But I mean, I think that to eliminate all deities would be a lot higher burden of justification that I'm not willing to take upon. So I'm happy with the agnostic position. I'm not against the atheist position. I think it's a well substantiated position. If people want to argue for it, by all means, right? I get into issues with atheists that have a shitty way to argue their burden of justification, because any theological position has a burden. It doesn't matter what.
Do you have an example?
There are a few that are like that in the great big community. There are some that actually have argued they don't have beliefs at all, which is called philosophical zombieism, which is absurd. We all have beliefs, but I
think they mean they don't have faith. I think
no. I'm choosing my words carefully here. I have people's genetically modified skeptics doesn't have faith. Although I've explained to him today that we all have faith as well. But a different context. But I've actually, me and Alex Malpass have actually engaged with people that said they don't have beliefs. And Alex is just like, are you fucking retarded? I mean, this guy's a PhD in philosophy, and he's telling people you're just an idiot.
I've only ever heard that. I've only ever heard that from theists that say that atheists have no beliefs,
Well,
and I've always thought it was ridiculous in that way too.
I mean, this is what I'm talking about. Like, this is almost like a projection of what theists want or desire to get from atheists, and they completely just destroys any kind of reality of what's going on. I mean, when somebody doesn't know something, I'll just say me. When I don't know something, I'll tell you I don't know, and I don't. When somebody's asking me about something I don't know, I don't consider myself even having the right to an opinion on the matter. So when I can't give a definitive statement or define something based on what I can determine myself, I don't even have the right to an opinion on the matter.
I disagree. We all have opinions. We all have opinions on what we think corresponds with reality.
That's true. The what ifs and everything. I'm sorry, but yeah, I might have said that the wrong way. But
well, hang on. And to me, a philosophical atheist or a academic in the academic region, reality, an atheist is somebody who actually purports that God does not exist. They actually say, "I believe God does not exist," and the more modern take on this is what's called presumption of atheism by Anthony Flew, that atheism is only a lack of belief. Now, that is fine if you want to use that definition. It's a very broad definition. I don't agree with it, but you know what? It is a definition. Go for it. But just because you accept that definition doesn't mean that all people do. And if you apply it ubiquitously and say, look, if you lack a belief in God, you are automatically an atheist, you are wrong. Unequivocally wrong. Because there is multiple definitions.
But there's no wrong or where's the wrong and right? There becomes a point in which they're wrong and right are completely invalid in the first place. It's like you have one side and the other side. It's like having a light on and off.
No, wrong by the fact there's multiple definitions. I am evidence that you could be agnostic without atheist. I am the living proof. I am the argument against people saying, well, if you're an agnostic, you're automatically an atheist. No, I am the defeater because I am agnostic, but I'm not atheist.
Sorry, Steve. I was jumping to the objective thing, like existence, like okay, is there God? And I was jumping to that, and I apologize.
No worries, but I mean, I'm just saying that people need to understand that there are different types of atheism.
Yeah.
And it's not ubiquitous, and not all atheists think the same way. Not all agnostics think the same way. But you don't want to categorize somebody for what their theological position is if it's not their theological position, because then you're doing a disservice to them. You're doing the same thing that a theist would be doing by saying, "Oh, look, hey, godless, you know God exists, but you're just denying Him in your own unrighteousness, according to Romans." Well, that's just as fucking stupid.
The definition of atheism is like a definition of plants. In taxonomy, because there are different definitions. For example, you have a very strict definition that only applies to land plants. And you have also a definition that also applies to algae, depending on the definition that you use.
Yeah, and I'm okay with different definitions. I mean, all I tell people is, you know what? Define yourself, right? And don't straw man somebody else's position. If somebody wants to label themselves a certain way and they have a justification for it that's warranted, then go with that. I am perfectly justified to say I'm agnostic without taking on the agnostic label, and I can provide warrant for that.
No, Steve, that's fucking cool. I just gotta say that's cool.
If someone says, "Oh, I am an atheist," and what I mean by atheist is yada yada yada, and he uses the word in a different way that you do, don't argue definitions. Go with the
right. That's fine. I don't care. I'm fine with that. That has never been my argument. If they want to take a different definition, I don't care. It's only when they use their definition to try to apply it to me.
It wasn't aimed at you. I was just talking generally to the audience.
No, and I agree with you. But people have actually said. When Godless asked, what do you mean by militant atheists? The militant atheists are the ones that want to maintain a very specific a very specific broad definition of atheism, and apply it ubiquitously, regardless whether you accept it or not. That's militant atheism. That's the same thing as a militant atheist.
I don't like militant atheism because militant implies aggressiveness and violence.
Well, they are aggressive with it.
It's not just that. The way I see it, what you're talking about, Steve, is nothing more than it's just another form of dogma to me.
Yeah, it is really it's agnostic. Excuse me, it's atheistic dogma in a way. But anyways, I want to say hi to Bulldog because I haven't talked to Bulldog in ages, dude. Bulldog, my friend, are you there?
Are you drunk, Steve? Are you? Drunk?
I am not. I'm mildly buzzed, but I gotta tell you, Bulldog, it's good. It's good to hear
someone
you.
who doesn't drink. It's for someone that doesn't drink, and I drink all the time. You can drink me under the table.
You drink there all the time, but I gotta tell you, Bulldog, it's good to hear your voice. You are one of the most obnoxious pieces of shit I know, and I love you for it.
Yeah, I know. I'm proud of it too. I'm fucking proud. I'm glad you said that. Can you say it again?
I'm honored that you are the most obnoxious piece of shit I know, and yet I think you're wonderful. Yes.
Listen. I need what we need to do, Steve. Look.
What's that, buddy?
You know, you've got all sorts of scientists all across the board. You know, you've had them in your rooms, blah blah blah. Right? Can we get people? We need some psychologists in here to evaluate the funnies.
Oh,
right?
Bulldog.
Oh God, no!
No, you fucking oh God me! I tell you, right? No.
Bulldog, we do.
I want a psychiatrist.
Bulldog, we do. We have wait, Bulldog. We have multiple psychologists and psychiatrists, PhD level, that do analyze people in the Great Debate community.
Oh, can we bring them in? Bring them in, please.
No. They are in here. I just can't tell you who they are.
I'm just looking for a script here. Just a script.
I feel like
I am not lying to you, Bulldog. There are people. Wait,
today, Steve, all your fucking 233 accounts get blocked.
You saw that? But Bulldog, no, I'm not lying to you. There are people in our community that you don't know their qualifications, but I do. There are people that are in the GDC that have PhDs in either psychology, psychiatry, or sociology that have done studies and have actually done research on the type of dumb fuckery in the Great Debate community. Unfortunately, they don't.
I would like you. I want to have a private conversation with each and every one of them.
I can't tell you who they are. I can't.
I have so many questions.
I can't tell you who they are.
Speak to these people.
No, I can't. Again, they've never talked about their academics in public, and so I can't tell you who they are. But I can tell you right now, 1, 2, 3 people I know for a fact have PhD levels.
I feel like I'm taking up a course myself. You know, like I see it myself.
I'm back again.
You know,
missed my train. I think we'll come in about 15 minutes or so.
You just can't get enough of me, can you?
Oh, Steve, like, you know, seriously, when I was a kid, I used to say, you know, I'd suck Marilyn Manson's dick and swallow the cum just so I could brag that he was inside me for at least 24 hours.
Oh God!
I'll say now, Steve, in my adulthood, you know, I'm nearly 30. I'd probably say I'll say the same thing about you. Mind you, I'm in public right now, waiting at a train station.
And that train station, am I hearing a lot of electromagnetic stuff going on? Like,
can you? I don't know. There's like overhead power lines.
Yeah, I heard like a something revving up, and it wasn't gasoline.
That was a train.
Yeah,
electric train.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
But anyways, long story short, like I said, Bulldog, there are people that do pay attention to us, and like I said, they don't dox themselves, and I can't dox them. But we have a lot smarter people than you realize in our community.
Well, the problem is that the smart people aren't very opinionated because they're smart enough to know that their opinions are bullshit.
They are. But like I said, there's 3 that I know of right now, and all 3 are atheists. But they really haven't discussed their academics, and so I can't do it for them, right? But I know for a fact that all 3 of them, well, 2 of them have PhDs, and one of them is, I think, is a PhD candidate. So
well, good luck. I never did my PhD because fuck, I couldn't. As much as
You
I
didn't
wanted to
graduate
do it-
high school.
Oh, totally. Yeah, I dropped out at year 10 and became an auto mechanic or something.
Wait. Well, then you got all the math skills you need.
Oh yeah, I can do.
How the hell are you gonna? How the hell else are you gonna align that hunter machine to get the front and rear wheels aligned and all never data, all data.
Well, anyways, I got to bring this to a close here. I've got somebody who I'm communicating with that I would like to talk to that has bigger boobs than any of you guys here. But godless,
I don't know, Steve. I think I can give her a run for her money.
Yeah, well, you know what, Bulldog, he's probably got it going on. But godless,
Bulldog. In addition to the previous debate I mentioned earlier, me and you have a man tit off. We've got to work out who's got the bigger man tits here.
A man tit off would be nice. I would do that. But godless, like I said, drop by more often in my hangouts. We have open hangouts all the time. This is a RUM and COKE night, so we just get drunk and talk shit. But you've seen my hangouts where I have like on law, or like tomorrow I'm doing moderating the debate between Kent Hovind and Bill Ludlow.
Oh,
and
nice.
I'm doing the after show. And the after show last time got about, well, the first one got about 10,000 views. Not a lot compared to your videos.
Holy shit.
But
Steve, what the hell is compelling Ken Hovind to come back to your channel?
He really likes the way I moderate.
That's what it is. About more bullshit.
Well, he is getting a fair shake, but it's a double-edged sword, right? He knows that I can't stand young earth creationism. But I'm hoping that the people that go up against him will lead more people away that will go to him. We'll see.
No, for every 1,000 views, there's a true empiricism out there who will lap up that shit and say, yes, it's all correct.
Oh, well, true is a fucking
it's publicity for him.
Yeah, and he knows it, and he knows it damn well because he's not getting the publicity he used to get, and now so this is his way of getting some.
Yeah.
But but
I think he's scratching the bottom of the barrel.
I believe it or not, Kent Hovind once got offered a debate offer from scientists, but it was in a written format, not in a public format, so he didn't accept it. And we all know why.
Yeah, because he just doesn't really understand science at all, right?
Well, no, it's the ultimate duplicity of the great debate community. You're going to attract people from both sides. They have a priori ideas, and they will carry them into every debate that they watch. And ultimately, Kent Hovind is wanting to gather a flock. People who are on his side will watch a debate after searching enough, will say, my God, there's this new apologist that I can follow, and he's going to rebuild his flock.
He's right. Steve, you should watch that, man. Oh, careful.
However,
you could be using a bait click.
The plus side, like I said, for every 1,000 clicks, there's going to be one true empiricism. If he manages to gather 10,000 views, he's got 9,990 people who realize he's a dickhead versus 10 people who are ardent followers. Provided they don't become politicians, you're all good.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, he gets a very small following, right? I mean, all these guys do. But it's funny is he has literally taken his channel to the ground. He'll get about 12 people watching, 17 he had today. Well, for fuck's sake. I mean, even in the middle of the night, I still get like 20 to 30, 50, 70, 80, even 100 people watching. So, oh my God, what is that noise?
I have no idea. I was about to ask the same thing. Sounds like a train stopping or something.
Nigga, I'm at a fucking train station. I'm waiting for a train.
Well, this is what amazes the shit out of me. Okay, hold on. Oh, shit. Can you guys hear me? Oh shit! You really are at a train station. Holy shit!
I'm sorry. There was this really big suit.
You really are at a train station. Look, this is what amazes the shit out of me. Okay.
What?
YouTube will go after political point of views that are pretty much pro-POTUS, pro-President of the United States. Just go after them. YouTube will target. I mean, it's no mystery now. It's out in the open. But they have no problem monetizing fucktard shit like young Earth creationism, flat earthers, and worst of all, in my point of view, from what I can see, worst of all, fear porn like Nibiru shit. They have no problem monetizing this shit.
Yeah.
That's just ridiculous. I don't understand it. Like they'll go after these political parties, these political point of views that don't align with the management of YouTube, but they have no problem monetizing this absolute just fucked up world of just schizophrenia.
I agree with you. I can't work it out. It's like, well, YouTube can't be the fucking police. Not Google can't be the police. That's why they just let it go. Right? It's as simple as that. If
Well, at the very least, they can demonetize the shit.
Yeah,
guys, I love you. I love you guys. I got to bring this to a close. Really do. So I'm gonna give something the last word, like I always do.
Love you, Steve. My train's coming. Goodbye.
All right, love you too. No homo.
Later.
Okay, little homo. Godless, like I said, I'll hook up you there another time. But like I said, I do want. If you guys haven't seen Godless's Cranium channel, go check it out. He's got some very good videos. I've been following him for a while. But go check that out. I will give the last word because I don't talk to him very often. To Bulldog. Bulldog, you get the last word, the hang up before I got to end it. So, what you got for us?
I want to give you my last word. There's no way of following me. I don't have a fucking channel, so don't bother fucking trying to follow me. It's as simple as that, right? Next.
Well, Bulldog, yeah, you got nothing. But you know what? You're still one of my favorite people around here. I don't know why, but I've always gone along with you for years since you started first coming to my channel back in 2000.
Yeah, because I was fucking obnoxious cunt, right? And
you
love
were you were
and you like getting drunk like me. Yeah, I know.
But you were an entertaining obnoxious cunt.
Yeah, I didn't start out to be an entertainer, right? But you thought, oh, fuck, this guy's fucking not bad, so I'll follow this cunt. No, I don't have a channel, right? So you don't have to follow me because I don't want any fucking followers, right? Right? It's as simple as that.
All right, with that note, guys, I'm gonna bid you guys a night. Thank you for RUM and COKE night. I finished a 6-pack. Didn't even get that buzzed, unfortunately. But I might polish it off with some wine tonight. I'm entertaining somebody in instant message right now. So Nestleg, thanks for joining us. Goddess Cranium, thanks for joining us. Bulldog, pleasure. Please drop by more often. I know most of my hangouts in the daytime, which is not very conducive to your time schedule, but I will try to have some more night ones. Tomorrow we're going to have Ken Hovind with Bill Ludlow, I believe at 5:30 Pacific time, 7:30 Central. And you know what? Other than that, I'm out.